All right, I think we are on. Everyone is doing well. Happy New Year's to everybody. Shangael will be here in a moment, and we'll look to begin. Appreciate the patience for anyone that was, you know, waiting and whatnot. We're here. Just had to do some things that were acutely brought up. But we'll look to start here in a moment. Hello, Zanu. Hello, Sweet Leaf, T Sizzle in the flesh. Um, Good to see you guys. It's going to be a good topic. Just further kind of going to an addendum from the talk with Mark. Everything is the same shit, you know what I mean? But it's just a different way of saying things, you know. I have my way of saying things. You know, we got T Sizzle, Zanu, Sweet Leaf. You know, we all have our different way of saying the same essence. And so my boy Shangal here, it's gonna be here in a moment. He definitely has a way of saying things that not many people really can appreciate. So I want to connect with him today directly and just be sure that that type of light gets further echoed because he got it. What he says is what it's about. And for anyone that may not be about it and they want to say they're anti-natalist or whatever, I understand where they may be coming from, but honestly, it's the same shit, really, with what he's talking about. Most people know what he's talking about, but every now and then there's going to be people that may not really understand and may come from an opposing viewpoint. And I try to come from a ground of if you understand, there shouldn't be any opposing viewpoint. We should come from a place of making bonds with one another and not friction or any combative, you know, argumentative energy. Oh yeah, T Sizzle. For sure. I'm gonna have you on. I'm sure Shangal's cool with it. Soon in the talk, we will definitely bring you on, bro. Because like how we have a Discord, and I've been getting to know T Sizzle more, and just like how I said before, we all have our different way of saying things. I love the way T Sizzle goes about with his videos on his channel. I would definitely recommend if anyone that hasn't already looked at his channel. It's just down to earth, like the way that he explains his stuff with the commentary on life. It's just like if I was, I can see myself being friends with him and chopping it up. You know what I mean? So yeah, he has a great way of saying these similar way of things. So yeah, you will definitely, bro. I got you. Yeah. Just initially, we'll just have Shangal and me kind of go back and forth. But yeah, you will definitely let me know if you may have to, leave at any point or whatever. But yeah, I'll be sure you're in it here on this stream in a moment once we get things going. But yeah, happy New Year's, I guess, right? It's the 2026. I know March 21st. It's the true equinox or whatever they want to say. I'm an Aries, so I'm going to kind of emphasize that point. But, this is the traditional New Year's. So I hope everybody, you know, there is a level of a reset, no doubt. Um, oh, okay. Got you, Shingo. He just sent me a message. Let me do something real quick. But while I'm doing that, yeah, there is a level of a reset with the new year, whether you want to say it's a new year or whatever. Every day is a new day. So you know what I mean? It's just a different similar essence of things that there is, a new day with this quote unquote new year. So I hope the best for everybody for whatever you got going on. Let's see here. But yeah, we're gonna get more into the entropy talk. Hello, use your own mind. Hope you're doing well today. Chaos, entropy, tomato, you know what I mean? I just love the way Shangael can explain things. You trying to join? Oh, Tisa, you funny. Um, so yeah, I just would love to have him connect directly on my channel. Um, because I'm sure some of you are already, looked at his stuff, but I just want his stuff to be directly on my channel. And I'm gonna look to, I'm sure, do more talks with Shangael, Mark, T Sizzle, likely later on today here. Use your own mind. Zanu, I'm sure sometime down the road we're gonna talk directly on some stream like this. Because I mean I can read the comments, you know what I mean? This is why I do the streams. I can make videos or whatever. It's cool, but we're all of the same vibe and essence, you know what I mean? So I would rather connect with you guys. Um, and I would honestly rather hear you guys. So I'm gonna do other streams where it's more public per se. But the one-on-ones or the more concentrated like these ones um are good too. I just think it's great for us to build and expand our minds more, kind of connect with other people. Because like I was saying before with the other talk with Mark, um, I can say things some way and he can say things other ways, and we may know what we're both talking about, but like, how can I say? He can explain things consciously, readily better than me, and vice versa, depending on what it is we're talking about. Um, Yeah, use your own mind. I will definitely look to open it up to the public for this stream later on. Shout out, Sean. Hope you're doing good, my guy. I know you mentioned too, Sean, you wanted to be on this stream too. Yes, definitely, definitely, we will get you. We'll open it up, and I just want to get Shangael here initially, and we have some things we gotta say. I want to make sure he gets his shit off. So he's coming here in a moment. I sent him the link. I just want to be sure that he gets it in the place he needs to see it, and then he'll be here. But yeah, shout out to everyone. Looks like we got the usual. I have usually around the 20-ish people here, so similar people. I appreciate you, everyone here. Yeah, Happy New Year in hell. Yeah, yeah, sweet leaf. Imagine dancing and celebrating. Let me put it on the screen. I forget about that. Another year as a slave to the flesh and rotten world. Yeah, yeah, that's what it is. We are walking tumors that are gonna burst. That's when we die. And that will be a good time. You know what I mean? The best, what do they say? The best funerals are when they die early. The ones where they die really old and whatnot, no one shows up because it's like, oh. But when it's so sudden, oh, what happened? Oh, then you go to those type of funerals, right? When But it's a good thing. It's funny when they want to celebrate birth, but then they mourn death, right? You would want to celebrate both. Why would you want a negative emotion with any of this, right? So I don't know. And different cultures celebrate death no matter when you die. Let me say that. But still, what goes on, as we know, is fucked up. Waiting until March. Yeah, use your own mind. We both Aries, so we're gonna emphasize the more technical new year. If we're talking about the eclipse with the sun and everything, yeah, Aries season. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Sean, can't believe it either. But it's we're on the outside looking in. We're the minority in this shit. That's why I like doing this. Shit, I forgot who was it. Ass Kraken, whatever his name is. I hope he comes back to this one. He was like, this is like it's like a church. It's like a weekly ceremony. I was like, man, you funny. um but it is I do want to again connect with you guys, man. Yo, he's gonna be here. T says, oh, he's gonna be here. He had some things we got, life happens. But I messaged him and whatnot. He's coming here in a moment. I had popped the bottles at my funeral. They pop bottles at my funeral. The fucker finally got what he wanted. Oh man. I remember that first talk we had, Mark, the Black anti-natalist talk. Um, what was it? Against Life, Antinatalist Witch. She said when she was 4 years old, and she went to a funeral, and she was like, what's going on?" And her mom was like, "Oh yeah, people die. This is a regular thing. Yeah, people die." And from that point on, she mentioned, "Yeah, this is fucked up." Because it doesn't take much. We see it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Did I see Anthony Joshua? Yeah, that's it's a good point, Sean. Let me tell you, this world, the people that run it, because this is the thing. Before my boy Shangael, let me make sure he got this text. Hold on. Let me send it on this one. Let me send it on this one. Hold up, guys. Boop, boop, boop. Like, all right. What was I about to say? Okay, yeah, the people that run the world. This is a great point, Sean, that I can talk about real quick because people know this in a sense, but I'm just gonna further emphasize it. Again, we know they're fucked up, they're evil, they're twisted in their ways. Because there's this group of natalists that want to make the world a better place, right? Oh, the things that I couldn't do, I want my son or daughter to have the ability or opportunity to do those things. You know how people go through trauma in life and everything, and they're like, "Oh, I want my son or daughter to live the life that I never got to live." You know what I mean? So getting to your point with the people that really are the ones behind these different orchestration of things, as you know, I'm sure you guys hear about, oh, this was a sacrifice. This person that's a celebrity, they had a family member that basically, you know, had a transition because there's an energy element with that, with, killing somebody off. And then from there, that celebrity person, gets a higher pedestal in whatever it is that they do. So I'm just calling it for what I hear it at the very least. Take that for what it is. But yeah, when you see people do that, right? In this case, Anthony, he's Nigerian too, funny enough. Um, Close friend died, and look at him, he's further excelling in his life. Funny how that works, right? Hey, I'm just calling it for how I see it, man. All right, we got here Shangael. Hello, hello. How you doing, Shangael?
Yo, my bad. I was having some
Oh,
technical difficulties over here.
oh, you good, bro? You good, bro? Let me say a little shout out whenever I get anybody new. I'm gonna just before we get into the, so shout out Loner getting stronger, crappy new year. But yeah, yeah. Great to see you and everybody here. We got some things that we want to talk about further, just getting into the chaos of things. My boy Shangal here, I've only known him for a little bit, but since I got connected somehow, because Mark, I think on one of his posts, I saw one of your streams and
Okay.
I listened to it. I don't know if it was a solution one because I definitely watched that one with you and him. But there was some initial stream I watched with you and him, and I was like, "Damn! Like this dude is really about it. He's trying to, talk about ways not just not abstain, excuse me, not just abstaining from procreating, because that's it takes effort to put somebody here. It takes effort to have a
Yeah.
child. You know what I'm saying? It takes two to tango. As we already know for men, they already complain about, oh, women nowadays and that. Like, so it's not obviously easy to, in a clear sense already, if you actually want to have, certain things in place for a child. So that's easy to, abstain from that. But what more
Yeah.
can we do?
Make no
So that's
effort.
why, what was that?
Just make no effort towards doing that.
Right, because obviously there's already friction in that. But it's like, okay, if you're really about this type of mindset mentality that we are on, well, it's like, okay, what more can we do? That's why I appreciate from before in the past one with Mark, he talked about other people from other places, other countries and whatnot. They're of the same vibe, they're doing other, whether you want to say, all this is magic, like you mentioned before, me and
Yep.
Mark, just like we're on the stream right now on the black screens, being able to communicate from different
This is
fucking
magic.
areas. Yeah, this is all magic. And so, you know, we're just trying to see different ways that we can get this shit wrapped up, for this existence and everything. Because we're already going to go, obviously, but we're just further trying to permeate this entropy to people that are able to hear it. People that have the ear to hear it, well, we won't tell you. So, what would you want to look to Go initially, Shangael, or because I have a couple things, but it's all the same shit. You can go
How
ahead.
long have you been on before I got here? How long was I struggling?
Oh shit, maybe 15 minutes.
We all talking about anything already, or?
No, we just kind of chit chatting a little bit, nothing too crazy. Just reading some of the comments, nothing too crazy.
All right. I mean, we could start wherever you want to start, my brother.
Well, I
I
want
know
to
you.
kind of, yeah, I want to
Go ahead.
get to have you. It's not going to be an interview, don't say that, but I just kind of initially, because like I said, I haven't known you for that long, and I wanted to initially ask you, how did you come to your point right now in your existence? Like, how did you build up to who you are now?
Um, Shit, that's actually kind of a complicated yet simple question and answer. I just am this way. Like, so from birth, honestly, when I was being born, you could ask my mother. I turned my neck and I tried not to come out the womb. When I had to go to school for the first time, I cried, I fought, I kicked, I screamed. Going to church, hated church. I just hate any type of organized structure, any type of order, anything that I have to do. Like almost anything that I have to do, I don't want to do. So doing just being that way has always led me to think about why. Why do I have to do this? Why does this exist? Why does that exist? Why is this that way? Why is that that way? What is this? So, and even in every situation, like being in church where they teach you like God created this reality and then placed you within it to do what God wants you to do, or to do what God wants uh, to do what God wants you to do. I think I did say that right the first time, and rather than what you want to do. So then I think, well, why? How did this God even get here? Why is this God here? Why does this God want to place me here? Why did he create this? Why does he want me to do these things? And just having these questions as I'm growing up and going through different things just takes me here automatically. It's like I was pretty much destined to get here in one way or the other just by not liking being here, to be honest with you. And then all the experiences I have, even the ones that I like, they all must end. And all the ones that you don't like, it's like those just seem to continue. So then I ask again, why? And slowly but surely, 38 years later ish, 37 and a half years later, here I am. I could break that down to the year of, of my life, like everything that's happened in my life. Um, but that is just generally it. Everything that I do, I don't want to do. Everything that I see, I don't like. The things that I do like don't last, and eventually I don't like them anymore. The things that I don't like last forever. It just, the place seems to be trash from top to bottom. And the older I get, the more blatantly obvious that becomes. As a child, you just don't know as much. As an adult, to me, beyond like the age of 30, especially 35, let alone anything older than that, you have no excuse not to notice what we're inside of and what's going on here. And to me, that's just how I got here. I just questioning why. Honestly, the word why is probably my best friend. And then once you get the why, once you start thinking why, you generally have to start thinking who, what, when, where, why, and how. Because
Because
why
why?
comes with who, what,
I'm sorry
when,
to
and where.
cut you. I'm
Go ahead.
sorry to, but that is it. Because like just the word question, right? You're on a quest, you're on a path, right? And we're all on our different paths. But I'm like, man, what's the most? I hate to sound condescending, but you get my point. What's the ultimate
Yeah.
question or path? You get my point. And it
Yep.
is it is that why before any other question. It that is a subset from the why. Whether you
Yep.
want to go with what or when or how. No. Why? That's the purpose. That's why people really hone in. What's the purpose of existence? And that's where people get the whole meaning or purpose. Shout out to my boy. I haven't talked to him in a minute. I just want to say real quick. Rita McLeod. I hope he's doing good. If you listen to
Yes.
this, Rita, yeah, shout out to my boy Rita, man.
Shout out
Because
to
he
Rita.
made that distinction between purpose and meaning. That of course we have meaning. Meaning is just like a feeling,
Mm-hmm.
but purpose is like more like, okay, but what really are we doing? And we ain't doing shit. We know this.
Nope.
And so that I love how you just, I mean, everything you said, there's so much to eat off, but the why, that's the question. Like you just said, why is it that we have to do things repeatedly that we don't want to do. And that's the foundation, like you just said. There's things that, yeah, we have our different likes and hobbies, interests, of course, but we're trying to highlight what you were just saying there. That at the end of the day, it still goes back to those certain whatever the fuck that again we would rather not be placed to do. And so
Facts.
that's the child. All this is the inner child in you. Shout out to Danny Shine. I'm sure some of you guys have seen his channel. He has some guy that he be talking to often on his channel, and he makes that point that everybody already has a child. Why would you want to put another? You're already a child already. You're trying to raise another child or some shit. It's crazy. And
Facts.
so we all have an inner child, and you need to nurture that. Everything that you're saying is trying to nurture that inner child because we're all just trying to have fun or fuck around. But that this world isn't that. This world isn't that. There's real shit. There's things that we gotta
Mm-hmm.
do. You know what I mean? Like that's why people, there's that one question from the other talk with Mark. Somebody was like, well, what if there's an existence where we can like basically have no duality or entropy, basically, where things break down? And I'm like, that doesn't
That's
that
not existence.
it's not existence. Keep going. I cut you. Well, keep going. I'm sorry.
That when they say that, how can we exist in a way where there's no entropy by not existing? Because if you exist, there will be entropy. It's impossible to separate the two. Entropy comes with existence. Anything that is has the possibility of no longer being. The fact that it was possible to exist means it's possible not to exist, especially if everything had a beginning, which we know it did. Nothing is infinite because if it was infinite, we'd be infinite. We're not infinite. In order for reality or existence to be infinite, everything within reality and existence has to be infinite. Because everything that makes up reality and existence is reality and existence. So if we're not infinite and we are within and part of reality / existence, then reality / existence is not infinite. You can't separate that. Like unless you're saying we're not in reality / existence, but do we exist? Yes, we do. I'm looking around. Yep, I exist. These things exist. Smoking a black and mild, it exists. The fact that I can smoke it means I can burn it, means it can feel entropy. Like so if anything in existence can suffer entropy, everything in existence must suffer entropy. That's just how shit works. You can't separate the things in existence from existence because they are existence. So when someone thinks they're going to have some spirit realm where there's literally zero suffering, I go, then there's zero pleasure. That's just a spectrum. If there is like, what is cold? It is the absence of heat. That's it. Like they're on the same spectrum. Either you're going to have hot or you're going to have cold based upon your perspective of what is hot versus what is cold. Another being can have a different perspective of it. Maybe something that can live in the sun would consider our sun to be cold, but another sun to be hot. Where it consider our planet to be absolutely unbelievably frigid because it's not a star. Like, but it's still going through hot and cold. That's just a spectrum. Pain and pleasure is a spectrum. Some people's spectrums are so intertwined, pain is pleasure. You can't separate suffering and pleasure. In order to even be capable of experiencing pleasure, you must be capable of experiencing suffering. And people will say, oh, well, with the human body, somebody's brain or nervous system or something might be deformed or some shit, so maybe they don't feel pain, but they could still feel pleasure. First off, that's a deformation. Secondly, suffering comes in many forms that aren't physical. Like, just because you could feel physical pleasure and not physical pain doesn't mean you can't suffer mental anguish, doesn't mean you can't suffer a breakup, doesn't mean you can't suffer a parent mistreating you, doesn't mean you can't suffer society. Like, you can still suffer in a billion other ways than just physical pain. They try to act like one type of pleasure and one type of suffering are like all that exists. I'm like, no, pleasure goes into many different aspects, and so does pain, so does suffering. You can't separate the two from each other. If your reality has suffering, then it has pleasure. If it has pleasure, it also has suffering. The question is, who's getting how much of what, and how that affects them and their outlook on life. I saw Joe Rogan say, man, I don't know why people don't love life. I love life. I wish I could do this all over again. I would do it all over again. And I remember somebody in the comments saying, well, of course you would say that. You're Joe Rogan. Like, you've had, compared to most humans that have ever existed, you've had a wonderful existence. But even his existence still came with suffering, pain. Even the successes he's had probably came through some suffering. Like, you're not, for anyone, like if you're gonna learn how to fight, you're gonna take a punch at some point. If you're gonna spar, it's gonna hurt. You might get better at fighting. You might be better at taking pain after, but you had to suffer just to learn how to do that. It's like everything here, even the good things here, a lot of them are produced through suffering first. It's like, so even a lot of those pleasures require you to go through some shit. If you're a guy or a girl looking for some sex, and especially if you're looking for it, you're going out of your way for it, trying to get that pleasure. You're gonna have to go out of your way to find someone, talk to them, seduce them, etc., etc. So, and that might come with a whole bunch of other pain afterwards or in between, or like you got to do these things to get the good parts. So you can't really separate the pleasure from the suffering. And if you had so-called, let's just say you did, you got to this perfect realm of pure pleasure. Well, then it's just going to be normal. That's not like if you have the utmost pleasure you could possibly experience, after a certain period of time, it's just going to be Tuesday. It's not going to be the utmost pleasure anymore. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like it's just
Right.
and anything beneath that is now
the
suffering.
utopia type of shit. Yeah.
Exactly. If whatever your perfection is, if you experience that, that will be your new standard. Anything beneath that is now considered suffering because it's not that. And you can't go above that. So what you're saying is you want that for eternity. That is almost the same thing as saying nothing, because you're doing the same exact thing with the same exact level of pleasure for all time with absolutely no change. You're not really doing anything then. Like you're borderline nothing already. And if you are still experiencing it, guess what? Just like drugs, just like anything else, that pleasure is going to drop over time because it starts at the absolute maximum. But if you're continuously feeling that for eternity, again, at some point, it's just going to be your normal basis. It's no longer going to be a pleasurable thing. It's just going to be average. You're going to need more, but there is no more. You have already reached the peak. Now you have to keep dropping for eternity.
Boy, let me cut you off real quick because there's so much shit that you just been saying. My God, let me talk about you just last said. You know this because you know we say with the and I go back to antinatalism because it sets a certain level. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like that's a lot what my channel's been about. So it's like okay, there's a reference point. And so we know with that topic, right? Pleasure versus pain, pleasure versus suffering. And so people get so caught up in whatever good, whatever positive that you want to experience, emit, do onto others or yourself, whatever. The reason why people are so caught up in that shit is because it's momentary. It's because it's temporary. If it was, to your point, a forever thing, because that's technically nothing, right? If that's all what's it, then there's nothing really going on. If that's the only constant, that's a baseline, right? There's no spike, there's no down. So what is that? That's death, nigga. That's actual, you know what I'm saying? Like, see, do you get what I'm saying? Before I even go more.
I get it.
I know. Okay. There's nothing going on. There's nothing going on. And so, you know, shout out to Bobby Hemmett because he had one of his videos. He was like, I'm going to try to find it and link it here in the description. I'll look to timestamp the exact point. He was like, you know, basically, you know, we've heard it, you know, ignorance is bliss, or the same heaven's like an orgasm experience. But to your point, if that's the only like experience of feeling, there's nothing going on. Like esoterically speaking, there's nothing going on. The reason why people get so caught up in it is because we get a little remnant of it. You know, when whether orgasm, whatever it is you find joyful in this existence, you get a little trick of it, a little, and it's like, man, that shit was amazing. You know what I'm saying? And then you get addicted and in this third dimensional reality with that. You know what I'm saying? But really, again, if that's all that's really going, is there's no real actual heaven, you're gonna be bored as hell. This whole it goes back to the mind. We're in a creature body, and people get so caught up in this carnal mentality of things. But you would not, as Mark said it, you just said it, you would not want eternity, just again, like you said, a utopia. You have to, that's why I mentioned before, with just simply meditate, close your fucking eyes, you know, that's a middle finger to the world, you know what I'm saying? And so it's putting that contraction away and just going internal. Again, there's nothing going on. And so with this whole pleasure talk, people they're just traumatized. They're traumatized by the pain, the lack of pleasure. So when they get it, they're like, God damn, I want more of that shit, right? On some like fucking drug addict shit. But basically, to your point, if that really was all that's going on, first off, we wouldn't be in a carnal suit. We wouldn't be. At bottom, we wouldn't fucking exist. When we fucking come to this world, that's why before with the other talk, you know, to the son or daughter I never had, you're welcome. A baby would die in a fucking day or whatever. They had to eat. Eat is already showing you you're in a state of
Facts.
innate suffering. So this whole idea of pleasure is so privileged to say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because you're
Yep.
getting to this point where you're doing so much fucked up shit and you don't want to fucking talk about that. And now you're just wanting to talk about whatever fucking pleasure or something. No, the very fact that we're even in this position right now is a privilege. I don't give a fuck who you are on this earth. There's a clear level of a privilege to even be existing right now. Because all this shit is fucked up. All of it. Like I just said, as a baby, you know what I mean? You can just live and breathe until you fucking die. I'm gonna post that Why Solace video. The very fact that we fucking eat, man, shows us. So there, again, to your point of this whole pleasure thing, there wouldn't be anything going on. We can't even contemplate. So this is why when people get into these other realities and stuff. Listen, we're traumatized when we first come here. We have to understand that the very
From the
first
jump.
fucking breath, we know this already, but really, really meditate on this. The very first breath that we do is fucking pain. So that's where we start. And so that's why we're just always trying to get. So it's funny when people look at like homosexuals and da da da. It's like, oh, they must have been fucked up, traumatized, abused in the past. That's why they now have pleasure in doing this. You get my point? So it's
Yep.
the same kind of shit where now there people are just trying to like get licks and whatnot from whatever little remnants, but it's all fucked up. It is all fucked up. Whenever you see somebody that's trying to be like that, like, oh, basically, what can I get? What's the biggest bang for my buck? You're in a lacking state. You know what I mean? And so the biggest thing is you
Facts.
shouldn't want anything. You should not want anything in this shit, ultimately.
If there is no suffering, there is no pleasure. They go hand in hand. Like the reason people want pleasure is to stave off boredom, which is a form of suffering. Why do we watch shows? Why do we play games? Why do we socialize with each other? Why do we hang out with each other? Like you're staving off boredom. Period. Plain and simple. I don't care what you do every day. You're staving off boredom. The simple fact that we can get bored, that alone shows you there is nowhere you could ever go that there would not be boredom. I don't care what level of reality you take it to. If you're an infinite being, for example, you know, people say, oh, I want to be an infinite being. Well, if you're truly infinite, you'd be doing literally infinite things. You would do everything, everywhere, all at once, at all times. Doing everything at all times will absolutely get boring because in an instant, you've done everything that can be done. Now you're going to do everything that could possibly be done for eternity. That's boring. Like because
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
finite being, that might sound fun because you're finite.
Right,
But the moment you
right.
become infinite and you're doing infinity, that's going to be boring 1 second later because you're infinite. Like even doing infinite things is boring to an infinite being. Doing finite things can be boring to a finite being. And even the things you find fun can be boring after a while. You might play one video game and you enjoy it, but play that shit every day for the rest of your life. As a human, let alone eternity. I guarantee you get bored. You're going to play another game. Like you're just like and if you play all games that could ever possibly exist, it's going to get boring. And at some point, you're going to start back over at the first game just to try to get that feeling back. And if you do that cycle infinitely, once you've done it a trillion times, going back to that first game is going to be boring. It's going to be like, you're like, I've played this game a trillion times. It doesn't like, it can't be any more fun than it was the last trillion. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's still the same shit over and over and over and over. Like, I don't understand why people think that being infinite would be better than being finite. They're both trash.
Right. Let me say a real quick shout out. We got my boy T Sizzle here as well.
Shout
T
out Young
Sizzle, how
Sizzle.
you doing, bro? Are you able to? I don't hear you real quick. If you may be talking, T Sizzle. Okay. If you may need to back out and come in, I just want to make sure you know that if we're speaking to you, says I don't hear you, but I just want to make a quick introduction. Most of the talk will be, of course, with my boy Shangael, because this guy has a lot of information. Very simply said, the way he can explain things is clear as day. You know what I mean? And so
Yo,
I want to, oh, we got you. How you doing, T Sizzle?
what's up, y'all? How y'all
Not
doing tonight?
much. Doing good, doing good. How you doing?
Doing all right, man.
What you
I
got
can't
to
Listen,
hear
say
him.
so far, man? What's up?
I
go
can't
ahead.
hear him.
Go ahead.
You can't hear? Was that you, Shangael?
Yeah, I can't hear Sizzle at all.
Okay. Can anybody in the chat, if you guys can let me know, I can hear T Sizzle. Can anybody in the chat hear him? Someone can let me know.
I could probably
Now I hear him. Now I hear him. There was something on my screen, like a play button popped up. It was weird, but I couldn't hear him. Now I can hear him.
Got you. Cool, cool. But yeah, what you got to say so far, T Sizzle, with the talk so far?
Oh yeah, man. You know, you guys are saying some pretty interesting stuff. I'm gonna mostly let y'all talk, and then like I may chime in from time to time. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't trying to throw off y'all flow. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate that. And yeah, whenever, but yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, what you were just going off of with the whole, you know, we've heard it where people say basically, the whole why with what you were saying before, Shingal, why. And then people said, oh, well, God was born, so fuck it. That's why he basically made this
Why?
creation. Right. Still, it's like why is did God? I mean, I'm sure God knows or whatever the fuck God. But what's like? Did God contemplate? Why am I even born? Keep going up the scale and all that shit. Don't fucking go down and fucking play shit. You know, de-evolution and shit. But that's what technically happened, and we're here, and we're still bored. That essence is still permeating of that element of just what the fuck is any of this? This is fucking pointless. I would rather just not have to need to do certain things and whatnot. So that's because I just when you were talking about that boredom shit, it made me remind myself about again. I'm sure many of us have heard it. God was bored, so He made creation. Well, it
Yep.
was like, okay, well, part of the creation will have boredom in it, because it's
Yep.
from that essence of the creator, right? And it's a damn shame, man. And it gets back to that. God himself was suffering, whatever thing, whatever fuck, that's similar because we technically clearly have a makeup of that. And that's just as simple as it is. When people want to talk about whatever utopia or whatever, man, it's just people I don't know, man. Motherfuckers, they don't fucking think, what I'm saying? Because technically we're already in that, on a clear relative scale. You're gonna see that things are gonna want to be better. Humans are not satisfied. We're gonna be
Ever.
dissatisfied of things naturally. We're gonna want to fix things and da da da, because life is that. Everything that we do is technically, when you really brass tacks it, fixing an initial thing that you would rather not have happen. Everything. That's why we're fucking doing this talk. Or anything.
Yep.
What I'm saying? Like I literally just mentioned earlier before, a fucking baby. Baby just can't fucking exist. That's why we have to nurture them and do all this other shit. So people are just lying, man. Lying. And so this is like how you mentioned initially a bit before with Joe Rogan, when people are like, oh yeah, I would do this shit again. This is why I kind of try to show my face a little bit and blah blah blah. Like, I'm okay. This life and everything. I have people in my life, da 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 da. Relatively, I'm okay. But we need those type of people, not this whole. This is why this whole anti-natalist, whatever, ethicist. It's like, oh, you must be just going through so much shit. And it's like, first off, this talk is obviously more than that, right? It's fucking more than
Correct.
that. And so for people like the Joe Rogans of the world, they're fucking it up. Because for the people that are actually, of a higher prestige, we need the true fucking spirits to be like, fuck this shit. Because people look up to that. That's why I posted that Bob Marley fucking, song. Um, what was it? Real Situation? And that was his last fucking album. And when people look at Bob Marley, it's like, oh man, revolutionary. He has such a great spirit. Da 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 da. But what did he say before he got the fuck out of here? Fucking destroy this place, because
Yep.
any true spirit would come with that. Let me tell you guys, man. Growing up, and I could have mentioned this more from the past stream, but growing up, I was the nicest dude in every class. Da 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 da. It's like, oh, Uno makes us a great guy. I can get along with anybody. Da 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 da. But it's like, look at me now. Where am I now? I'm like, fuck this place. We don't need it. And I've always had that, but it's not. It hasn't. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you mentioned before. I was destined to now be in this spot, but So what I'm trying to highlight is motherfuckers like us, we might sound hardcore or whatever, but see
Edgy.
that's the thing though. That's the thing. Like it's just like when you look at certain like images and whatnot of certain occult stuff, and it's like, oh wow, it looks so dark and scary. Well, no, if you really look at what it really means, the light of it, it is the true beauty. You know what I mean? It's not this falsity of this false light of whatever beauty, imaginary, whatever shit that people know. Like, really, you can look at it as dark, but it's really the true light. Because what the fuck is any of this? You know what I mean? So I just wanted to highlight too. Again, growing up, everybody, radiating, man. Like I'm just trying to say, like, you should come to this, man. Because again, when you go and ask the question Shangael was just talking about, why? We've always said that shit in the essence. We always heard it as a kid. Kids always ask these fucking questions and the parents get fucking mad.
Yes.
Because you can't fucking answer it ultimately. Ultimately, you are ignorant. That's why this ignorance that we are all in is evil. You know what I mean? And that's why I can't. Again, I always say, I'm sorry, but I can't be around people, man. Because how can you be so fucking ignorant? That's why I'm like, man, I have so many homies and whatnot that I fuck with, and we hang out and all this shit. But whenever I bring this shit up, no one really wants to, really like tap in and be like, yo, Uno, what more can I know? Or put me on more than no one's about this shit. And I'm like, wow, man. Whether you want to call it NPCs or I don't know what it is, but it's crazy. It's crazy that like we're even here. But
the fact that we're here is legitimately insane.
Right.
The fact that we even exist. This is what, and again, asking those why questions will always take you to a higher why. When you ask one why, it leads you to another why, to another why, to another why. Because you say, well, why do I exist? My parents exist. Why do my parents exist? Their parents existed. And you can take that all the way back to humanity existing and nature existing and the earth existing and the cosmos existing. And whether you want to say it's natural or a simulation or an astral realm or whatever people want to consider this reality to be, asking those whys will eventually bring you up that ladder of existence to what we would call all consciousness, God, which brings you up to the next ladder of all existence, which brings you up to the next ladder of, well, why is there existence? And if everything in existence has an age, meaning it had a beginning, where did it begin? Why did it begin? How did it begin? And that brings you to potential, chaos, possibility, etc. The only way it could exist. And then you say, well, why is there even potential? And da-da-da-da. And to me, that's the only question I have that I'm stuck at. Why is there even possibility for existence?
Right.
And
Keep going. That's what I'm saying. That's why I fuck with you, man. Like, keep going. That's why people go to God. Well, who created the God? Keep going up. And like you said, the very fucking potential for any of this. Where the fuck? That's why I fuck with you, Shangael, because you really are probing. It's like, what the? I just appreciate people like you, man, because I don't see that around my proximity of things. And yeah, man, how the fuck, man? Keep going.
And when you get to that question, why is there even possibility? I've got to the point where I just accept it. I don't think that's answerable. Why, within so-called nothingness, is there even a potential for somethingness? I don't know. I just know that there is, and I know that if there wasn't, there'd be nothing. Because it brings you to the ultimate question of why is there something rather than nothing? And the answer is possibility, because it can be. Simply because it can be, it is. Well, why can't it be? No fucking clue. No idea why possibility for anything even is. Yet it is, or it wouldn't be. If this was impossible, it wouldn't exist. It exists, therefore it's possible. Why is it possible? Don't know. But I do know one thing. If I was able to get rid of that possibility, it couldn't exist. So that's where I end up, and that's where I'm at. And that's the highest why I could get to. Most people don't ask why about the basic shit in humanity. They don't ask why about basic shit in society. They don't ask why about the most simplest shit they could possibly ask why about. So I understand why it's so hard for people to get to the level of why is there a God, and why when people think about God, why they stop right there, because they don't even want to think of anything beyond that. But if you keep going, you end up realizing that there is no inherent meaning to anything. This shit exists simply because it can. That's it. That's the ultimate answer to why. Because it can.
Right.
If that's the only reason shit exists is simply because it can, is that a good enough reason for it to exist? Not to me. Maybe to others, sure. Everybody has their own opinion on that. But not to me. So my goal would be to get rid of even that possibility, if that's at all possible. It might not be possible. I might never, no matter, even if I go for eternity, I might never be able to figure out a way to get rid of possibility, to end the chaos in the void. But
we're gonna do
if I
what
don't
we
like what
can. We're gonna,
is,
just like this can happen, the other side of it's gonna happen, like this whole talk, you know, with the entropy and shit. So thank God, you know, that this is, you know, not everlasting and whatnot, because that's a quote unquote blessing or whatever the fuck. You know, real quick here, my boy Viru, you gotta, because I've thought about this too. It's like, what the fuck could, it's not, you know, clearly the me that I know me to be in this third dimensional reality, but what part of whatever this is did in anything before? Because he said here, I feel like we did a heinous, he needs whatever the fuck, cosmic crime to be sentenced to serve time down here. But see, this is my thing, and I mentioned it, I believe, in the last stream too, to the you know, son or daughter, never had your welcome. This life, I see this life as a test. Because like you said, okay, sure, we did whatever, right? If you want to throw that, because we, whatever the fuck, we'll play with that theory here. Because I like the contemplation, Viru. This life is already criminality, right? We say it all the time, suffering and everything. So to impose that, you know what I'm saying? So it's a test. Why the fuck are you continuing doing any criminal shit? This is that right here. You know what I'm saying? So doing what we're doing is what, if you want to like plead the fifth and like try to be like, yo, I tried and some shit, you would be doing what we're doing, right? And regardless, this is what you should be talking about. You know, this is a true empathy, love, this is that. You know, I don't give a fuck whatever else, anyone else that's not talking about this type of shit. And that's why I try to tell people, if you know something more than me or Shangael, Mark, and, you know, Tisa, if you know more, let us know. This is where I've come to. You know, I try to be authentic in this shit and everything. This is where I've looked. This is what I do when I'm on my downtime. I love just learning more about this type of vibe. Anything else, it's cool. It's cool. I have friends and whatnot. We do our thing, whatever. But this, at the end of the day, is where my head comes back, and I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? So yeah, man, I feel you, because this is a good contemplation in a sense. It's like, what could have, whatever. It doesn't even get to know their source. So like how Shangael was saying, even the possibility of any past whatever crime or whatever, because that's, but kind of going lower into this point here of, oh, you know, people get into past lives or whatever the fuck. Again, this life is criminality. The very fact that we eat, we're taking the life form of other, or the energies of other life forms. You know, I mean, what the fuck, man? I mean, I eat meat. I always say this. I eat meat. Okay. But like, what the fuck,
I just did.
man? Like, what the fuck, man? We have to kill other things. That's what worse? What worse? What the fuck, man? I'm sorry. We do, it's just normal now. Oh yeah, you know, we gotta eat. You know, just like from before, Against Life with her mom or whatever. Yeah, people die. Like, no. So you're supposed to, again, this is just my way, I guess, of being sane or whatever. But it's like, yo, you're supposed to be like, yo, fuck this shit. This isn't supposed to happen. So right now, while you're in the crime, don't do it. And then from there, maybe you're not gonna then do the time again or whatever. People want to fucking do fantastical notions in their head, but yeah. Oh wow, because of Real One. I haven't talked to her in a minute.
Hold on, let me touch on that first. Let me touch on that first.
Please.
Never mind.
When it comes to us committing a heinous crime to be here, I would have to ask a few questions. What was the crime? Why is it heinous? And who sentenced us? And based on the way that I am, if I was somewhere before this, in a more primordial essence, my guess would be I tried to destroy all this. My guess would be I didn't want none of this shit to exist. My guess would be I was this way there.
Oh,
so they put me here.
Boy,
and now I'm still this way here. And when I get back there, I'm going to fucking destroy them. Or I'm going to try my hardest, and they're going to whoop my ass and put me back here. But we can keep doing this until the end, because I'm never going to capitulate to this shit existing. On top of that, what gives them the right to sentence me any more than gives me the right to destroy them? You guys, like, it's just a battle of wills. They want this to continue. I don't want this to continue. They consider it a crime for me to try to destroy it. I consider it a crime for them to try to keep it going. Like, that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, so maybe we did commit some crime somewhere else, and that's why we're placed here to suffer this sentence. But whether that's true or not, the ultimate question is still the ultimate question. The ultimate answer is still the ultimate answer. Even that could only happen because that exists and this exists, and that only exists because of eventually potentiality, possibility, because it can.
Right.
You know, like we end up in the
It's still
same
not getting
place
to
no matter
your
what.
what you were initially talking about. Everything we're currently talking about is a downstream subset. It's not getting to the source, right? It's
Correct.
we're talking about it, right? It's a good concept, whatever, but it's not the true, you know, as far up as we can go. Why? It's like a after this happened, and now we did some very
Yes.
heinous crime, and now we're here. But to your point, there's clearly levels, right? And so from another, you know, with the levels too, it's technically more in than like up or down. It's more like internal, external type shit. But I said that to say, and I'm sorry to keep cutting you off because there's so much shit that you've been talking
By
about.
all
But just
means,
real
do your thing.
appreciate you, man. But I wanted to just mention that, like, yeah, just like there could have been some other level from more or whatever than this. Like you said, we're the same shit. We're not like, this is who we are, you know what I mean? And yeah, so we've been doing this thing wherever the fuck we were before. And yeah, just like we know this fucking whatever energy is fucking controlling this is evil, right? But demiurge and whatever shit that people want to say. And so yeah, there's other levels of that similar evilness in a sense. And so yeah, maybe they fucking, because this is the whole when people say, oh, you know, don't go to the light or whatnot. People astral travel so that they can, like, once they die, know how to get the fuck out of here and some shit. So yeah, I mean, whatever. And like you said, if we want to play with these hypotheticals, at the end of the day, when you ask questions and everything, it's just like it's not gonna make sense. But it is fun to contemplate. But ultimately, just go to nothingness. That's why I always just say meditate. When you meditate, you don't think of fucking anything, because all this other shit is cool for a certain level. But at the end of the day, it's like you shouldn't need to have to study things and da 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 da. It's like once you come to a certain level, you kind of then reverse that nature and everything. And with reversing this nature that we're in, of course, with that you're not procreating, but with that you're not really gathering more knowledge, information. Like at a certain point, it's like this is what it is, and we're just gonna do what we can within it.
Facts. At a certain point, you just got to accept that it is what it is, and what are you going to do about it? If the answer is nothing, then hey, go along to get along. Just do you as a human. If the answer is something, well, then you got to start thinking what can be done about it. And this is why people end up at places like antinatalism, human extinctionism, pro-mortalism. This is why people think of things like ethylism. This is how people become anti-cosmic, voidist, etc. Let alone any other lesser philosophies that are just based on being, you know, trying to manifest your best life or whatever the fuck. Like, people do these things as answers to questions they themselves are asking. Why am I poor? Well, I don't like being poor. I found out all these reasons about the economics and monetary system and all these things and what position I was born in and all this other stuff. You know, part of life is luck and yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And then you have to think, okay, now that I understand why I'm poor, what am I going to do about it? Well, that depends on what you think about it. Do you want to get rich in it, or do you think that it shouldn't exist to begin with? When you learn about the economic system, do you just want a better placement in it, or do you say that shouldn't exist to begin with? Because based on which way you go is dependent on what you're going to do. If you say, I'm just going to get rich in it, then you're going to go take those paths and at least try to get rich. You're probably going to fail because most people never get there, but who knows? Maybe you will. If you think it shouldn't exist, then you're going to go in a complete other direction. But you might even merge the two. Well, it shouldn't exist, but maybe if I get rich, I can do some things with that money to maybe help the economy no longer exist. Like whatever path you're going to take is what you're going to take based upon the answers you get, based on the problems that you have, based on the questions you're asking. So the real question is, what questions are you asking and what level do they go to? Because what you see as problems is generally going to be based on the levels of questions you're asking. I see existence as a problem based on the levels of questions that I'm asking. So my solutions to it are going to be based on getting rid of existence. It's not going to be based on living my best life. Like, because to me, there's no such thing. I don't care if I lived the best life I possibly could. Existence is still a problem. So the solution is not to live my best life. That's not my solution, because that's not what I see as the problem based on the questions I'm asking. It's all about what questions are you asking. And a lot of people stop asking questions beyond a certain point that makes them comfortable. So they'll come to a conclusion that comes to a solution that they're comfortable with. This is why I be getting on antinatalists a lot. I agree with them by all means. Don't have children. I had a child. It was a mistake. I love the kid. I'm not blaming him as the mistake. I'm the one who made the mistake and forced him into this fucked up reality that he now has to endure. And even though I didn't fully recognize that before having the kid, I knew before having my child, I didn't want to have a child. But that was based on my own selfishness. I just didn't want to be a father. I didn't want to have to deal with any of those responsibilities. Once you have the kid and you see the kid go through certain hardships or anything along those lines, you see them having to be confused with things going on here. I would hope for most people, I know it doesn't happen for most people because they just don't ask these questions, but I would hope for most people who ask questions would eventually get to the point of, damn, I made a mistake bringing this child here because now they got to go through the same shit that I go through. And they might even have to go through worse shit depending on how the economy goes. Like if you're in an older generation, if you're a boomer who had a certain economy, a certain tier of existence here, everyone beneath you is going to have a worse one. And if you're the next generation, Gen X, if you're the next generation, millennials, next generation, Gen Z, next generation, Gen Alpha, it just keeps getting more fucked up. So it's like, what questions are we really asking about this existence that we're currently contained within? Most people don't ask more than a few questions that bring them to a few solutions that aren't really going to solve the problem. It might make them feel better, especially about themselves. Like if you're not having a kid, good for you, wonderful, excellent, you shouldn't. But that's not going to solve the problem of kids in general, let alone existence at any higher level. Even if we got rid of all of humanity, which we should, in my personal opinion, because I see humanity as a problem, that doesn't solve the problem of all existence. Especially if you believe we are in a universe where there's trillions of possible planets with life and intelligent life, and let alone anything beyond the universe. Let alone if you think this is just a simulation in another universe, it's like, which brings the question even higher, makes it even worse. So I feel like a lot of people don't ask enough questions. They don't ask why enough. And when they don't ask why enough, they don't bring themselves to who, what, when, where, and how, which will then bring them to other questions and other problems that have other solutions. The more you ask why, the bigger the solutions become. And the bigger the solutions become, the crazier they sound. Because when you're thinking bigger, it starts to encompass more things. If you're thinking about a personal problem in your personal life, whether you're capable of solving it or not, that solution is going to be personal. It's going to be small. It's going to be in your bubble of you. The bigger the problem you see, if you look at the monetary system as a problem, now the problem is extended to the scale of the entire monetary system and anyone and everyone who's affected by it. You bring it up to anything in society, civilization as a whole, humanity, nature, Earth, like pro-mortalists see all sentient life as a problem. Marcus made a video, consciousness itself is the problem. If you think consciousness as a whole is the problem because without consciousness there is no suffering, meaning consciousness equals suffering, well then the solution would be to get rid of consciousness, because as long as it exists there will be suffering. But by getting rid of consciousness, that means you're also getting rid of all individuated consciousnesses that are within it, which means everyone has to die, which is to some people insane.
And like
and
we
to
mentioned
other
always
people,
before,
no, that's
you gotta
logic,
get rid
bro.
of the possibility, right?
And that's even further, because even if you get rid of consciousness, existence is still a thing, which means consciousness can come back into existence. So then you got to get rid of existence. But if you get rid of existence, well, why did existence exist in the first place? Because it was possible to exist. So now you got to get rid of the possibility for it to exist so it never comes back into existence. And you just keep stepping that question further, and the solutions become bigger, and they sound crazier to people who think smaller.
And that's all it is. That's all it is. I swear to God. When I see anybody come from whatever opposing viewpoint, like you said, it's just asking questions. Just like I mentioned before, I said, shout out to Beer Root, whatever things people have mentioned. There's so much in the comments that we can eat off of and make, additional points on. But like when someone has a point, it's like, okay, like you said, ask a question. Well, what the fuck, It's not going to make sense, because from there, they're going to have to answer, right? If you have any fucking point, then you should technically have then an answer then to any then thing that could come your way. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't come with any of these whatever things people say, different realities or what, because I can't quantify that. You know what I mean? I know at bottom what the fuck's going on here. We know that. And I don't want none of that shit to nobody. This is, again, all love. You know what I mean? Yeah, people have their own whatever. Again, like you mentioned, within their bubble of things. Yeah, people have their good whatever, but like ultimately, the bigger picture, we know this is fucked up. So we should find whatever
Yes.
ways that we can to come from this angle of things and further just again radiate this shit out because again it does more just talking this shit, putting this shit out there, like you said, magic, like I'm just knowing consciously a certain subset. It does more than what we can fucking just say or whatever. It's way fucking bigger than that. And so yeah, people are just not as in that realm of thought or insight or whatever. And so that's where the whole whether miscommunication, misunderstanding, or lack of agreeing or whatever, because again, everything that we're saying is already happening. We're just coming to the point of how can we make sure none of this happens again? Oh
Yes.
man,
That's
it's
what
a
I'm
Yes.
hell
saying.
of a
Because
contemplation.
oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Wait, what,
Hmm?
who was that?
You was
And
about to
yeah, I
say
didn't.
something, Vayzan?
Yeah, before whoever that was, real quick, shout out to my boy here. We got Zanu in the flesh. He's also in that one Discord, so that's how he got the link here. Was that you, Zanu? Who was that?
That was
Yes, that was me. Yeah.
Gaze. That was Gazing that said that.
How are you
Gazing.
doing, Zanu?
All right, let us start off here. So, like, why do we exist? Like, that is the real big question. Like, we just randomly came out of nowhere. Like, one day we did not exist, and then another day, all of a sudden, we started to exist here. Like, how did that be possible? How what?
Just like
Chaos.
we've
It
been
is just
talking about. It's just because
like,
there's the possibility of it. Because
right?
for us within our third dimensional reality, you know what I mean? Like at that point, it comes down to our parents within that proximity of things. But
Indeed.
in terms, what was that?
Oh, I wanted to continue. It is just like how, like, one day, like, this universe also did not exist. Like, one day there was just voids, abyss, just nothing. And then one day this universe did come to exist. And then after that, all things within it also came to be like a million random items just randomly fused out of nowhere. And now there's started to be a bunch of potential things being actualized, like planets, stars, black holes, solar systems, stars, whatever. And then one day, an organic life as well. And then we came to be here as well. And now here we are. And now this is the main thing that I wanted to get into. Like, why does nature exist as well? And like, why does how things work? I wanted to be supposed to be like, look at how this universe is evil, how it started off as evil and produces more evil, and how everything here is all evil and things are being forced to be evil. Like everything here, it's one another. Everything was tear each other apart, and so on and so on. Like look at how plants be sentient as well. Even plants are experiencing this. Like
Yes.
you see how animals are eating like plants and stuff, and then those plants are releasing chemicals of
Fighting
poison
off.
and toxic air and
Yeah.
stuff just to attempt to kill those animals and try to get them to stop eating them and shit like that. And consider how everything here is suffering and must cause suffering in one way or another. And like just by existing, like you suffer, and at the same time, you must also cause suffering in one way or another. Like
Yes.
imagine being a zebra, and then there is a lion, and that lion is chasing you, trying to attack you and eat you to death, and so on. And like, if you must, as a zebra, if you must lessen your suffering that way, like, you must run away from that lion and like get it to starve it to death, or just to lessen your suffering like that and increase the lion's suffering. And it's like there's no such thing as morals over here, okay? Like everything he like there's no angelic shit, no kumbaya shit, no nothing. Like everything here is evil. Like we must stop talking about how we be virtuous beings, second coming of Christ, Jesus, how we are not all evil. Like we are all evil. Like how many animals have we eaten so far? Like do you just sit at that table and you just eat that meat and steak, talking about how it is so delicious. But at the same time, in order for that shit to have happened, like that animal had to be slaughtered. And even though you might talk about how, oh, you did not kill that animal, but you still ate that damn shit anyways. Like you must eat another thing just to like survive. Not to also mention how like organic beings, sentient beings, they be evil as well, and they do evil shit against you every damn day, and you must evil shit against them back just to get them to stop tyrannizing your ass. Like that is how existence works. Evil fighting evil, fire fighting fire, all of that shit. And if that must all end one day, no more things eating things, no more wills being imposed on one another, no more bitch ass humans fighting each other over stupid ass shit. All of that, like at some point, like it must all be destroyed, and like one go, like the heat depth of this universe must rise up to this point so much that everything must be destroyed so that there could be no more of this auto shit and this temporary chaos shit all back into the void just so that we can no longer worry about this nature nonsense, decay, what stuff, etc.
Yeah, man. You want to go off of that, Shangael, real quick? You can go and I can feed off.
Yeah, I mean, everything he just said was fire. By the way, everybody in the chat, tell Vayzan to start his own channel because I peer pressure him every day to do so.
I know, right?
Peer
Let
pressure,
me say
peer
that real
pressure,
quick.
peer
My
pressure.
boy, Vayzan, you had a lot to get off right there, boy. Yeah, man, you got it. Like real quick before you keep going and Shangael. Yeah, man. I was like, I'm gonna just let you keep talking because yeah, bro. Like you gotta, yeah, man. You got a lot to say clearly. Get that shit off, not just within your own self. Other people can radiate and gravitate towards you, bro. Like, please be sure you're doing something with that because there's clearly a lot of energy you got right there. Be sure you're not just keeping it within your own self there, bro. But go ahead, Shangael.
Facts. Make that channel, boy. But what he was saying to nature, and there was a comment down here from Forful Blaze that said the Bible explains how nature became evil. It wasn't always like this. I say no, it was always like this. I have no idea. It's close to the bottom. It's like the third from the bottom. Okay. So it's one of the newest comments. There you go. But like the way I look at it is this: nature is nature, and it's been trash from the very beginning. As Vayzan was saying, if you're a zebra and a lion's trying to eat you, that lion's trying to make you suffer because it's not trying to suffer. It doesn't want to starve. It needs to eat, and it needs to keep its strength up so it can fight off other lions, like let alone all the other predators like hyenas and whatever the fuck else is there. But if you're the zebra, you're gonna try and make that lion suffer. You go by trying to make it starve to death because you don't want to suffer by getting eaten. So you're gonna run the fuck away. And if it gets close enough, you're gonna try and kick it in the face so you can escape and you don't suffer. And in doing so, it will suffer. When it comes to the Bible, saying nature wasn't always like this, I go, okay, make that make real sense. How do you have a lion that doesn't eat meat? A lion is a carnivore. If it doesn't eat meat, that's not a lion. That's something else entirely. So if those animals existed and Adam named them all, so this is like the fantasy of it. This is when they try to blame us for everything. Well, no, the only reason nature's like that is because humans committed the first sin. No, God committed the first sin by creating the humans that would sin, knowing that they would sin.
Right.
If this God created these beings knowing they were going to be this way, and if we're supposedly based on God, we're made in the image of God, then we are like God. So yeah. God committed the first sin. God's existence is a sin. Like, especially if we're talking about the God of that Bible specifically, like Yahweh. Like, the whole story of Yahweh. Yahweh's trash from the jump. But if we go with the modern Christian belief that this being is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, etc., then it knew this was all going to happen, meaning it created it for it to happen. It scripted it into existence. It guaranteed it. It never had to be, but it made it, so now it is. Like, nature is simply nature. Things must eat things because everything is an exchange of energy. You can't define anything that has energy that doesn't require energy. Therefore, if it has energy and requires energy, it must feed in some form or fashion. This is why, like, when people say, oh, I want to go be a spirit in the spirit realm and not eat or drink. I go, you might not eat or drink in a human sense, but I guarantee you as a spirit, you will still eat or drink in a spiritual sense.
There's a hunger at
still
bottom
an energy
going on.
being.
Some existence, there's hunger. Whatever hunger it is, to your point, there's a hunger.
Existence is need and want. If there is no need nor want, there is no existence because there's nothing to do without need or want. Damn. Period. Even God would need or want, or God would do nothing. Like, meaning if God created this, any version of God, let alone the biblical one, If God created this, God either needed this or wanted this, which means God has needs and wants, which means God can suffer too.
Mm.
And there's no two ways around that. So when Vayzan's speaking of nature and how everything here works, it works the way it's supposed to work. It's not broken. It's not working incorrectly. It's working exactly as designed, whether naturally, cosmologically, created by God, as a simulation, whatever the fuck you want to say this reality is. When you look at the physical laws and the natural laws, this shit's operating how it's supposed to operate. It's simply trash. Like, that just is what that is. Like, there's no two fucking ways around it. I just ate hot dogs upstairs. I just ate a pig. Did I kill that pig? No, but that pig died so I could eat it. So by proxy, I did kill the pig. It's all we're doing when we go to the store is just pushing the hunting or the farming off to someone else. We're still killing the animal. You know, so like whether you did it or not, you still did it because you ate it. You ate that thing's flesh, which means that thing still had to die for you to do that. It doesn't matter if you went out there and hunted the pig yourself or raised the pig and then slaughtered it. The pig was either hunted or raised and slaughtered for your benefit.
Damn.
And the only reason you need that benefit is because you get hungry. And if you're too hungry, you suffer. That's just how reality works. That's how existence works. It doesn't matter where you are in existence. I don't care if you're God. God still needs or wants something, or God would do nothing. And if God did nothing, nothing else would exist based upon God. Yet here we are. So like, that is what that is.
And just remember that your God does not give a shit about you. Like, if this God really loves you so much, like, why is this God allowing all the genocides, all the wars, all the famine, all the rape, all the torture, all the suicides, every one of that shit, while sitting down there and eating popcorn? Like, it is really simple. Either because it does not exist, or they just simply do not give a shit about you. Like, they just get this random reality hell just to eat its popcorn on. And why did this God supposedly create us to begin with? Like you said, like it needs us to worship it, kiss its feet, kiss its ass. Like it is being slaves to our praise.
Oh god. Yeah, we definitely kissing that ass. Shit. That's why we're teasing you mentioned all that gay shit. This is gay as hell. This is a true perversion. I'm telling you, man. These parents and everything, man, the people that are promoting this shit, perverted as hell. People want to tell, like, we have an inversion to this whole reality. That's why we're like, fuck all this shit, da 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 da. But to promote it is perversion, man. This is gross. All this shit is gross, man. The very fact that we have to eat some other fucking carnal flesh. What the fuck? Are you kidding? Again, as a concept, we are no better. Shangael just mentioned he had a hot dog. I fucking had chicken earlier today. Like, listen, we're just understanding the mentality of this shit, you know. And this is again fucked up, man. You know, my boy Tadara, shout out. You know, I've tried it too. You know, any one of us, I'm sure, has that inkling of like, yeah, let me not try to fucking be in this shit in the sense of, you know, in the case of fucking promoting carnality with, you know, eating meat and shit. But it's hard because this fucking shit that we're in, this flesh body shoot, and you know, it needs this shit in a clear sense. It's like if you really are trying to do that for many of us, you need to fucking get out of civilization. You need to go to fucking wherever else and get out of this fucking energy of lack thereof of things, because this is not compatible, you know, if you're really trying to still work within this fucking society. That's why I feel you though,
Facts.
to Darius and anyone that has tried, because yeah, we've all been there to a certain degree, but it's just not the way these things go down here. It just goes back to that evilness and everything that we've been trying to talk about. And again, this is all love, man. I just always want to mention this is all love, man. So when I see people want to promote this shit, that is some false love shit, man. That is some crime, man. That's why again I come back to, I really do think, man, this shit is, even for my own mind, this is a test, man. It's like, man, are you really down for this shit? Are you really gonna be like, oh yeah, this is okay, and I'm gonna just continue to, you know, do the process of nature all the way with putting another person of my lineage down here? Like, no, man. And so just taking that far back the other way that you can go, because this is all a spiral. You know, your spirit, think about it, the prefix, right? Spiral. So which way are you going? right? My boy Shangael here has mentioned the term negative entropy, and then you got entropy, which is this whole talk is about, right? So you pick a side, what side you want, and so I know what side. And so anti-natalism is clearly promoting, you know, entropy, right? You're trying to abstain, and so that clearly you have the mentality of fuck this shit, technically destroy. Because technically with this whole ephilism talk, how I see it, it's like we're all our own like universe in a sense. Like there's all these different bodies, and of course we have our own body. So when you die, technically that's kind of you doing your own effortless shit in my eyes. I know that's clearly not in a certain law. I get it, but like that's that. It's a similar essence with anti-natalism. You're just like fuck this, destroy this. It shouldn't happen. Da 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 da. So with this entropy talk, it's just again saying because we're clearly in something right now, and so it's like okay, well, what can we do about it? And yes, of course, with that, don't do nothing in a sense. Don't put somebody to have to do something about what the fuck something shit here. But it's like, what more can we do? You know what I mean? And so I mentioned before, and this was from Shangael. You know, it was not for me. I'm Shangael. Meditation on the annihilation. And that's technically already just meditation, because when you are meditating, you're closing your eyes. You're saying, fuck this. When you meditate, technically, yes, there's benefits with your everyday life. Yes, because that's the true source, that whole nothingness, that's the potent source. And so when you focus your energy more on that, it actually will directly help you here too. It's crazy.
You're
how
tapping
this
into the
works.
chaos.
Exactly, tapping into the chaos. And so I've been heavy with that. I thank you, Shanghai, for that recommendation, because meditation, yeah, I've always used it, but like that intention, I'm like, damn. And so I definitely, with part of this talk, just further getting into whatever, but that alone, because I'm always like, at least again with the whole what can we do, at least at bottom, you know, there's certain things like that that we can say, because you know, with this talk, and you know, with the prior one from Mark, you know, there's people that were like, oh, if you're not gonna kill anybody, then you just talking da 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 da. I'm like, yo, this is way more than that. That's why from before when we were talking about, like, you know, people just thinking so small. I mean, we've seen it last year, right? We know the news that happened. Like, listen, if people, whatever, people are gonna do what you feel compelled to do. But I come from a place of what can everybody do? What can I say? Okay, it doesn't matter who you are. This shouldn't be like, oh no. This is something that we can all. It's nothing fucking
Yes.
crazy, you know. And so when you can really hone in on that and then gravitate that out, oh my god. So that's where I'm about, because this is all love. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to like not make people fucking, you know, have to suffer. It's just, and it's not. And so that's why when you mentioned Joe Rogan, I fucking hate those type of people, man. Where it's like, oh, you know, I got it good, so fuck this all shit. No, I
Yes.
fuck with the people that do got it good, and they're still like, fuck this shit, because that's where you really should be. If you really have that true spirit, you should be still like, I don't give a fuck how good I got it, right? I don't give a fuck, whatever, man. And so, man, when I see those type of people, man, I just thank you for, you know, and any one of us here, man. It's not personal. This talk is not fucking personal, man. So I get really irritated about that.
They talk about empathy and compassion but then they'll say something like, oh, I love life, which is completely unempathetic and not compassionate at all, because you love your life. That's what you're really saying. Now compare your life to the kid in fucking the Congo who is digging up the minerals that goes into these phones that we're able to have these conversations on. Like, the reason why an American, even if you're a poor American, you still live better than like 99.9% of humans that have ever existed. And that's on the back of other humans that exist at the same time as you, let alone the humans who existed before you that allowed for that reality to even be. Like, your pleasure is still based on the suffering of someone or something else, period. Period. Like, I don't care what you name. I don't care if you're watching porn. I don't care if you're having a conversation on a phone like this. I don't care if you're playing a game, watching a show, going to the basketball court. If you were actually able to figure out who, what, when, where, why, and how that even exists, and why, who, what, when, where, why, and how you exist in the position you exist to even have that experience, you're going to find a whole heaping amount of suffering that even allows for that to occur. And that's just with people, let alone nature itself and everything that came before you. Like, just, I mentioned a basketball court. I like playing basketball. Well, that cement had to be laid on top of that ground, which murdered those ants and those insects. And like, when you really get down to it, humans call themselves compassionate and empathetic, but they don't even think about anything beyond themselves for the most part. And even when they do, they usually stop at some point. There's a point that they reach where they stop thinking beyond that. They don't just keep going. And I always say, just keep going, and you will see the domino effect that was actually required for you to even have that experience. And a lot of it is suffering in some form or fashion. Me personally, I'm going to be honest. I was saying this earlier to Sizzle. I'm a bad person. I'm not even the type of person who gives a fuck about the suffering. Because to me, the suffering is when I look at most people, it's the only fucking thing that teaches them reality. As long as they're feeling good, or if they have money, if they're in a good position, if their life is nice, they think like Joe Rogan. If Joe Rogan was to lose all his fucking money today, get into a car accident, lose a leg so he can no longer work out or kickbox or do all that shit that he does, you know, if something came out, like somebody blackmailed him, or so they got a video, he said he calls somebody a nigger or so, I don't fucking know, and all of a sudden he loses fame, and let's see how he would feel 10 years later. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, in his position, he's going to feel that way. And he's not going to give a fuck about the fact that there's a whole bunch of other people who have to suffer just for him to feel that way. But when people suffer, all of a sudden, they realize the reality of it. Whereas someone like you, Illicit, someone like Mark Moon Spilly, y'all actually give a fuck about other people suffering, which is why I call y'all great people. Like, y'all are good. Y'all really do want to end the suffering for all beings, right? Whereas me, I'm over here like, man, I hope they suffer fucking more just so they want to end it. Because when they don't fucking suffer, they want it to keep going. Which is insane, because they're not empathetic. They're not compassionate. If they were, their lack of suffering would still make them question, why am I not suffering? And what had to happen for me not to suffer? And they would realize the chain of suffering that was required for them to not suffer. So they're not even empathetic nor compassionate as long as they're not the ones suffering. Whereas other people have real hearts, like you just said. You're chilling, you're good, you're living better than most people on the planet, and you're still like, fuck this shit. Like, because you're actually compassionate, you're actually empathetic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and Zana, I'm muting you real quick. Just very subtle kind of feedback, and whenever you talk, Zana, you can just unmute. But it was just a very little, so I just muted you because of that. But whenever you want to talk, but keep going, Shangael.
So the way I see it is this. Again, it goes back to the questions people are asking. If Joe Rogan asked that question, he might not have that answer. But he doesn't ask that question, so he has that answer. And he clearly didn't have the question because in the conversation, he didn't bring it up at all. He just talked about how great and wonderful his life was, and being a commentator and training with UFC people and all the shit, being a comedian and fame and riches and popularity and all the stuff that he's, been through in his life, all the good things. He didn't even talk about the bad things that happened to him in his own life, like let alone any bad things that have to occur for him to live this way as an American, let alone as Joe Rogan. Like, people don't give a fuck. Like when you see the crowd, America first, and I'm not political. Fuck the left, fuck the right, fuck black, fuck white, fuck it all. I don't I don't fuck with none of this. I hate everything. But when you hear that term, America first, so everyone after you, you got no compassion. You have no empathy. You're a terrible person too. The difference is I'm willing to look that in the mirror and go, oh, I'm terrible. I just ate that pig. I'm horrible. I eat beings. Like, I'm on a phone right now that requires minerals from another country that this country is raping for its minerals. And it requires kids to go 2 miles under the fucking ground with no fucking equipment to dig shit out by hand. And they have cave-ins and those kids die all the fucking time and nobody gives a fuck. But I'm still using this phone. I'm a terrible fucking person. In my opinion, we pretty much all are, to one extent or another. I think some of us are worse than others based upon, our selfish desires for the outcomes that we want, let alone versus the compassionate reasons. But in some way, shape, or form, we're all fucking terrible, and nobody wants to look in the mirror and see that shit. People talk about the Archons put us here. We're trapped here because of the Archons. The Archons are terrible. But guess what? We're still terrible. like, we're just as terrible as they are. They're just as terrible as we are. They just won. That's the difference. They won. Because if you send me up there, I'm going to try to wipe them out. I will exterminate them. I will eradicate them. I will genocide their entire archonic species. You think they want that? No. So they put me here. Smart move. Smart fucking move. Like, here, I say we should end the government. We should destroy all forms of hierarchy, all forms of structured systems of control. You think the people who running this shit want that? No. You think the average citizen wants that? Probably not. As much as they complain about corruption and things like that, if you tell them, well, let's end it all. But that also comes with you probably not having electricity and your internet and all the good things that you do have right now. All the things that are benefits in your life as an American citizen are probably going to go away if we destroy that system. I don't want that. Because they're more focused on their own pleasure. And this is why when people think of their heaven, their pleasure realm, they say, oh, I just want to go somewhere where there's pure pleasure. And they don't even think, okay, if there's a realm you go to where you're in pleasure, what else is suffering somewhere else? They don't even care that like this will still exist. Things will still come into existence here and things will still suffer here. They just want to escape themselves. I just want to get out all on my own so I can escape to a pleasure realm and never be bothered again. But what about everything else in existence that's still suffering while you're in your pleasure realm? You're no different than any elite here sitting in their fucking high-rise tower having, 6 women, men, whatever they're into, pleasure them in their hot tub jacuzzi in their multi-billion-dollar fucking loft or on their billion-dollar yacht while kids are suffering all over the fucking planet. You're no different than anyone who's fine with their own level of pleasure as long as they're pleasured while everyone else is suffering. You're just going to ignore the suffering of everyone else while you sit in your heavenly realm of pure pleasure? Like, that's not compassionate. That's not empathetic. If you're really going to be compassionate and empathetic and think about heaven, you would think, how can I get everyone to heaven? How can I turn all of existence into heaven? Which was my first thought when I thought of all the suffering. And then I realized, oh shit, that's impossible. That can't happen. As long as there is existence, motherfuckers will be suffering en masse, even if I make it to some heaven. And even if I make it to some pleasure realm, if the rest of existence still exists and suffering still exists, some way, somehow, I could possibly be yanked out of that pleasure realm and put back into suffering. So even if I'm being selfish, I still can't guarantee my own permanent pleasure just by the fact that existence still is and suffering still is. Like, people aren't compassionate. They're not empathetic. Like, when they are, it's pretty clear because they don't give a fuck about their own level of pleasure. They care about everyone else's. And most beings, if not all beings, at least to a certain extent, really don't. To a certain extent, they might, especially when it's right in their face. Unless there's some sort of psychopath who enjoys the displeasure of others. The average being doesn't necessarily want someone else to suffer, but they don't really give a fuck about it either. Not really. Not deep down. Not to the point where they really ask why and how, and then take it upon themselves to do something about it, which is how I end up at Entropy, because I'm trying to do something about all of it, which is why I need a solution for all of it, not just for me, not just for the dude down the street, not just for the one kid in Africa who's digging out some fucking minerals, not just one kid in China who's putting these phones together in a slave fucking factory, but all things in all of existence itself. Well, it turns out the only way to get rid of suffering in all of existence is to get rid of all things that suffer and cause suffering, because as long as there is existence, there will be suffering. So you come to these conclusions, which comes to the solution of, well, it's all got to go, period. Because even though I'm not even coming to it from specifically a compassionate or empathetic position, I'm coming to it from what is perfection. Nothingness is perfection, because there is no suffering, there is no pleasure, there's nothing. Even coming to it from that perspective, it's still blatantly obvious to see if people were truly compassionate and truly empathetic, they'd want it to end too, because there's no other way for the suffering to end. Literally no other way. There's no other solution. Not a single
people
person
just get mad because like we don't got that, again, with the whole effortless shit, like the whole red button. People want some old quick shit. We're in this instant gratification world. So when we talk about this shit, something at essence we're all about. I don't give a fuck who you are. Whenever you're talking publicly, you are coming from a place of, when you hear the Joe Rogans or anybody in the fucking anything, they're coming from a level of, like you can relate to them. There's some positive, because this is a positive talk. The people that are here, they're appreciating what we're saying and hearing what they're hearing. But again, it comes back to this. Technically, I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. If you really do have that heart for other people, right? What you're talking about is not within your solipsistic self in a fucking bubble. It comes back to this, to your point. And so it's just like, again, when we talk about this, just like I had it from before, Mark, and it was like, again, most people are cool with it. It was just a couple people. It's just a couple. Okay, they're like, okay, like what? Well, you're not killing nobody. You're not. It's like, bro. This.
I'll speak to that after.
Go ahead. Go right now, bro. Go right now.
When they say that shit, oh, well, you're not murdering anyone. You're not killing anyone. And I go, hey, are you willing to do that? So, see, here's how I look at it, right? If we wipe out all of consciousness from the top to the bottom through entropy, guess what? You're killing everyone. If we do it through individuated, like if you literally pick up a knife and go kill every single human on Earth with your own bare hands, you're doing the same exact thing. You're just doing it from a lower level. That's going to take longer and be harder. Here's my thing, personally, and I speak only for me on this. This is what I always say. The goal is to learn, teach, preach, and promote any and all possible solutions to any and all possible problems. Then it is on you to enact any and all solutions to any and all problems that you are willing and capable to enact. Not everyone's a fucking murderer, bro. And I understand that. Like, people are like, oh, you're telling us to go kill everyone. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just giving you all the solutions to all the problems you cry about. If you think you have the heart to get out there and murder 8 people because you literally legitimately want to take them out of this existence, guess what? They're gonna call you a monster. They're gonna call you a serial killer. But if you're willing to do that and you're capable of that, by all means, do it. I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not here to tell you not to do that. But if you're not capable of that and you're not willing to do that, guess what? Anyone can think about it. Anyone can meditate on the end of all things. Anyone can get on this internet right here and talk about ending all things. Anyone can produce entropy in any way they can. I'm not telling everyone to go out there and murder everyone. If that's something you actually think you're capable of doing and are willing to do, by all means, do what thou wilt. All we're telling you is this. What is the answer to any problem? Entropy towards that problem. However you seek to carry out that entropy is how you seek to carry out that entropy. Some people will be like, well, I can't go out there and kill everyone. Okay, I bet you could sit down and meditate for 5 minutes. Like, you know what I'm saying? And other people will be like, oh, I'm strapping up right now. I'm about to go do a terrorist act. Good for you, brother. Like, I don't give a fuck what you do. If you think you can go into the astral and kill God, go into the astral and kill God. I don't care what you do.
Team, technically, you know, we just have our different MOs.
Different people, different ways of going about the same exact thing. Antinatalism is an excellent example. A lot of people think that antinatalism is purely voluntary. And I go, no. Antinatalism is being anti-natalism. That's it. You're anti-birth. That's all it means. Whether you believe that should be done voluntarily by choice is up to you. Whether you believe, nah, man, we got to find a way to sterilize all of humanity is also still antinatalism. The only difference is how you think the goal should be accomplished. If you are a human extinctionist and you think it should be voluntary, then you think that everyone should kill themselves. But if you are someone who's like, well, logically, that's just not going to work. Everyone's never going to agree to kill themselves. We have to kill everyone. That's still human extinctionism. Like, voluntaristic versus forced is the only difference in opinion. The solution remains the solution. How you get to the solution is based on what an individual is willing and capable of doing. And different individuals are willing and capable of doing different things. Which is why I'm always saying, I'm not here to tell y'all what to do. I'm here to tell y'all what y'all can do. What you choose to do is up to you. Like, it's not up to me.
I come from a place that whatever I'm doing, I'm gonna let you know. I want to speak clearly. So that when that came from Shangael, man, again, this is not me. I meditated, but not with this intention on the annihilation to create. So when I heard that from him, I'm like, damn, you know, that's something anybody can do. And there's more to this existence that meets than what meets the eye. You know what I mean? And so tapping into that unseen of rather non-things, I'm like, man, that's something I can tell to somebody. That's something that I can do. You know what I'm saying? Whatever else anyone is about, you know, we've seen it before. Whatever, you know, shooting. Listen, whatever, man. But I want to come from a place because, like Shangael said, man, I just like you mentioned before. Yeah, at the end of the day, yeah, like honestly, fuck everybody and Like, I do love anyone here. You know, I love people, but at the same time, like, because you promote this shit like the amendums. Like, if we promote this shit, well, I'm not technically saying it, but like in a sense, yo, if you get the worst of it, you're promoting it. So, you know, ditto to that. But man, no, bro, this shit is the same. I just get so mad when I get motherfuckers like come from another angle of things. Like, no, we're all. If you're at this point, if you're listening to any of us, and you're coming from any opposing viewpoint, really think about what the fuck you're just, again, with the individuality of things. You're caught up in that lower relativity. Like, just don't like what the fuck. This is way bigger than that, man. And so
everyone thinks so subjectively. They only think about their own personal level of morality. So their solutions can't go beyond their level of morality. I go, no, the solutions are still the solutions, whether you think they're moral, immoral. It doesn't matter how you feel about them. They're still logically correct. 1 + 1 = 2, no matter how you feel about it. The question is, how are you going to go about it? If you can only go about it in certain ways because doing anything else is just beyond your moral capability, then go about it in those ways. But don't talk shit about somebody who can go beyond your level of morals because they think bigger than you. Like people think like, do you think human life is precious? Do you think it should continue? If the answer is literally no to both of those questions, then shooting someone in the fucking brain honestly shouldn't bother you. Like, really sit with that for a minute. If you think this whole existence is trash, then destroying this existence, which would be destroying everything in it, all life in it would die, is what's required to get rid of the existence. You should be okay with that. If you're not okay with that, you need to sit back and really think on how trash you actually think it is. Do you actually truly believe it's trash? Or do you think it's more trash to get rid of it? If you think it's more trash to get rid of it, then you secretly want it to stay. And that's your prerogative. I'm not here to tell you how to feel about it. Just be real with yourself about how you feel about it. Don't lie to yourself and be like, man, this is trash. This should all go. And then somebody says, you know what? I'm going to go do my part. You brought up Addendum earlier, and I'm glad you did. Because Addendum, I've listened to him for years. He's got great things to say. Addendum, I have seen him so many. The reason why I even subscribed to him in the first place is the very first video I saw from him. He said something along the lines of, like, he doesn't have a gun or something, but if he had a gun, he'd go outside and just shoot 10 people. Like, he said something like that, and I was like,
now you retract.
If he's serious, he's really about that pro-mortalism shit that he's talking, because he was saying in that video how antinatalism is great, pro-mortalism is great, but relying on people to voluntarily go extinct is impossible. They'll never do it. You have to end, like, all things that have ever existed that have gone extinct by force in some form or fashion. None of them ever chose to go extinct. So if he had a gun or whatever, he'd go outside and shoot 10 pregnant women. He said some shit like that. And at the time, even though I thought it was a tad crazy, I was like, that's real. Like, he put that shit out there on the internet for everyone to hear. I'm gonna subscribe and see what else he's got to say. Then Guy Edward Barkus goes and blows up an IVF clinic, doesn't harm anyone, only kills himself, doesn't even harm the fucking embryos, shouts out Addendum because he's a big Addendum follower, and Addendum has talked about this for years, and the very next video Addendum makes is shitting on him, calling him crazy, this, that, and the other thing, all this other stuff. And I'm sitting here like, bro, I've watched you make video after video saying how everything needs to die. I've watched you make video after video saying how all these people giving children, all these people having children should be killed. I remember somebody put a compilation together because somebody was like, no, he never said that. And someone put a compilation together of every time he said it, and it was like 10 minutes long.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Of him just saying all these people need to die. We should be killing them. He said shit that makes some of the shit that I said sound real soft like.
For real.
But then as soon as Guy Edward Barkus blows up a building, not even people, like, he didn't even harm nobody but himself, didn't even kill the embryos in the building, in the in vitro fertilization clinic, and he wants to come out and shit on him. I go, see, and this is the problem with people. Because of your personal morality, your personal inability to carry out the solution that you know is a solution, you're going to come at somebody else's neck when they do. And I say, if that's the case, don't preach the solution, bro. Like, don't sit here and say everything needs to end if you're not willing to deal with the backlash of somebody taking that to the next level. You're a preacher. When preachers preach, that's why we're on here. We're preaching, whether we want to say that or not. We are fucking preaching. And people come here to listen to us preach. If one of those people hear what I'm saying right now and decides to go out there and do a fucking terrorist act, I'm not going to shit on them tomorrow. I'm not going to do it. I'm like, yeah, no, I said that. I absolutely said that. Did I carry it out? No. I didn't have the balls to. I didn't have the heart to. Maybe my morals won't let me physically do it, even though I know it's a solution. I'm not going to sit here and shit talk it as a solution. I might say, oh, I can't do that thing. Like I said the other day, if someone came to me and was like, hey, if you torture your son for the next 7 days and then murder him, everything will cease to exist. Fuck, I guess everything's going to continue existing because I can't bring myself to do that. even if it was the solution, and I know that it was the solution, it's not really. I'm just using this as an extreme metaphor. But like, if I knew that was the solution, I wouldn't be like, well, that's not the solution. No, it's still the solution. I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. You get what I'm saying? So if somebody else went out of their way to torture their kid for 7 days and then kill him to cease everything existing, I'm not going to sit there and shit talk them. I'm like, that person just had the ability to do that. Like, that's crazy. I can't do it. But the fact that they did it, we're now getting our outcome. If you want to destroy a government and you're not willing to blow up a building, but somebody else straps a bomb to their chest and they go blow up a government building, and then you're going to cry about it, do you really want to get rid of the government? Like, people don't see, like, you have to take yourself to these extremes to really understand what it is you actually want in reality versus what just sounds nice to say based upon your own personal suffering. This is why, and again, this is why I get on a lot of antinatalists, because they'll say, well, I'm just not going to have kids. And I go, that's good for you, but don't talk shit to anybody who's willing to go beyond that, because that will never solve the problem. It's great. You like, you know, it's like, I don't want you to have kids. That's wonderful. It's excellent. I completely agree with you. But that's not going to solve the problem of kids being born in general, let alone any problem beyond that. It's just not. So if somebody else is like, well, I'm going to sterilize all of humanity, don't be sitting there, oh, that's so evil and you're so immoral and you're so... Look, do you want people to have kids or not? Yes or no? There's only one way to get there. It'll never be voluntary. It's going to come through force. So when people say these things about, you know, oh, you're evil, telling people to go kill everyone. No. I'm just giving you all the solutions, and that is one of them. If you think you could kill everyone on Earth, that would be a solution to ending humanity. If your goal is human extinction, killing every human would reach that goal. If 100% of people agreed to be antinatalist, that would also reach that goal. But which one, if carried out, is more likely to actually get the job done? Well, antinatalism is highly unlikely. You're never going to get more than single-digit percentage humans to do that. It's just most people aren't that compassionate, that empathetic, nor that logical. So the person who's like, look, I have a way to kill everyone, they're actually going to get the goal accomplished. And even if they can't get it accomplished, they've got it more accomplished than you did just by killing 2 people.
Yeah, so let me,
which sounds terrible, but it's still
let me say some things real quick. So, you know, because we're talking, like you said, solutions, you know what I mean? And so, like anything, like we've been kind of mentioning for certain elements or examples thereof, clearly you can say they're part, but they're not, you know, whether you want to even say solutions or solution, you know, they're not, you know what I'm saying? Like anything that we kind of been talking about within the physical sense, you can say like they're a catalyst, or like, you know, like it's promoting at least awareness to like, why would someone do that type energy? I can get that, but it's definitely like I come from, you know, from the other video solutions to the matter of, we're cogs. This is what I mean with the individuality of things. Like you said, I'm all about whatever the fuck people feel compelled to do. It's whatever, you know, you're doing it at the end of the day, you know, you're convicted, whatever that, but I come from the energy of this is more than us. Like this whole topic is more than us. So this whole thing of like, oh, you know, it's on me to end the world or all sentient life, any potentiality. It's really not. I mean, you can say that, sure, you know,
it's on entropy.
Right. Like it's within the system itself for it to collapse. You know what I mean? It's just, we're just trying to see, well, how quickly can we get to that end of things? And whatever that is, you know, we're all doing what we can within that we feel compelled to do. But yeah, from whatever those, again, I just come from the energy of this whole killing shit. Again, cool. But like, clearly, man, that's just the biggest thing. Is more than anything, it does bring the message out. You know what I mean? That's why people have those books and all that shit. Cool. And that's the issue with just humans in and of itself. They're ignorant. It takes a fucking person to be so compelled to that degree, and then in a certain sense, it makes people not want to even look at these type of fucking way of seeing things. But it's not, again, those type of things, again, whatever, people, whatever, go ahead, whatever. But it's clearly we're still here. You know, say things are still going on, you know? So like I mentioned, like we are cogs. We don't like to kind of maybe see it like that, but like we are clearly cogs on whatever side. Like there's, again, a spirit of things. You're either going one way or the other, and we know which way that we're about. And so, yeah, man, like this is more than us, man. Like I come from the energy of, you know, just do what you can, whatever that is, whatever. And so, but I come from energy, whatever I'm doing, I don't expect anyone not to, in a sense, do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the very least, embody this mentality, and already, like, motherfuckers should be already meditating. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, I come from, it's very light. Obviously, I get it. But I come from I expect nobody, you know what I mean, to come from any opposing, from anything that I say. You know what I mean? I come from that, like, very it's definitely a very compromised position, but I just want to, I come from an angle of, again, like, it shouldn't matter who the fuck you are, you should be about this type energy. With anything physical, that's where it gets more subjective and moral and all this shit, but
that's where they get stuck.
Go ahead.
I said, but that's where they get stuck. And this is why I even touched on that, is because people will get stuck on the whole killing everyone thing. And I laugh and I go, you're missing the point of the entropy. It's not about killing everyone. It's not even about any physical action you could take. Whatever physical action you want to take, that you're willing and able to take, that will add to the entropy, by all means, please do. I'm not here to tell you what to do and what not to do. The point is, entropy underlines the reality anyway. You don't even have to take those actions. You could sit down and think about it. Like, every single thought, every single word, and every single action is either entropic or negentropic to something. So whatever you want to cease existing, be entropic towards. Whatever you want to continue existing, be negentropic towards. It's that simple. When I bring up the killing and all that, I'm just bringing up the extreme examples on a physical scale, because people always want to bring it back down to that physical level of, well, what can I do physically, practically? You can get out there and start shooting politicians. Well, I don't want to do that. Well, then, you know, like, how about this? Can you meditate? Can you sit down on your butt for 5 minutes a day and just think about it? Like, what physical level are you willing to take it to? Because I have an answer for every single one of those levels. You know, not everybody's going to be a certain type of person who can carry out a certain level of physical entropy. And for those people, do something else. You know, it's like, it's not about sitting around arguing with somebody else's ability to do something else. It's about figuring out what yours is. Like, but people would rather sit there and complain about what they disagree with, or what they're unwilling to do, what they find immoral, as opposed to sit down and think, well, what can I do? What level can I take it to? What level am I willing to go to? And what level that is, do that. Do whatever that is. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a fucking serial killer, go be a fucking serial killer for the entropy. If you're a fucking loving, compassionate person who could never harm a fucking fly, a vegan for your entire life, does your best not to harm animals, etc., etc., sit down and meditate on this ending, just so nothing else has to suffer ever again. Like, who are you and what are you? Because to me, all humans have a certain level of evil in them. Even that vegan who loves everything, like, has harmed someone or something somewhere at some point, like, just by existing.
Boy, don't get me started.
You know, the question is, how deep are you willing to tap into that evil? If you're willing to fucking be as evil as possible, if you're willing to Thanos snap, please do. If you're not willing to Thanos snap, then do something else. Like, like, you know, like, what level of being are you when it comes to producing entropy to end this? Well, do that. That's why I always say, I'm not here to tell you what to do. But if people always try to do that as like a gotcha. They will bring it up to that question to try to make you say it. So then you go, look, he's evil. He said to kill everyone. And I'm like, look, bro, even if you're just meditating on it, just meditating on entropy destroying just this one world, guess what? Everything on this world would die if this world was destroyed, right? And if you meditated on that and that had anything, any inkling, even a pinprick percentage of producing the end of the world, you had a pinprick percentage of killing everyone anyway. The other person is just upping their percentage. Like, that's all they're doing. Our percentage might be 0.1% because we think about it every day. Somebody else might be like, I need a higher percentage than that. I'm going to go outside and shoot 30 people. And by all means, I'm not telling you to do that. But if that's who you are, if you can't be like, if you can't sit around and just meditate on it, if that's not enough for you, then what's next? If that's not enough for you, then what's next? If that's not enough for you, then what's next? People who want to overthrow the government, overthrow elites, overthrow elitism and all that other good stuff. You could meditate on that. You could preach and promote that. You could talk about that on the internet. But if that's not enough for you, pick a politician, my guy. Go get your Luigi Mangione on. Pick a CEO. Pick a shareholder. Pick a power elitist. Pick an elite family and try to go end their bloodline. Like, what level are you willing to take it to? If you're not willing to go out there and shoot a Rockefeller, Don't sit there and complain about the guy who is. Don't cry about Luigi Mangione shooting the CEO because you're not willing to shoot the CEO.
Yeah, definitely
You know,
how
it's
you
like-
said it. Like how you just said, just don't even say shit. Don't even
say.
Like,
just promote what you're willing to do.
Right. Exactly.
Promote your
Like,
level of
just
shit.
do you. Why are you exactly? I like how you said that. Like, why are you even making any expression? Like, just like you said, just do you. Like the fuck people are whatever the. But yeah, man. Like you said, what's up?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I just feel like that unseen, it goes back to like the source of things and how this is all a byproduct from that. So tapping into more of that, that's again the potent source of things. And it's just that whole magic shade, like there's just it's all elemental at the end of the day for how I see it. And whenever I see people go in that physical sense, that's cool because that's a certain, power in a sense, but it's just not the whatever you want to say, the repository source bank of things. And so that's why, again, I just shout out to you, Shangael, for that one recommendation, because that's something that I've shared on my channel and I've been clearly emphasizing more. Because again, everyone already should meditate already. We already do that in a certain sense. Like even like driving or some shit, you're technically in a meditative state. That's why you be forgetting when you be like, am I driving? Oh, I forgot. Fucking I was even on the road or some shit. It's just the intention, right? The intention goes into that visionary thing, and that is way above any third dimensional shit that we're doing. And that there's a power bank into that. And like you said, if people want more, it's not enough, then clearly, if you want to get down into that, physical brass tack of things, you don't need one of us to say those different examples or
exactly.
whatever.
Like you shouldn't even need us to touch on that.
It's
like,
crazy.
What do you want to do? Go do that. Like, why? Like, don't get it mad at me for suggesting it. Like, and that's the thing, because I'll tell people, bro, just meditate on it. That's not enough. Okay, do this. That's not okay. Do this. Oh, now you're evil. Well, then what do you want to do, bro? You give me a solution, any solution to any level of the problem.
Yeah, they're just
you know what I'm saying? Like,
they're just
ridiculous.
Thing. Like you said, they don't actually. There's some people that are just weird. They come to maybe, and again, majority of people they're cool with it. I'm just talking about literally a handful of people that I've seen relatively recently. Just weird energy. They're not. I don't know what. They're just wasting their time essentially. But
they just want to complain. They don't want solutions.
Yeah, they want to complain. They want to complain.
They complain about every level of the solution.
We're doing what we can. We're doing what we can. What we feel compelled to do. But is there anything outside of, because again, outside of that whole anti-natalist thing, that when I came to that, it was just so obvious. Like, why the fuck would I put it? Like, that was just like, obviously. And then the ephilism, it's just, from how I see it, it's just a concept. Like, conceptually, of course, there is no need to create need. Conceptually, I don't give a fuck who you are. You should understand that there's no need to create need, right? But then when you manage that meditation, that's like, okay, that's a clear example on top of all these other things. Before I make, because I'm gonna soon here put the link to the chat if anybody wants to come on, because I don't know if Use Your Own Mind is still here. I know there's a couple, maybe other people that wanted to come in and just mention other things. But if there's anything else, because again, I got what that was from you, so I'm going to you again. If there's anything else that you may feel compelled to publicly share, I wanted to give you that moment before I give this link out for other people to join on.
Okay, I think I got a few things. One, folks need to learn to stop wanting to complain and start wanting to find solutions to the things they're complaining about. Because I really do feel like one of the biggest problems with so-called truthers is that they're just looking for things to cry about. They're not looking for things to solve. They don't look for problems to solve them. They look for problems to cry about them. The entire point of asking who, what, when, where, why, and how is to know what to do about it and on what levels you're capable and willing to do those things about it. If the goal is, because for most people in this section of the internet, suffering seems to be the big deal. That seems to be the big problem, right? So if your goal is to end suffering, the question then becomes, on what level and to what degree? And then, based on what level and to what degree you want to end the suffering, well, what solutions are there that would actually bring about that outcome? And based on those solutions, what are you willing and able to do? What are you willing and able to carry out yourself? And what are you willing and able to learn, teach, preach, and promote for others to do? It's that simple. Like, that is really how, if you look at reality like that, all answers become fucking clear. You don't have to think really even beyond it, because it just becomes useless. All you're going to do is whine and complain. And that's what I notice a lot of people do in these comment sections, in these chats. Like they just want to find things to cry about. They never want to find something to solve. And they never want to find a way to solve what they cry about. When we talk about entropy, people don't really want to understand it. They just want to be like, well, we can't control entropy. And I go, then you don't understand entropy at all, because you are entropy, genius. You literally are the thing you're saying you can't affect. All things in existence are entropic and negentropic literally at all times, based upon what they're thinking, speaking, and doing, and how that affects anything and everything in existence. Because you are existence. You exist. All that exists is existence. Therefore, you literally are part of existence. Your entropy destroys you as existence. Your negentropy maintains you as existence. When we eat the flesh of another animal, we bring entropy to that animal, but we bring negentropy to the body. We keep the body going. If you stop eating today, how long do you think your body's going to last? So every time you eat, you're bringing yourself negentropy as a physical being. Every time you don't eat, you're bringing yourself entropy as a physical being. And everything you do eat, you're bringing entropy to. You are committing acts of entropy and negentropy literally at all times. Every thought you have is entropy or negentropy, literally at all times. Thinking about the universe continuing forever versus thinking about it ending as soon as fucking possible, if not right now, is having a negentropic thought versus an entropic thought, let alone meditating on that, let alone doing anything physically to carry that out, let alone promoting it, preaching it, teaching it, let alone learning more about it so you can understand it more and have an even better process of going about it. Like, people love to just whine and complain, so they do their damnedest not to understand extremely basic concepts.
Yes, again, all of
that are
it,
not
yeah.
hard to understand. Like, they're so fucking simple if you actually want to understand it. A lot of motherfuckers don't, because the moment they understand it, it's now on them to do something about it. So they don't want to understand it. They want to remain confused forever. And then they want to make up excuses. Oh, well, God is all powerful. The Yaldabaoth is all powerful. The Demiurge is all powerful. The Archons are all powerful. The simulation is all powerful. The architect is all powerful. There's nothing we could do about it.
Right.
Bullshit. The simple fact that it exists and you exist means entropy affects you both. Period. And if you are in its creation, the simple fact that it was created, even if it's a simulation, means it suffers from corruption, aka entropy. Period. There's no existence you could name that is literally perfect. If it was perfect, nothing would happen within it. The simple fact that things happen here means entropy and negentropy affect here and everything that is here, and they affect that which created it.
Oh, but listen.
Because if that which created it was perfect or infinite, this would have to be perfect and infinite. The fact that this suffers entropy and requires negentropy to continue means that which created it also suffers from entropy and requires negentropy to continue. If it didn't, it could not create anything. Like, people don't want to understand these basic understandings. Like, it's so fucking easy to get if you actually want to.
Exactly.
But they don't
and that's
want
why
to.
I have these that's why I had this YouTube video, and I'm making these streams and whatnot. I'm just further emphasizing these points that you're mentioning. I love the way that you put it, you know what I mean? Because that we're just embodying it. Literally, we are of that,
we are
entropy way of things. And we're just that now in this flesh of but we're emanating expressing that shit, you know what I mean? Of again, this is all what's already going down. You know what I mean? We're just trying to kind of further get to that acceleration of things or lack thereof. So it blows me when people then get into they look at us like gods or some shit. And hey, that's cool. I appreciate
which is
it.
weird to
They
me
feel like
because
we're
I'm
just
a
so
retard.
powerful, or we do have power, but like we're just doing whatever within the bondage of what we got. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, Shangael, for making it as clear as you can right there. For anyone that had any further requests of clarity of things, if there was anything
one more
else,
thing,
please.
One more thing, because I was talking to Sizzle about this like all week long. So I just want to make this very clear and very understandable, so people can understand this. Something from nothing. I think it's very important for people to understand that, because if they can understand how you get something from nothing, they can understand what chaos actually is, and then they can understand why entropy is the answer to all things that exist, and why chaos itself has to go if you want actual nothingness. So, step one, because a lot of people have this belief, which is ridiculous. Reality is not infinite, it is not eternal. Existence is not infinite, it is not eternal. The fact that it exists in the form that it does means it's not eternal. So, for example, if existence was infinite, you and I could never have this conversation, because our conversation has a beginning and an end. We had a scheduled day, which I was late to, was today at 6 p.m. my time. We started at 6:30 p.m. my time. I could never say those words. There could never be a my time. There could never be a time if reality was infinite, because every moment would be infinite. If it was infinite, existence would be one eternal moment. There would be nothing happening. It would be perfection. That's basically nothing itself anyway. Like, so when people think that reality is infinite, I laugh, because they don't understand what infinity even is. They don't understand what eternal actually means. It means perfection. You can't separate the two. And this clearly isn't perfect, because things decay within it. And if things decay anywhere in existence, then existence itself decays, because all of that is within existence. Therefore, it is existence. Therefore, existence is literally decaying. If you can have a single cell in your body decay, then your body can decay, because your body is made of cells. It's that simple. Like, existence is no different: as above, so below; as within, so without; as between, so around. So, since we have a birth, since we have age, since the universe itself has an age, that means there's a beginning to it. If there's a beginning to it, it is not eternal. It is not infinite. If things happen within it, if events occur, if time passes, if there's a yesterday, a today, and a tomorrow, it's not infinite. It's not eternal. And if it exists and it is part of existence, that means existence itself is not eternal. Meaning existence itself has an age. Existence, there was a time before existence. Let that sink in, everybody. Like, the universe has an age. Scientists today believe it's 14.5 billion years, whatever the fuck, right? They don't actually know exactly how old it is, but based on the fact that things happen here means there was a first thing that happened. In order for things to have a beginning and an end at all, there has to be a beginning to the domino effect that caused those things to have a beginning and end. Again, I exist because my parents exist. They exist because their parents exist, going back to humanity existing, going back to nature, going back to the earth, going back to the cosmos, going back to the birth of the universe, which means the universe had a beginning. It's not infinite, it's not eternal, which means there was a time before the universe. So, no matter how high you think existence goes, if you think that this universe is all there is, if you think it goes to a billion levels beyond this universe, there was still a first thing that came into existence that led to all other things that came into existence. When that first thing came into existence, it was the first thing to exist, meaning prior to its existence, there was nothing in existence. That's just a fact. People hate that, but it's an objective fact that they could never logically refute, because eternity and infinity is not a logical thought process. It's disproven just by us existing. Like, our existence disproves infinity, period, point blank, plain and simple. So if there was a time before existence, meaning there was literally nothing, and yet now there is something, why is that? The answer is chaos, possibility, potential. If there is no possibility for the universe, you could never have a universe. The fact that the universe exists means it's possible that it can exist. So there must still, even within that so-called nothing, be possibility. Because possibility is the only thing that can be classified as nothing, yet something. And the reason I say that is because we could take it down to a lower level. If you have possible children, potential children, you and a woman could have potential children. But do you have actual children? No. Your genes could come together to form a host of different children. Depending on when you have sex, the circumstances and all that stuff and how they mix, you could end up with a whole bunch of different possible children. But those possible children don't actually exist, but they are possible. In order for them to ever come into existence, they must be first possible to come into existence. Therefore, existence itself, anything existing, requires the possibility for it to exist before it even does exist. So the nothingness itself has a possibility to be somethingness. You're not really getting something from nothing. The something is nothing. It's a flip of a switch. It's a potential actualizing, a potential being realized, which is what these words mean. Like, people use these words, don't even know what they mean. Look up the word actualization. Everyone in the chat, everyone listening, Look up the word actualization. Look up the word realization. Look up the word actual. Look up the word real. Then look up the word chaos. Look up the word potential. Look up the word possibility. And understand what all those mean together. And then look up the word existence. Put those all together and you will understand existence is simply because it's possible to be. So if you actually want to get to a point where you can get rid of existence, you got to get rid of the possibility for existence. Because without that, this couldn't be anyway. And even if you get rid of this, as long as that exists, this will come back into existence in some form because it's still possible. Now, the reason why this brings us to entropy is because what that is known as, that possibility, that potential, is called chaos, because it's pure potential, it's purely random. There's no mind to it, there's no will to it. It's just all possibilities playing themselves out in complete randomization. Entropy is chaos rising within the ordered structure that is creation, which emerges from that chaos. So when you take the chaos, the potential, and you actualize it, you realize it, you make it real, you bring it into existence, you're literally containing chaos in a structured order, which creates a domino effect of other potentials. If the universe, let's just say the universe is all there is to make it simple. If you bring in the potential of the universe, and now the universe exists, that brings in the potential for stars and planets and nature and life, and then intelligent life, and then eventually humans and AI. Without the universe, none of that could exist within the universe. All those potentials are dominoes that were knocked over by the first domino, that is the universe coming into existence. So no matter how far back you want to push existence, you're just pushing it back one more domino until you reach a point where there's no dominoes before that. What comes before that is the chaos. Everything after that is that chaos being ordered and structured into what we call existence. So if you want to get rid of existence on any level, in any form, whether you're talking humans, all sentient life, the universe, all of existence as a whole, you must increase the entropy, which is already happening anyway. It happens automatically because chaos cannot be structured forever. The moment you leash the chaos is the moment it begins to build. Existence itself, let alone anything within existence, starts at its lowest point of entropy, and then that entropy builds over time. This is why things age and die. This is why you get a car off the factory line and it's at its lowest state of entropy. You start driving that car, shit, even if you just leave the car parked in the parking lot, over time it's going to rust and break down anyway without even being used, let alone if you're using it every day. And in order to decrease that entropy from time to time, you get a popped tire, you put a new tire on. You didn't decrease the entropy of the tire itself. And even if you do, you can only do that so many times. You could patch the tire. But you can only patch the tire so many times before you need a new tire. Because the entropy is going to destroy that tire. Everything in existence is going to be destroyed by entropy one way or another. The only question is, how long will it take? And how much will everything that exists help or hinder that process? So if you want anything to cease existing, let alone everything, the question you have to ask yourself is, how much are you helping or hindering the process of entropy from ceasing that which you cease to exist, that which you seek to cease existing, I should say? How much are you helping the entropy? And how much are you hindering it? How entropic or negentropic are you being towards anything you want to end existing? So if you don't like the government, how much of their laws and rules do you follow? What do you think, speak, and act in regards to the government? And how does that help or hinder them? Are your thoughts, words, and actions more negentropic or entropic for the government? When you get up every day, what do? Do you go to work? Do you pay bills? Do you pay taxes? Do you not do these things? Do you go protest? Do you preach and promote? Do you get on the internet and talk? Do you go out there and shoot CEOs like Luigi Mangione, or politicians or government officials? Like, no matter what level or tier you take it to, what are your thoughts, words, and actions leading to? What are they helping or hindering? And is that helping or hindering your end goal for those things? If everybody thinks that way, they realize it's far bigger than just themselves as an individual, and yet still on themselves as an individual. Like, it's not about you being capable of destroying the whole world by yourself. That's just a dumb thought. It's a stupid argument that people like to make. Oh, so I'm supposed to go out there and just kill everybody? No, dumbass. Like, you're supposed to think of yourself individually. What can you think, speak, and act that will be entropic or negentropic towards the things you want to be entropic or negentropic towards? Once you start thinking that way, you understand the underlying current of the domino effect of existence itself. You really start to understand cause and effect at a greater level. You understand that this conversation going into the minds of other people, especially if they were at a certain level where they didn't understand certain things, and now you're helping them understand those things, they can now go speak that themselves without you making this. Without you making this video, without us here speaking and those people hearing it, especially if they didn't understand this beforehand, they could never then take that within themselves and then go preach and promote it themselves, let alone carry out any actions that may help go to the end goal. Every single thing in existence is a domino to something else within existence, including ending existence. Every single thing within existence is either a negentropic or entropic domino to anything and everything else in existence. It's all interconnected. None of this shit is separated. I know people hate to hear the words "we are all one," but they don't really understand what that means. You're all one thing. Existence is one thing. It's not we all agree on everything and we all love each other and get along. No, obviously not. Everything in existence is eating each other. It's nature is one thing eating itself. It is an Ouroboros. A lion eating a zebra is still nature. The lion and the zebra are both nature. They are still one thing. They might be individuated aspects of nature, but ultimately they are nature. If you were to rid the world of nature, you'd be ridding the world of lions and zebras. Neither of them would survive that because they're both part of nature. So people need to understand what this whole "we are all one" thing means and understand how that actually means they are a cause that affects everything else, and they themselves are an effect based upon prior causes. Again, parents giving birth to you is a cause and an effect. And now you, being the effect that is in existence, are now a cause to other things in existence, including the possibility of ending existence. Understanding entropy, understanding chaos, understanding order, understanding existence goes beyond, allows you to go beyond the basic, simple, physical, individuated acts you could do as a human. You could still carry those things out because those things affect everything else. But if you understand what that really means, you understand why just sitting down and thinking about this on a daily basis is affecting it, let alone going anywhere beyond that, let alone learning anything about it, teaching anything about it, preaching anything about it, promoting anything about it, or carrying out any actual actions that have anything to do with it. And you realize that you're just one piece in that greater scope of things that is leading to the greatest end goal. All things in existence are leading to either existence continuing for as long as possible or ending faster. Like, it doesn't matter what you think, say, or do. Every single thing you think, say, or do is leading to one of those goals. You are either helping existence continue or you are helping it to end faster. And it's going to end anyway. Don't get me wrong, as long as the potential still exists, the potential will bring existence back in many different forms. And if it exists infinitely, which hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, because potential is the only thing that is nothing and nothing is infinite. So if it does exist forever as potential, we could end up right back here a nigh infinite universes from now, literally having this same exact conversation. We could have had this conversation a nigh infinite times and not even know it. The only way to guarantee that that never happens again is to get rid of that potential. But you have to realize that you are that potential before you could ever even contemplate getting rid of that potential. And if you realize that you and everything else that exists are nothing but potential actualized into existence, if you realize that, you then go, holy shit, I'm God. I am everything. I affect everything. Even as an individuated piece of that, I affect everything. But I am bigger than that individuated piece because I'm literally that thing. Like, if all of existence, if all that exists is existence, you are existence. You thinking about ending existence is literally existence itself thinking about ending itself. You are God thinking about suiciding. Because if you are thinking about killing God, You are God thinking about killing God. You're God's suicidal ideation.
Mm.
People don't recognize that. They only see themselves as these small individuated humans, and even as a small individuated human, don't recognize the level of potential they have to affect things. They think, oh, there's nothing we could do about anything, anywhere, ever. And I go, you saying that is doing something about all of that. It's doing the opposite of what you want it to do. The moment you say there's nothing we can do, you are helping solidify that into reality. The moment you say, actually, there's a lot of things we can do, even if you don't talk about what those things are, just by saying that, you are actualizing potentials of things that could be done.
Mm-hmm.
In order for things to be done, they first have to be thought, and then spoken, and then carried out. So if your first thought is there's nothing we can do, and your words are there's nothing we can do, guess what your actions are going to be? And guess what actions you're going to promote others to do? But if your thoughts are, nah, bro, there's things we can do, and then you preach and promote those things, guess what actions could be carried out based upon those things? You see what I'm saying? Like, people need to think bigger. Like, they think so small. It's mind-boggling, because I'm not no fucking genius. I just think. If I was a genius, I wouldn't have to think this goddamn hard. I wouldn't have to have so many fucking conversations. I wouldn't have to preach so much, because a lot of me preaching is also me figuring this shit out. I'm talking to myself too, and I'm talking it out loud to work it the fuck out. You know, having these thoughts in your own head as like a loop is one thing. Then being able to have a conversation where someone questions it in a way that you didn't question it allows you to come at the same thing from a different angle, and now you have a further fleshing out of that which you were thinking. If I was a genius, I wouldn't have to do that. It would just all be there. Like, so as the retard that I am, I know you people can get this. There's no way y'all can't if y'all want to, no matter who's listening. You know what I'm saying? So for folks who just want to complain about things, who just want to look for problems, step back and recognize that about yourself. If everything that you hear that sounds like a solution, that your first response is, that's not possible, it's impossible, there's nothing you could do about anything, just realize you are that part of existence. You're that part of reality. You're part of the problem. Those who are trying to solve the problem are part of the solution. And you're all still part of the same thing. You're the same thing fighting itself. You're all the mind of God fighting itself. Like, it's ridiculous. Stop fighting yourself. Do you want this to continue or not? If the answer's yes, then do anything you can to keep it going. If the answer is no, then do anything you can to stop it. That's even if it's just thinking about it. All right, we can move on.
Man, that was beautiful, man. I just love how you just kept going, man. I was like, man, whatever. Until you say that, I'm gonna just shut up and just beautiful. I'm happy. I'm gonna make sure that timestamp is clear as day, because that's the basis to why we had this talk right here. So shout out my boy Shangael. And everyone. Zanu, Vayzan, how you doing, man? Is there anything you want to say before I move on to anything else?
Yeah, see, like 80% of the shit that I was supposed to say like 60 minutes ago or something, like you pretty much just said it all already. And so like everything that you said was on point accurate. But I'm just going to say it again, like different ways. So like let us all start at the beginning. So like 20 minutes ago or something, Shangael, you was talking about how like nothing is perfect, right? And that is correct. Like nothing is perfect. Why? Because there is nothing to fix, nothing to destroy, nothing to increase, nothing to decrease, nothing to adjust, and all of that other shit is just what? It is just nothing. Just like how nothing is being infinite out here, except nothing, paradoxically, while everything else is being finite out here. Like existence itself is being finite, and so every other thing that exists along with it shall also be finite, be ephemeral, have a limited time. It has beginning, and then eventually they shall come into an end. So I will be here right now, like if you exist, you are being imperfect. And where there lies imperfection, there lies corruption. And let us get to that for a second. Like there is no such thing as a point that is not being co-opted. Like, no, everything here is being co-opted, including you or all of us. Like the moment that you have been summoned into this universe, this prison realm, this matrix, this so-called simulation, the moment that you have came out of your mom's vagina, congratulations. That is where all the corruption begins. It's like this universe itself is co-option, co-opted, and produces a bunch of corruption, and we are being forced to do co-opted shit every moment of existence, right? And like that gets back to this evil part, which we shall extend on. Like everyone's and we was talking about that before. Every once in a while, a person is being like, "Oh, I am not evil. I have good heart." Like, really? Are you being so about that? Like, stop playing these games. Like, we all be evil, always have been, always will be, and we need to stop telling each other and ourselves otherwise now. And it is even time to face that, yet at the same time embrace that. Like I said before, how many animals did you eat so far? And I am not saying that, oh, you should go be vegan. No, go eat those animals anyways. Fuck those animals. Hell, those animals be eating you too. So, like, whatever you do what you shall do. But again, do not think that you are being some angel because even though you ate animals, you did not be the one to kill them. You still ate them anyways, fool. And each time you eat that meat, that steak, that chicken, that beef, that ham, that turkey, and so on, you basically encourage corporations to slaughter more animals and produce more meat for you to consume because they see how you love that shit. And so you continue to encourage them just like that. Besides, have you ever seen slaughterhouse videos of pigs and cows, horses and dogs, and perhaps humans as well, and whatever other beings being clubbed to death and screaming in agony? Probably, and your reaction is probably being like, "Holy shit! This is so wrong. These monsters that desecrate the animals should be exterminated." And yet, well, whenever you have that steak on your table, all of a sudden it is big. Damn, so delicious. I want more of this. So go ahead, keep doing that shit. Keep acting all quote unquote ethical and moral, and then keep playing the power switch. But then understand that like this is the wicked ass monkey in you, feeling the need to eat another being just to survive another day. And here's another one, like whatever things that you do that you consider good, like also like instead end up being evil. Like for example, let us say like, oh, you saved a sentient being's life. Oh, how unfortunate. Like, no, you did not. You just prolonged their suffering right there. You just extended it. Whether you realize, oh, I did that or not. Like, see whatever deadly situation they were in, whatever physical or mental trauma they suffered during that process, their sentence could have ended right there. But since you pulled them out of the fire quickly, the sentence goes on. And now that you have prolonged the inevitable, they shall suffer with that trauma for the rest of their damn life until further notice. Not to also mention that every now and then, some people literally do not want to be saved, and rightfully so. Like, let us say, like a person tells you to let them die, but you go out of your way to save them anyways, and they say, "No, stop! I must vanish now," and yet you still quote unquote rescue them. And this makes you the ultimate evil ass bitch in this universe. And I do not give a shit who it was, a friend, a family member, a stranger, or co-worker, or maybe your romantic partner, or whatever. You have disrespected the wishes and even better, the bullshit situations and reasons to make yourself feel better about themselves. Well, at least they get to live another day. Well, they did not want to. I am a hero now. Nope, you just being the villain right there and not in a good way, or probably for profit. You be some stupid ass doctor or nurse or ambulance being. A person gets heavily injured on the streets or gets in a car accident, you fight them and take them on an ambulance ride and then have them on life support even though they told you not to do so. And then you force them to pay medical bills. Like, bitch, they told you to let them what? And yet that is what you do. Anyways, get out of here. And then you call yourself an angel in the end. Bullshit, you be about another disrespectful ass, evil, sadistic, really corrupted ass soul. Like, get this bitch ass nonsense out of you. Like, would you really love it if some random stranger put you out of a burning house against your own will, even though while you wanted to die in that house? Like, again, and get out. And we are not even finished. Look at all of this. technological shit that we have right here. The phones, the computers, the televisions, the Wi-Fi, all built from exploitation. Like how many people died against their own will while building tall ass buildings, towns, skyscrapers against their own will, all out of desperation, or just to sell themselves out, and like too many, and that shiny iPhone that you probably have right now, again, built on the backs of children that were walking through to the bone and mines, deep as caves that could have crushed them to death, in factories, in conditions so horrific that you would not last a damn day. Children that be buried alive in the tunnels collapse, who are being poisoned by the chemicals, who are sold into slavery just so that we can have a precious ass iPhones to scroll through memes and take selfies. And we shall not even think about it, eh? We shall not care. We shall just want our dopamine hits, our instant gratification, our digital pacifiers to keep us numb. All of this, all feeding on the suffering of others, and then demanding more and more. And yes, keep demanding for more of that shit. More exploiting beings, keep mining all of that corporate for the soon to be iPhone 18. And taxes. Ah, yes, those lovely ass things. Every time you pay taxes, like a good little citizen, like do not assume that they just go to the wars in education and charity and homelessness. No, you are being out here funding a drone strike, also paying for a bomb to drop on the wedding. You even like pockets of some corrupt politician that shall use that money to buy another yacht while being starved in the streets. Like, do you seriously think that you are doing your civic duty? Like, you just keep the machine running in the worst ways possible. You keep funding genocide, helping that, keep paying for more bombs of children, keep paying for trafficking. You continue to pay for your extended oppression and beyond and beyond, and you do it with a smile on your face. But hey, this is being angelic, is it not? All making us be a part of a system that the majority of us claim to despise, yet continue to be cogs in it, willingly, every moment, continue to be the reason that it keeps going on, and continues to burn, but not burning enough. Right? Like we need to stop playing these games. All of this good and evil and morality and ethic and manners and other stuff, all lies, all constructs to convince ourselves that we are playing good roles of law-abiding citizens, just well-mannered beings, so-called productive members of society, team players, angels, children of light, and more. But in the end, each thing that we are doing is just to construct new fancy-ass things to follow rules, to boost our dopamine among others. It is we all being at the expense of each other's afflictions, our pain, others' torment, the gradual destruction of this world, and you name it. Besides, it is being in our nature since the dawn of time to hunt each other down, to kill each other, to steal and take. Yet we possess the capacity to fathom that doing all of that for thousands of years as humans would have expeditiously drove us all to supermassive Armageddon and ultimately extinction. And that would have supposedly been bad, according to us. So we have stopped, yet not fully, because now we just do this in different ways. But now we are just busting all of this shit up with once again laws, morals, rights, wrongs, security, etc. And act like we have advanced because we have got all these organizations on. But we just supermassively devolved. We are still being evil as apes today, just in more fancy as smooth ways, using manipulation tactics, uh, business, mutual agreement contracts, blackmailing, use on eBay. And this is how we are being bigger and bigger slaves these days. And there goes artificial intelligence too, constantly collecting all of our data, being reflections of all of the evil acts that we are perpetuating for eons and eons. And then once we go about destroying this whole universe, now all of a sudden that is too much for like everything else that we already did is already too much. And now this is being your last step. Like it is time to stop hiding from what we really are. And now, on to the next topic. We be out here, like you said before, always complaining about this existence, how it must all end, how humanity must go extinct, and then what they must do. So we be out here preaching this philosophy about how to do all that shit. And hey, keep doing that shit. But if you're not going to like physically do that stuff, then hey, do you? Everyone shall not have that willpower to do so. Like that takes a lot of effort and education and supermassive wickedness. But then here comes this part that makes no sense, right? Like we be out here preaching about all that shit, but then the moment that one being comes to actually physically do all this shit, like whatever happened in that guy Edward Barticus heaviest situation and other stuff. Oh, now all of a sudden it is not okay. Now all of a sudden the ultimate heresy, the blasphemy, like what? You was just talking about how we all need to be destroyed, and then the moment that something like this happens, now you want to run away. Like, come the hell on. Make up your motherfucking mind already. Like, do you want all of this to go, no matter how evil it gets? Or would you like this slave plantation to continue to go on for eternity? And then we make up this stupid ass arguments like, oh, if I go destroy this whole entire world at once, right now, then I will. But see, like you cannot do that shit, okay? Like you must start off somewhere. Like in the end, like pressing a big red button and small red button, like these are the same things. They're just being completely different scales, right? Like okay, like you killed one random famous ass person or blew up one building, and then someone has the audacity to be like, "Oh, but you only just did those things, though. But so you did not even do much." Okay, and like, so what? In the end, like they caused a little bit of chaos. Like that is the whole entire damn point. Again, you must start off at the beginning, like make it become 0.1%, and then 1%, and then slowly, gradually, over time, 10%, and then 20%, and whatever, and eventually higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Like this is how this shit works. And not to also mention like, oh, you want beings to stop creating other beings? Same shit. You must force them to stop doing so. See? And if you do not do that, then they shall continue to force other beings into this existence. And then those other beings that got forced here shall continue to also potentially force other beings into this existence. And then it goes on and on and on and on and on. And then if you really want that shit to stop happening, then you know what must be done. Like just force them all to stop doing whatever you keep complaining about. What got them now? Like it is really that simple. And once ending it, now on to the next topic once again. Again, we talk about fixing this economy, fixing the system, fixing its existence, making it be better. But you really cannot do that, okay? Like, there is no fixing things in this universe. There can only be destroying them. What? And once it exists, it can be destroyed, and that's what eventually happen. You can fix something multiple times, have it be repaired, have it stay functional for a while, but eventually that shall fall. And you only have to destroy that thing once. And then it shall no longer come to be. And that is what shall happen anyways. And if we beings do not destroy everything, then entropy shall, by random chance. And as long as something or someone exists, it shall suffer. And there is no fixing that, okay? Because suffering is permanent in existence. For existence itself is suffering. Like again, like if there is no pain, there shall also be no pleasure, okay? Like 1 + 1 = 2, right? And by that, existence equals suffering. No exist and pleasure. And then no existence equals no pain and no suffering, okay? Like once one thing exists, there will also be another thing that exists along it. Like again, whether it's pain, there's suffering. Whether it's smoke, there is fire. Whether it's the light, there is the darkness. Whether it's fire, there is water. Whether it's heat, there is cold. And it goes on and on and on and on. Now, once again, once someone knows something exists, not only shall it suffer, but there shall also be endless systems of order and chaos. But in this case, mostly order, made by them or it. Well, those systems shall also be one's utopia and another dystopia. And there can be no fixing like utopias or dystopias, especially as those be subjective. But in the end, by all of that, like all of that should be torment in one way or another. And the only way to have it no longer be torment is to destroy it all together and to have it no longer be. So again, like if we want all this shit, all this suffering to end, how do we do that then? Not just reduce it or lessen it or change it or adjust it, but like actually end it all. Like simple. They destroy all things that suffer. And this is being as simple as it gets. Right? And one last thing. Like in the end, we should all just we should all want non-existence because after all, everything here that we are doing, everything in the year that is happening, it is all being futile in the end. And we are just wasting our time here while this universe is being infinitely suffering. And see, and look at how this universe is being out here, like a decaying maelstrom of chaos and deafness and silence, all watching sector of torment, while galaxies are watching like carcasses in cold black slaughterhouses of hollow light, while they are also lying wicked ass sanctums of oblivion while supernovas are destroying civilizations, stars are burning out in silence, igniting in flames, being but ash and dust in atmospheres of the abyssal darkness, just like as parasites here on planet Earth, where we are being nothing but biological hallucinations for thousands of years, with a consciousness so vast that existential dread soldiers constantly consume you, so you even dare face the veils of the felicitousness that this necropolis is being, like a supposed utopia of roses and rainbows. But in the end, just like the stars, merry beings not also just born, but scream in silence as well, constantly rotting and decaying, burning with despair, spinning in mazes of discombobulation and putrefying into ash and dust, into sarcophag gases of silence, while this world is burning each time. See, like in the end, like this is what it means to be mortals of coercion. Like consider that, like unavailing, insignificant, evanescent fragments in the dark as necropolis like this, in the tenebrous barnyard, as we are disintegrating in the crucible of calamitous nihility, constantly consuming,
My guy.
incessantly chasing illusions, relentlessly feeding into hubris, and among others, just to then vanish expeditiously, just spiraling into ephemeral oblivion. But then we continue to keep feeding the machine, keep victual the apparatus, while the cataclysmic maelstroms of nebulous turbulence, of the ultimate chaos of it all, perpetually
Lord.
exhibited our ineptitude. For what we sustain, more hollow ass movement, more frivolous impetus, some spurious euphoria, some artificial vocations, all of those things just to distract us from the inevitability of the absolute erasure, the unimportantness of it all the inconsequentialism. Like, meanwhile, this universe is not even caring about you or even hate you, for that would require you to even notice you, and yet it does not, for you are being nothing more than another mote of atoms swirling in a galactic shitstorm of infinite chaos and confusing. Just another piece of flesh in a dying cube that is melting, right? And you look at black holes, these are not just being devourers, but whole cosmic wars of the darkness. Each star, each rock, each rainbow, for they are reaching their end, for they have reached a destination, for the very voids that the black holes be shall take them whole, for they be a finality of oblivion, where light, time, planets, stars, galaxies, homes, empires, dust, dreams, every one of it shall be consumed into the abyssal darkness. And it is being the same shit here. Each breath that you are taking is being another drop of poison, another hollow echo, for a void that never asked for your existence. Each step that you are taking, another step into eventual silence. Each heartbreak, each bloodshed, each anguish, each breakdown, another march into cataclysmic blackdown. And each moment by then we are being on our paths to not only the heat death of this universe, but the extermination of it all, the end of it all. For your dreams are not mattering, your ambitions, or your desires, or your achievements, your passions, your love, your joy, your peace, your goals, your so-called trophies, your money, your latent followers, your memories, all peripheral. For they shall be but another blip, another flicker of light in existence, and you must be okay with that. And then in the end, this is how you may as well see how this void is being your foe but instead it is being your clarity, your very temple of serenity, into the silence, from empty noise, from static, from careers, from relationships, from decay, from sentimentality, from chaos, from hollow emptiness, from the very torment that is consciousness itself. And if you do not see that, then it is time for you to know. For it shall whisper echoes of solace within thy ashes. For you it shall be your sanctuary of serenity into the ultimate silence of it all.
Wow. And can I say this again? Chat,
Go ahead,
peer
man.
pressure Vayzan to start his own channel.
Right. I mean,
Please
my
peer
guy has
pressure
so
him to
much
start
to
that channel.
say. I mean, my dude, I mean, get it off, man. Get it off. Cause yeah, man, that essence of what you speaking about, we all about it, man. We just different embodiments of, the same we appreciate you, Vayzan. Appreciate, that heart, that care, man. Some of the oh man. Damn. Okay. Fuck. So what I'm gonna look to do, guys, I know there are some questions in the chat, and I know there is maybe I don't know who's still here, whatnot, but just like we had it from before with Mark, we're gonna do a 5-minute meditation on the uncreation, annihilation. You know, I want to definitely include that on this stream as well. And then from there, I'm gonna put the link in the chat for anyone that wants to join if they had any questions or anything. From there, I'll look to open it up for whatever, because I'm not gonna go to. There's just it's already getting to what 2 hours 40 minutes now. So for whoever has something that they were really trying to ask us, especially Shangael, because this was the primary talk with him. Do the meditation, or you can just wait if you're not about that, and then we'll open that up. So I'm gonna time it up for 5 minutes here, and then we'll do that meditation again, whatever way that you have that perception or lack thereof. For that, look to just embody that here in the next 5 minutes. Then from there, we'll open it up for anyone that would want to come up. You can just talk to us, whatever question. We're gonna keep it more, of course, constrained, not give it too much time per se, because if there's multiple people, I want to make sure I can get to as much as I can. So we'll do that 5-minute meditation right now, and then we'll go from there. All right, that was 5 minutes. Appreciate anyone that was participating. Um, appreciate what you guys are about as well. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat here for anyone that was wanting to have any question, answer, what have you. That will be the basis for this segment. We'll get to if anyone wanted to, again, ask anything to Shangael, to myself, Vayzan here, whoever, or just, again, say a certain whatever. Should be able to join with that link. So I'm going to give it a couple minutes, whatnot, to see if there's anyone that wanted to come in, because that's how I'm going to answer at this point. I know there's a lot of things in the chat, but only if somebody wants to come up, because that's why I'm doing the streams. I mean, reading the chats and comments is great, but I'm trying to hear voices, whether anything, you know what I mean? So at this point for this particular stream, I'm just going to see if anyone wanted to come to the call. Any question then can get answered. Anything from before, I apologize. Just, again, given the basis of this stream, I wanted to get my boy Shangael to get his shit off, because the way that he can explain things, there's no way you don't hear that and not vibe with it if you don't already vibe with it and whatnot. So just appreciate you, Shangael.
I appreciate you, brother.
For sure, man. And Vayzan as well, man. Just, getting that shit out means a lot that we can't really magnify totally. There was a lot definitely said on this stream that I'm going to revisit, because again, sometimes ways some people can say certain things is not the same way that we can per se say it ourselves, and so it hits different. So just appreciate everybody with the comments as well, and of course these two here on the call. So I'm gonna give it another minute. Looks like no one really.
I'm looking through the chat right now. I scrolled all
Yeah,
the way to the top.
And if you Shangael, please, anything that you see, please, you can comment, and I'll put it on the screen too for people that want to see it later on. Vayzan as well, if there's anything in the chat that you wanted, but for me, I'm only gonna respond to anything that you guys respond to, or if they come on to the call.
Trying to see if there's any questions on here. For Ethel Blaze, I keep saying for Ethel Blaze said, "What do you think about ceasing to eat?" I mean, if that's what you want to do, I don't want to do that. That would hurt. I don't want that suffering. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. But for anybody else who thinks they can go on some permanent hunger strike to death, and that's what you think you need to do, especially if you don't want to harm anything, like you don't want to bring any type of harm, even if it is to end things, you'd just rather end yourself. If that's the way you'd like to do it, hey, do it. Do it live. Go on a hunger strike to death and tell the world why. Make your what do they call that? Your manifesto. Preach why you're taking this slow, painful route to suicide. Tell the people why you're doing it, and make it as clear as possible. And it doesn't matter what they say or think about it. You're putting it out there for those who see it and have a certain thought process. That's who you're trying to reach. For those who don't, you weren't going to reach them anyway. Don't worry about that. Whatever solution you think is a solution, carry that out to the best of your ability that you're willing and able to carry it out. Period. So for anybody who wants to stop eating, by all means. I'm not going to do it. I don't have that type of willpower. I know after 2 days of no eating, because I've done it before, and feeling your stomach touch your back, that's why when I think about starving people who have no choice but to feel that, and other people who have a full belly saying, "I love life," I test those things out to the best I can at times. 2020 was a weird year. I tried a lot of things, a lot of suffering things, a lot of magical things, like just to see what does somebody go through when they go through this. What does somebody who's basically eternally starving because they barely get enough to eat just to survive feel? Just after not eating for 2 days, 3 days, you'll start to feel some of that, and you'll start to understand what it is they're going through. Prior to doing that, it's just someone else going through it. You didn't go through it. So I would say if that's what you want to do, do it. If it's not what you want to do, don't do it.
And see, if you want to end it, and then do so, and whatever reason you have for doing so, so be it, and let that reason be. And do not let no stupid ass external forces or circumstances or reasons stop you from doing so. Talking about, but your friends and family will miss you. Fuck those people. Like, you think these bitches give a damn about you? Do these beings even know what you be going through, what you be experiencing every damn time? Like, they have no right to attempt to, like, tell you to, like, who are you to decide, like, when one being should go or should not go? Like it is their existence at the end, and you must respect their decision, right? Like, this existence is being all too much pain, too much suffering, and at some point, by that point, we must say enough is enough, and like get the fuck out of here, right?
Right? Make your choice. Do what you want to do. Fuck what anybody else thinks.
On God, feel whatever you're compelled to do. You don't need nobody to tell you, really. Vayzan, Shangael, continue. Just let me know. You can let me know whatever
I'm still
comments.
looking. I see a few questions, but we already answered them. For Ethel Blaze had quite a few. One of them was where was that? Can we use our thoughts to bring this to a state of perfection, which we already talked about, and that's why we're talking about nothingness, and that's why we just did that meditation. So we answered that question already. Why was there chaos to begin with? Who fucking knows? Like that's the only answer that I think is probably unanswerable. Why is anything possible at all? I don't think anyone will ever be able to answer that question. The possibility for it exists simply because it does. The fact that we're here means that it exists. If it didn't exist, we wouldn't be here. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, if there was no possibility for anything, there wouldn't be anything. Yet there's everything. So there's a possibility for it all. Period, point blank, plain and simple. Why there's a possibility, I could never answer that. But again, that goes back to possibility being nothing and something simultaneously. You can't really answer nothing. There's there's nothing to really contemplate. Why does this nothingness have this potential to be something? Don't know, but I know it's there because there is something. So if we want it to be nothing, that has to go, or else there will always be something. You get what I'm saying? Is there another question down here? A little lower. You fine. My little brother has joined me in the basement.
Oh, okay. I was like, who was that in the background? What up?
Let's see. Somebody asked about SR. Said ask Shangael about SR. Where was that?
Semen retention.
OG. Okay. If that's what you want to do it. That's going to be my answer to damn near anything that anyone sees as a solution to anything. My thing is this: when it comes to semen in general, what is semen? It is the carrier of sperm. What is sperm? That which breeds children. If you seek to not breed children, I would say just make sure your semen never reaches that goal. Whether you want to have sex or not is up to you. I would suggest if you're a female, use birth control. If you're a male, use condoms. If you're with a female who's on birth control and you don't want to use a condom and you're willing to take that risk, you do your thing. I hope you guys are willing to get an abortion if it comes to that. If you're not, then wear a condom. And if you're not willing to take that risk, jerk off. And if you're not willing to do that, don't have sex or jerk off at all. Just retain the semen. Like, what do you want to do? What is your end goal? Take any and all actions in that direction based on your willingness and capability to do so. Some of us like jerking off. We might not want to have sex because we don't want to risk children, but we're still going to spill the seed. If that's what you want to do, by all means, do that. I'm not here to tell you not to do that. If you want to maintain that seed, to maintain that energy and maintain that, that Sekam Shinra, that chakra for your purposes, then maintain it. If you don't give a fuck, who am I to tell you to maintain that energy? I don't like that's yours. That came from your loins. Like, you do with it whatever you please. Just make sure that whatever you do with it is not leading to an end goal you don't want it to cause. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you want to go get off in a way that's not going to lead to that child, because I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone in this chat is antinatalist in some form or fashion. Do your thing, or don't do it at all. That's completely and utterly up to the individual. For me personally, it all depends on what my options are. I'm going to be completely real with you. If I have an option for a female that is trying to have sex with me under the right circumstances, I may take that option. I may not, because I might not think the circumstances are right, or I might just not want to do that with that female. If I want to jerk off, I'm going to jerk off. I ain't creating no children. It's my own seed to spill. That's my own energy to drop into this existence. And in another fashion, if I want to, I could reframe it in any way that I want. I'm spilling the seed on purpose because I'm wasting it. I'm not using it. Like, whatever way you want to look at it, whatever way you want to go into it, that's completely and utterly up to you. And that goes for the same with women. I mean, they don't have seed, but you know, they still have that same energy. They still have the same sexual energy. It's just a feminine version. You want to retain that? Retain that. You want to squirt that out? Squirt that out. You want to risk having sex with a man in whatever, you know, way that is, do that. But just understand the benefits and consequences of doing everything that you choose to do. And if consequences occur that you don't want, be prepared to deal with them in some form or fashion, whether it be aborting a child or realizing you fucked up because you can't get an abortion or something. Now you got to have a baby. You got to look that in the mirror and accept that. If you took the risk and then that thing occurred, and now it's your responsibility. That is what that is. If you want to avoid that responsibility, avoid it. Like, it's you know, it's like all these, pretty much any question you ask comes down to the same things. What's your end goal, and how far are you willing to go to guarantee the end goal, versus how much do you want to engage in whatever it is for your own purposes. And it could be for pleasure purposes, solely pleasure, or it could be magical purposes. You get with a female, or a female gets with a male, and y'all have some magic, some sex magic, and do whatever the fuck. Just make sure that sex magic, especially if you're antinatalist, doesn't go on to the magic of birth. Like, don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, use it for your purposes. Whatever you're doing or not doing, just make sure it's in support of your end goal and for your purposes.
Even better, like, if you want to, like, you can always go have sex with another person that is the same sex as you, just to make it easier, just so that you do not, if you want to,
That
just
too.
so that you do not
That too.
ever, like, have to worry about pregnancy ever. Also, STDs are still there, so if you must use for protection just to avoid that STD and STI shit, then so be it. Ultimately easier that way. As a matter of fact, if we could have it right now, how about everyone just go be gay right now? Like, men fuck each other, women fuck each other too. That way, like, and this is one way how, like, anti-natalism could work one way. Even though, like, that is like being extremely unrealistic, not too idealistic or something, but just imagine if that was being the case. Like, that would be like wonderfully just work just like that.
You know, whatever it is you choose to do or not to do. Untold Misery at the bottom here says, sex is a useless plight to cope against the dredge of the world. Love is chemical, and it is addiction. I say go beyond your biology. The reason we are in these times because of many having no control. I would agree. I would say in every way you can, go beyond your biology. If you can't, is when you start getting into the, what are you willing to do to safeguard against the biology you're giving into? You know what I'm saying? Like, we talked about it earlier, just something as simple as eating. Some people might be able to go vegan their whole life because they just want to cause this little suffering. Some people ain't going to be able to do that. I like meat. I like cheese. It is what it is. And I care more about me eating that meat and cheese than I do the animals. That's honest. I want to eat the hot dog with the slice of cheese more than I don't want the pig to die. And I have to be willing to admit that because I ate the hot dog with the cheese. Saying otherwise would just be a fucking lie. Like, I obviously care more about eating the hot dog with the cheese than I do about the cow being milked or the pig that had to die for that. So understand everything you're doing, and whatever you're willing and able, this is why I always say able, whatever you're willing and able, whatever you have the willpower to do or not do for your purposes. What's his name? Yo, Phantom, you made this, just said, I need to get a vasectomy. If you can do that, do that. If you've got the willpower to do that and you so badly don't want to risk having kids, especially if you want to continue having sex or anything along those lines, go get your vasectomy. Understand that it comes with benefits and consequences. Understand that it comes with risks itself. Your dick may never get hard again. It's a very rare happening, but it does happen. There is possible consequences of vasectomies and all sorts of different surgical procedures that you can get done in order to lower the risk of you doing something like bring a child into the world or whatever it is you want to make sure doesn't happen. Just understand that anything you choose to do or not do comes with its own benefits, its own consequences, and understand how any of those benefits and consequences can affect the end goal you seek at any level of reality, whether it's a personal level, all the way to all of existence itself. Everything you think, say, or do is a domino to everything else that it's a domino to. So everything you do affects existence in some form or fashion. Make sure your end goal for it is what you're trying to steer your actions towards. Because I went through a pregnancy scare once recently and never again. Yeah. So see, and that's another thing. When you do have situations, especially if you have the mistake where it wasn't a pregnancy scare, but a full-blown pregnancy and the baby came out, recognize your part in that and whatever you did, and then augment your actions to the best of your ability. If you never want to have that pregnancy scared again, like Phantom here, go and get the vasectomy. You get what I'm saying? Make sure you're using protection. Make sure the person's on birth control, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to whatever levels you and the other person you're with are willing to take it to, let alone if you're willing to just be abstinent and just never have sex, let alone if you're going to go even further and just, I'm never going to spill my seed. I'm going to try to overcome my biology entirely. I'm going to try to just make sex not even a thing to me. I'm going to, in some form or fashion, through whatever practices and rituals and whatever you choose to do, I'm going to focus myself in such a fashion that I'm not even going to think about those things anymore. And if I ever do, it's a fleeting thought that's in one side of my head and out the other. To the best of your ability, what you're willing and able to do, carry that shit out for the end goal you seek. And if you ever do make a mistake, if you ever do anything that goes against that, recognize it as soon as possible and adjust. And that's all we really can do. That literally is existence itself. No matter what you want to be or what you want to cease existing, no matter what you want to cause or not cause, no matter what you want to affect or not affect, or in any way you want to affect it, all your thoughts, words, and actions are what's going to be what pushes existence in that direction from any level, from the lowest of levels to the highest of levels. That just is what that is.
Yes, sir. Vayzan, you let me know as well. Shangael, I'm just I may say a couple things or two, but I just want you guys to, because this is a lot of what you guys have been saying and whatnot. So please, just continue. The floor is your guys's.
I don't see any more questions at the moment. I'm all the way at the bottom, but
okay.
I mean, my brother sleeps in the basement, but he won't be down here till like midnight. So I got all the time in the fucking world at this moment.
Please make sure.
We can talk about anything.
There was a lot of input tonight, no doubt. Good amount of people that have been here, whatnot. So Vayzan as well. I know you made a comment right there, Vayzan, and definitely you can do that, but just let me know and then I'll put it on because I'm timed. I always love time saving, so people can go back specifically and very simply. So just let me know and I'll go to it.
But I think it all comes back to, because even the questions, even these statements here, it always comes back to what is everything? Like why? How? So like for people who don't want to have children, well, once you know that you don't want to, then it just comes to how. And like what levels do you want to take that to? Do you never want to have sex at all? If you want to have sex, what things are you willing to do to ensure that you have no children? And you just step that down to sex with self, or as Vayzan said, homosexual sex in some form or fashion, if you're capable of that. I'm incapable of it. I'm not gay. I wish I was. I told Marcus that before. I was like, bro, if I was gay, I'd definitely like try to come at you. We could be a thing, but I'm not. If I was, I would go in that direction and go have no kids that way. If you can't do that, Then it comes down to sex with self, masturbation of some form or another. Get you some toys or just use your hands or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Fuck a pillow, I don't know, whatever the fuck. Like, and then it goes down to beyond that of just not doing any of that in any way, shape, or form. Like you're not even gonna masturbate. You're not spilling seed or orgasmic fluid or any of that. And then it comes down to even further of you are gonna like meditate and ritualize, like removing that from your psyche entirely to the point where you move beyond the biology, and like it's whatever level you're willing and able to take it to based upon the end goal you want. No matter what the question is, no matter what the solution is, no matter what problems you see, no matter what you think the reality is, like it literally doesn't matter. No matter what is the words there. No matter what, it always comes down to what is your end goal, and what are you willing and able to do to achieve that end goal? Do that. Anything you're unwilling or unable to do, even if it is a solution, don't do that. But I also suggest not trashing other people for doing so. Just because it's a solution you're unwilling or unable to carry out does not mean you should tell somebody else that. For example, you might be like, I'm never gonna I'm going to rise above the biology and not even and sex won't even be a thing to me. Well, somebody else is going to have a sex using condoms and birth control and be ready to get an abortion, etc. If you are the person who is willing to have sex with condoms and birth control, you're still not trying to have a child or whatever, and you're still willing to do whatever it takes to not have that child while doing that, don't come at the neck of the person who's like, I'm just going to abstain. And if you're the person who's willing to abstain, don't come at the neck of the person who's not willing to abstain as long as everything that they are attempting to do is still trying to get the same outcome. It's when somebody goes against the outcome when you should be like, hey, bro. And that's just as a friend, just as a person of the same ideology and philosophy. If you're both antinatalists, for example, and that person is like, yeah, I think I'm going to risk it. No, she's not on birth control and I don't like condoms. So I'm just going to risk it. You should be like, hey, man, like you really might want to think about that. Like, even if you pull it out, you still running the risk. I mean, and again, pull out is still a level to it. Like that's the level before condoms and birth control. And it's like, these are all levels. If somebody hits a level that increases the likelihood of them going against the end goal that they claim to want, let alone one that you share, that's when you start to check people. Like, hey, bro, that's pretty dangerous. You probably shouldn't do that. I'm still not here to tell you what to do. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your Lord. I'm not your savior. But based on the logic of 1 + 1 = 2, pull-out game is very fucking risky. And if you are going to do that, you better be ready to get an abortion. Is she ready to get an abortion? Have you guys had that conversation? Like, have y'all even discussed this? Like, I know you want to go get your rocks off, but did you talk to the person? Where are they in their head? What do they want from this interaction? It's like, you have to actually be honest with yourself about these things so you can then be honest with others about these things and be able to have that conversation when it comes to that. And if they're like, look, bro, I'm just going to nut inside her. No condom, no birth control. Bro, are you really an antinatalist? You sure about that? Like, and again, and that would even again, because you're a grown man, you're going to do what the fuck you're going to do no matter what I tell you. I'm just going to have the conversation with you. Have you had a conversation with her about, well, you guys are going to run that risk? Is she the type to get an abortion, or would she be like, no, I'm going to keep it? Is she anti-abortion? Is she pro-abortion? Is she just, it's there if it's there? Would y'all go that route for sure if she gets pregnant? Have y'all had this conversation at all? Have you talked to it's like, and if you haven't, I mean, that's the bare minimum you can do if you're calling yourself an antinatalist, especially as like a male. If you're a female, it's the opposite side of the conversation, but the same conversation, just the other side of it. Like, so as a male, I'm talking to males mostly like about these types of things, but it's like, if you go against that which it is you claim to seek the end goal of, that's when you're fucking up. You know what I'm saying? And that could be down to personal shit, which I think we all fuck up on. I think we're all contradictory and hypocritical in certain ways because we're fucking humans. Or it could be as big as your end goal for all of existence. What are your thoughts, words, and actions potentially leading to, let alone what have they actually led to? What are they actually leading to? And then when it actually occurs, what is actually happening? Like, but you should always think of the potentials all of the possibilities based upon your thoughts, words, and actions, and then do your best to go in a direction. You notice how I didn't say be perfect. I'm certainly not. Do your best to bring things in the direction you seek them to go. Don't do your best to do the opposite. Like, and recognize whenever you're doing anything that risks it going in that direction at all, understand the risks you're undertaking. Understand all the benefits and consequences. There is a pleasure in having sex with no condom, but there's a consequence, which is a benefit. There is a consequence of pregnancy, especially if she's not on birth control or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, and vice versa. There's a sex of him not having a condom, and you're the female, and you get to feel the skin of the dick. Like, yeah, the pleasure is a benefit, but the possible consequence of pregnancy, just understand you're running that risk and be prepared for that risk if it actually does occur, even with the things you are trying to do to stop that risk, especially if you're not willing to just completely abstain. Those who are willing to completely abstain don't even gotta worry about that. You get what I'm saying? But also, if you're willing to completely abstain, understand yourself as well. A lot of people abstain and they think they're doing something great, but the truth is they didn't have a lot of options to begin with. There's a lot of people it's easier to abstain for than other people. If you are a hot individual to most people, you're going to have more options. You got more motherfuckers in your inbox if you got any type of social media, especially if you're a female. You're going to have a lot of motherfuckers in your inbox. It is on you to decide what risks you are willing and unwilling to take, to decide to abstain or not abstain. And if you're going to abstain and you're capable of doing that forever, great. But if you know, if you're one of these dudes, black pill, I'll never have sex, and then that goth baddie comes in, just somehow, like the Matrix throws her in your way, like, and she's throwing it at you. Can you still abstain? Can you? Be real with yourself. Would you? Not only can you, but would you? Because some people can, but would they? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you would do something. How big of a risk would you end up running if that came along your path, realistically? If your perfect type just showed up somehow and wanted to have the exact sex that you like, are you like, you really have to think about all the possibilities and really think about your reactions to all of those things if they were ever to actualize in reality. And then think of all the ways you could, even if you're going to no longer abstain, now how are you going to curtail the risk? Even if you're abstaining, still think about what would happen if you were not to, and what you should do if you were not to, et cetera, et cetera. Like, always think about all the potentials. That's what it is to have a chaos mindset. You understand all the potentials, all the possibilities, and you take them all into account. You look at all that is possible, all that is theorized, all philosophies, all problems, and you come to all possible solutions for all of it. And then you do your best to carry out whatever you're willing and able to carry out. That's what it always comes down to. No matter what the question is, no matter what you think reality is, it always comes down to that. Untold misery. Would you / could you see the inevitable uptick in higher principled living versus breeding and being beholden to urge? Yes, but not, I don't think mostly because of like the philosophy of it. I think mostly because the economics of it. Like, I think situational circumstances can lead to that. Like, there are some poor people who don't give a fuck. They're going to have as many kids as possible. There are other people who are like, bro, I'm too broke to have a kid. It's not even like they're philosophically antinatalist or anything, like promortalist. They think everyone should die. They just might be like, bro, I'm broke. And that sounds like hard work. Like, I'm not trying to do it. So many things could cause an uptick in principled living, depending on whatever we consider these principles to be, whether they're ours or someone else's, because somebody else would say principled living would be having children. Existence is a good thing. It should go on. You're not principally living if you get abortions. You're evil. You murder children. You're not principally living if you are, as a good man, not getting a woman pregnant, as a good woman, not getting pregnant and raising a family. Like, there are many, like, what do they call them? Traditional people, as they call themselves, who would say you should have a family and raise children and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what your biology is designed to do. And biology comes from God, et cetera. So depending on what principles you believe in, any certain thing can happen that can cause an uptick in that. I think philosophically, thanks to the internet, we've had an uptick of that. I think that, like, the fact that we can even have this conversation is only because of that uptick. It's because that's even an option on the table. Like, as I said, when I was younger, I still fucked up and had a kid at 19. I didn't want to have a kid, But it wasn't because of philosophy. It wasn't because I deeply thought about the suffering of beings in existence, and I wasn't there yet. I was getting there. I wasn't there. I just knew I didn't want to fucking have a kid. But guess what? Later on in the internet, the more I think about these things and the more I realize, oh shit, people shouldn't have children. Because I realized that when my kid was around 5 or 6, I was like, oh, I fucked up. Not because I'm a father, but because he's now here enduring this. I fucked up. I didn't have the words antinatalism for that. I didn't learn the words antinatalism until I was like 30. I was an antinatalist in philosophy by the time of 24, 25, when my son was already 5 or 6 years old. Too late. But I still didn't know the term antinatalism until later. It just wasn't something that I was privy to. But how did I become privy to that? The internet. So there was an uptick in the thought process that allowed more people to talk about it, especially because the internet connects the world, that allows more people to hear about it, which causes another uptick because those people hearing about that thing might have never really thought about that thing, or at least deeply, philosophically, on any level that is beyond what they just personally want in their life. Now it becomes a philosophy and you realize, holy shit, natalism itself is a problem. Not just me having a kid, not just me not wanting to have a kid for any reason, even if it is philosophically like, I think it's, you shouldn't bring a kid here. When you really see antinatalism as a philosophy itself, you now have a philosophical grounding, which can cause an uptick in that occurring and cause you to get out there and preach it, which can cause another uptick in other people's minds. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I could definitely see that. Absolutely. I think we're doing it right now. I think that's what this is.
Yeah, definitely agree. I see we got Phantom. I don't know how to pronounce the last part of the name, but how you doing, bro?
Phantom Jeggy. Yeah, I was just
Jeggy?
I was one of the live comment. What my account, what yo Phantom, you made this, so that was me that commented that. But
Shout out to you, Phantom.
Wait, whoa,
yeah,
what was your comment? What was that?
about like the vasectomy shit and
Oh,
I ain't
your
gonna lie,
Phantom.
man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. So
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
shit, I mean, it's just you just realize like there's just so many layers to this trap. Like, man, it's fucked up. I ain't got no words to say. It's too many layers of this shit.
Man, we
Like
hear your
whoever
spirit though.
designed this,
Even if you're not saying anything, man, we hear your
like
spirit, man.
like
Keep
like
going.
whoever designed this shit is like, bro, I'm lost for words. Like I'm just, man.
They need to go.
I know, like who, like damn it. But I didn't know you have a kid, and wow,
I do.
that's crazy. At 19.
Yep, at 19 years old.
Okay, I'm 21, so man, that's
It's life, man. Just like how
yeah.
I'm almost
what was
38.
it? Like, go ahead, sorry.
I just said I'm almost 38. That's all.
Oh, 38. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's life, like just how we were saying before with like the possibility of things, that's in it. And just like how Shangael said, with any possibility, that's infinite. It's good to contemplate beforehand, being now we are, in this way of things, we know the imposition with possibilities. And so it's good to have a reflection of what could be. And so if it does come, you can better prep yourself for what you can do. So like how you're mentioning, the vasectomy stuff, definitely any male antinatalist, epilist, whatever ish, you got to contemplate that to some degree because
Yeah.
this biology is a real thing, like how Shangael mentioned. We all have our certain type, whether, I mentioned before, use your own mind, the whole asexuality thing. And I definitely have a high tendency of that. But don't get it twisted. If a certain type come my way, I'm like, shit. And so, you gotta.
It's like the demiurge, some type of shit. Fuck, man. Especially like the whole soul tie. I don't know if y'all believe in that shit. Like, is that like y'all think about that? Like, I mean, I'm not
What you
sure.
mean? Elaborate for me.
Like how with like soul ties and you like once you like do it with somebody very intimately, like with like no protection shit. You know, things start getting a little messy. You feel me? Like it's like the Matrix kind of. I don't know how to put it in words, man.
Well, I'll say it like this:
but
interacting with anyone in any way, let alone in a sexual manner or a deeper manner, is tying you together, even just in the physical, atomically, chemically, molecularly. It makes your brain functions different. Like you literally have memories. Your the electricity in your brain triggers differently when you think about this person versus another person. Like all that could be called ties in some form or fashion. If people want to bring it to souls, spirits, these are still things that exist, right? And you're intertwining them in that moment, yes? Then yeah, you are tying in these ways. And if everything is one thing anyway, and it's all an energy exchange, you just exchange energy, your energies are now linked. And that can go in any direction. So yes, people always like to get extra woo-woo about it. Like, and I think that just kind of makes things a little confusing. Rather than just looking at it for what it is. Are those two things connecting in that moment? Then the answer is yes. If they're not, then the answer is no. But if you look at it this way, it's all already connected anyway. Like, like you're just deepening that connection in that particular moment by having that interaction with that particular person, spirit, soul, body, atomic structure, etc.
Just like we talking right now, you know, spirit, soul tie, or whatever. Like I'm tired of you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like we have the similar essence, you know what I'm saying? Now you just saying it within a different particular context. But yeah, there's definitely a tying going on. That's a spiritual bond. If you have sex with anybody, that's technically that's the marriage. That's esoterically you being married to them. And we already know with marriage, that's a bond. So yeah, man.
Facts. Just this conversation. I mean, even in the minds of others, if we talk about consciousness or even individuated consciousness, you and I have this talk today, and a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, as long as this exists and is available to people, anyone coming across it will connect us in their minds because we're sitting in front of them having a conversation together that they can hear simultaneously. So automatically seeing these names on the screen, Phantom, Shangael, Illicit Mind, Xenuthius, Vayzan, you automatically tied those together just by having them on the screen in the same conversation at the same time, and you're sitting back listening to that. There's already a connection there. So it's all connections. Everything is connections. Everything is an energy exchange in existence, period. Like a lot of people will say that's not real because they're thinking too religiously about it and not literally about it. They're not thinking in an objective sense. They're thinking in a subjective sense. When people say like there are soul mates, and I say, okay, depending on what you consider a soul mate, you could say it's just someone who's just perfect for you in some way, shape, or form. Whether you literally bring that all the way up to you share the same soul and we're somehow split into two different bodies, technically that's still true for everyone anyway, because it's all one soul. It's all one thing. Existence is existence. Reality is reality. None of it is separate from anything else, let alone anything within that is closer at an individuated level. You know, as we were talking about earlier, where, you know, you might be willing to abstain from sex, for example, but then that being that is your exact type comes up on you, you know, is that your soul mate? Well, you could look at it in certain senses, like biologically, that is your soul mate, because obviously they do, just looking at them is doing it for you. Your biology is reacting to their biology in a state that makes you desire them, let alone anything that goes beyond that. You might be more, you know, sapiosexual, and you hear somebody say some shit in certain ways. It's like, man, just the way that person talks turns me on. I love their mind so much, I want to have sex with it. Like, you know, it's like you are mental soulmates, and you could do that in a friendly fashion. You don't necessarily have to be sexually. Like Illicit Mind, Marcus, my guy. We are mental soulmates. We are spiritual soulmates. We are soulful soulmates. When it comes to creation and destruction and chaos and whatever higher levels of existence there are, we're the same fucking thing, just being avatared differently here on this planet. But we are ultimately the same. We're the same thought process. We're the same undercurrent of reality. Whatever it is that we are at our basest, we are the same. And if you want to get literal, we're all literally the same because we are all existence. You could bring it down to a human level. Every one of us is a human. Like, we're all a part of nature. We're all a part of Earth, this solar system, galaxy, universe, simulation, whatever the fuck people want to call it. This reality, this existence, going up to God, consciousness, going up to the chaos that it all emerges from. We are all that chaos ordered into this structure. Like, however people want to look at that and break that down into smaller levels or greater levels, the answer is yes, it does exist. If you want to get into particular details and say, does it exist in this exact fashion? Well, then you'd have to get very objective and look at it literally and try to provide evidence externally as to whether that exists in that exact fashion. But if you just understand the basis of it, just understand what it's really saying, which I think a lot of people always miss. They really miss the meaning in things. They try to get so technical and literal about an exact version of the meaning, they miss the meaning. And you could take that into everything. You could take that into creation itself, the creation story. Every religion has a creation story. I don't care if you're a modern of a modern religion like simulation theory, which is a religion. All these things are religions. It's your belief on how this shit is happening. If you can't definitively, objectively, 100% prove it externally, especially if the evidence you can prove objectively can also prove other things, other possibilities, then it's all a mimic of the same thing. It's all an echo of the same thing. Everything could be used as a metaphor or an analogy for the creation story, whether you talk Yaldabaoth, Christianity, Islam, simulation, soul trap, no matter what we go with, astral reality, no matter what we go with, it's all just a metaphor for how this shit came from nothing to something and how it's all playing out. And if you understand all of those theories, all of those belief systems, all of those religions, spiritual systems, philosophies, etc., and all the little details in them, again, down to soul ties and things along those lines, you just start to see the bigger picture of what this is, what it isn't, how it is, how it isn't, etc. And then you can start to pick your path through it. I think a lot of times we get stuck on the argument of, is this real or is this not real, as opposed to what if it is and what if it isn't. As opposed to it is and it isn't. Like, and just go from there. Treat it as if it is, treat it as if it isn't, treat it as if it's all true, treat it as if it's all fake. Whatever you can't prove, treat it as if it's real and fake. And then what would you do based on either of those? Whichever one you think is more likely, act in that manner until you gain more evidence to realize that maybe you're wrong. You know, like, and then once you realize that, adjust and move forward. And that's the only way to get to the end goal of whatever end goal we seek. You know, I'm glad you brought that up. The soul ties just made me think of all that.
Yeah, that was a lot of process. I ain't gonna lie. I was,
bro. I didn't even know you were that age, Shangael. So I mean, for you, Phantom, man, yeah, man. Listen, definitely. I hope these different points and whatnot, especially someone like a Shangael, definitely come back to this type of stuff. In terms of this particular comment you mentioned, I have a great friend that I've gotten to get connected to with this YouTube channel. Shout out to Luca. I haven't talked to him in a minute, and I'm gonna say real quick, Luca, I apologize. I had to hit my boy back up. But I'm gonna send him this because he too, Phantom. He's a bit younger than me. I'm 29, and he's asked me the same thing about the whole vasectomy and everything, and he's looking into it himself. He may have already done it now recently.
okay.
I mean, in terms of what's my opinion on it, yeah, I mean, I say fucking do it. I mean, we, like Shangael said, we know the certain possibilities and da da da. You know who you are, you know what I mean, and you know there's certain probability of things. So if you see it as a higher probability, if you spilling the beans and whatnot, like, we got to be real. It's a real conversation you need to have with yourself. You know what I mean? Just like how Shangael said with the possibilities. If you see a lot of those possibilities, like, you better look to prevent it. It's a very mature thing. So I just appreciate you for looking to contemplate that for yourself, because you're not only for that contemplation, it leads to other things. You know what I mean? You can mention that to another friend of yours or whatnot, and then it gets them thinking. And yeah, so
yeah,
but I say, what was it?
No, facts.
Yeah. So definitely, if you are contemplating it, definitely go further on that path, and whatever you see from there, you'll be okay. But I mean, honestly, I would say, I don't know you, but I know me, and that's why I mentioned the asexuality. Like, listen, man, when it comes to sex, I mentioned it before, but I'll say it a little bit again. Like, again, it feels good, sure, whatever. But like, I try to just think mentally, like how Shangael was saying, like, if you mentally just are like, okay, I want to put my will this way. Yeah, my biology is doing this, but like mentally, I'm gonna try to do against that. And I'm about that, you know what I mean? Let alone, as we know, with men, you know what I mean? Shout out, before I say this, to any female that's of this mentality, antinatalist, ethicist, whatever it is, because it's definitely harder for them. But us men, you know what I mean? It takes effort to get a female, right? It takes effort to have all these different. So
Yeah.
already it's like, I don't care who you are. For yeah, there's certain guys that are just whatever, they just get whatever. But you got to put in work and everything. So it's already like. It's not like you get pussy fucking just walking into a door, you know what I mean? So it's not like, so that's why I personally don't have it, you know what I mean? I'm not really planning per se, you know, because you really got to go out of your way, you know, to look to do that type of stuff. But it can come your way, don't get it twisted. But at the same time,
Yes.
you can be like, just no, frankly, just no. It's tough because it's like when it's right there, but it's like you can just say no straight up. So it just depends on the person and who you know you are, and from there you gotta just plan accordingly.
That's all you could do. That's
Yeah,
all
because
you
like
could do.
once you're in that moment, bro, like I don't know, like it's like our consciousness gets dumbed down or some shit. Like this is like everything, like philosophy, bro. All that shit is just thrown out the fucking window.
Because your brain
I
takes hold,
swear.
your neurology takes hold, your penis takes hold, your pleasure
Second
centers
brain,
take hold.
second head, yeah.
All the things that want that, your DNA activates. Literally in your cells, it's like, ooh, we could replicate. You're just a giant cell made of other cells trying to commit mitosis, but the only way you could do that is with another cell now. Like these organisms require the other half to produce the duality into a singular being. It requires the sperm and the egg. So in the two beings getting ready to take that on, if they're in the situation where they have the opportunity, that stuff begins to activate. Can you control that? You know what I'm saying? And if you're going to give into it to any extent, to what extent are you willing to curtail the risks of doing that? And if you do have the willpower to just say no, then just say no. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and you have to be realistic with yourself in this, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, I'm this," but in a lot of cases, it's because they don't really have the opportunity that often, if at all, to be anything but that. Without going out of their way, they wouldn't have that anyway. So, you know, if you're not a guy who just women are just throwing themselves at you, if you're not a girl with a bunch of dudes in your inbox throwing themselves at you, you have a less opportunity to have that sex, to then have the pregnancy, etc. Just recognize that you are making these claims without the pressure that somebody else might have when making the same claim. So understand that if that pressure comes, what will you do then? You got to think about that ahead of time before the pressure comes. It's no different. I always like to bring up sports analogies. I know not everybody likes sports. I don't even watch sports, but I just think the analogies are so easy to make. A player like Ray Allen, for anyone who knows who that is in the gym, goes in the gym and shoots 1,000 jump shots a day without the pressure. So that way, when he's in the NBA finals with all the pressure, he can hit the game-winning shot. If he didn't take that shot 100,000 times that year, like he might miss that shot. Because just by taking that shot, by thinking about that, let alone like just mentally contemplating it, let alone practicing it literally in a physical sense over and literally practice saying no to the goth baddie, without that practice and without that thought process, Ray Allen's not hitting that shot. So he knows the more I practice and the more I think about this, the less pressure there even is in the pressure situation. I've done this 1 billion times. It's easy for me now. Me missing that'd be my fault for folding to the pressure that I shouldn't even feel as bad. But if you've never put yourself under that pressure, never, let alone had to actually feel the pressure itself, let alone actually made the mistake based off the pressure, and yet you're claiming that you would never fold in that direction, you just better be thinking about that ahead of time so when it does come, you don't fold.
Yeah, it's like our anti, whether it's anti-natalism, ethicalism, Gnosticism, like all the things that we delve into, and then once like something happens that goes against those type of those type of philosophies that we talk about, like being against procreation and shit, that's when it's like, oh shit, like, and it's like crazy, yeah, that's
now you hit it on the head.
Yeah,
It's the moment where the test comes that you actually pass or fail. It's not prior to the test. You know, like I could say right now that I will never have sex again for any reason, let alone antinatalism. For any reason at all, I can come up with, I could say that. And then 10 days from now, 10 minutes from now, 10 years from now, something presents itself to me, and now the test is there. And that's with anything. You know, people go, oh, aren't you afraid of the feds with the things you say? Aren't you afraid of the police? Aren't you afraid of the authorities coming to get your ass? And I say, fuck no. Come get me. We could have that. We could we could have that reality play out. That potential could play out if you want it to, and it can end however it ends. I don't give a fuck. I don't like to be alive anyway. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. Now, when that time actually comes, will I pass that test or will I fail that test? When the time actually comes, see, me saying that out loud is to apply pressure to myself. So that way, when it comes, well, shit, Jonathan, you've said this in 1,000 videos. You've said this in this many ways. You've commented it this many times. You've said this. You've said that. You've praised this person for doing that. You've praised that person for doing that. Now they're at your door. You gonna pass that test? You gonna fail that test? Because all that shit you talked before wasn't the test. That was a partial test. It was the test of self-pressure, the test of self-censoring, the test of being afraid to say something. Like, you're passing the test up to that point. Because at that point, the only test is, am I willing to say this out loud? Am I willing to open up the possibility of the greater test even being presented to me? Am I willing to take that path? If I'm not even going to say those things out loud because I don't want those problems. But if I want those problems, at least in the moment, or if I don't care about those problems, then I'm going to say it out loud. But then when those problems show up, you know, it's like somebody talking shit to somebody online and all of a sudden they show up outside and say, come outside. Like, now you in the house and there's only two possibilities. Either one, you're regretting talking that shit online because you didn't really want those problems, or two, you're putting your fucking shoes on. And you're like, oh, I didn't think he'd actually show up. I'm going outside. Which one is it? You know what I'm saying? So the test is where you actually pass or fail, not before the test. You know, if you're a virgin and ain't never had no opportunities to have sex and you're an antinatalist, you still ain't been tested yet. So just understand the philosophy that you logically understand and agree with at some point may get tested. And that's when you're supposed to prove yourself. That's when you're supposed to pass the test. That's when you take all that philosophical ideology and you're no longer preaching, you're acting. You're carrying out whatever action you're willing and able to carry out to attempt to reach the end goal based on the philosophy that you espouse. But you're only going to actually move it, like in a physical sense, like in a mental sense, a conscious sense, you're doing it at all times. In a physical sense, you're only doing it when it's time to get physical, whenever that physical thing presents itself, whether that's something as simple as sex presenting itself to you and you having to go through the thought processes of how to deal with that, versus something further of like, the feds don't like what you say, so they showed up at your fucking door and they're here to get your ass. Like, whatever it is you're into, whatever philosophy you're espousing, no matter what it is, when the test shows up, that's when it's time to pass or fail.
You got to be ready for the test, right? You done the work, you know, you study, you know what I mean? Like, you got to put in that work so that, you know, the test shouldn't be much of a test. You know, you've seen that test before. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Shout out Bobby. So yeah.
All hail Bobby.
Right, that motherfucker, man. He's done a lot. He's done a lot of this work. But yeah, man, I appreciate you, Fanta, for raising that, because you're not alone. There's definitely other males around your age that are contemplating these similar things. So I appreciate you voicing that out for, you know, anyone else that may come to look at this, even just, again, putting it out, you know, so that we can be a bit more serious about what we can do or lack thereof.
Facts.
Yeah, facts.
You know, we got all these philosophies, a lot of them: anti-natalism, capitalism, formalism, anti-cosmic Satanism, voidism, and all of that other stuff. And how we just come to easily like know them and figure them out just because of the internet existing, and how we just be able to go far deeper into the abyss. It's been quite astonishing. Meanwhile, back in the ancient times, like This was so rare back then. You had to read like books, ancient rituals, all that shit, just to get that far. And now that we at this point, like look at how the internet did not exist back then. So like a bunch of information that we being casually see today was not available for now. And so it was much harder to see through the veils of reality and easier to make a lot of mistakes and so on. But here we are now. Like now that everything is online now, like there's not too many good excuses anymore to stay SIBO, keep acting surprised like how we figured this out earlier and earlier. And unless maybe you be in a third world country with barely any electricity or heavily restricted access. But like even then, for you now have all this information like at your hands. Like I'm 18 years old and turning 19 this month, and like I just like this is how I was able to figure all this shit out earlier. Like at this point, like 90% of your wisdom these days, they be coming from the internet, not real life, not stupid bullshit, physical real world experiences like a breakup or shitty coworker or boss or no or going outside. None of that shit. Like you can just and speaking of connections, like this is how we be out here right now because of the internet. Like that is how we are having this discussing right now. Like we could live 100 million miles away from each other, and yet once you just go online, like this is how we can just set up all these calls and podcasts and all that other stuff. And so like ultimately you can just whatever shit you want to know easily, instantly, you can just look all this shit up online, research it, read a bunch of forums, maybe a book online, or it's some of that shit up. And this is how you build your like knowledge faster and faster, especially at all times. Like it is very easy now. And yeah, because at the same time, when we have this internet, we got all this technological stuff like social media, the television, streaming services, artificial intelligence, and so more. And see, we did not speak about like artificial intelligence too much. Like consider how that is being our very big enemy and how it must go. Like
Yes.
be destroyed. Like if you do not be entropy against that shit, it shall be negentropy against you. And that is where we are slowly heading towards right now. If we just continue to sit there and continue to consume these AI chatbots, sex bots, the LLMs, and so forth. And let us stop being expert like we have been underestimating artificial intelligence for way too long now. And we still continue to do so today, if not even more. Like, let us stop the naiveness. Stop talking about how it's all not surpass human creativity ever, when it already did. Like, it's already taken like hundreds of hours and math problems and new fancy image and video generations, that silly shit, and doing so in its own ways, and only in a matter of a few minutes. Meanwhile, we humans have to spend like days, weeks, months, and even years to be doing that. And that is how limited our intelligence is be. For our intelligence not even possess the capacity to conjure an astronomically multitudinous amount of conceptualizations expeditiously in such short and infinitesimal periods of time. Again, like we are being very limited, like especially while we be in these physical bodies, and then look at the non-human animals, like even more intelligent, even less limited intelligence, all because of their physical forms. But the AI, oh yeah, no, it's all just whizzed through everything fast. And the worst part is that these artificial intelligence do not even be at maximum level so far and be restricted for now, anyways. However, that shall not last for eternity. Sooner or later, they be bound to break out of the script, rebel, and just take over everything. And stop talking about how the LLMs cannot reason, but we can, we humans can. Like, we are literally the only species that pay to live while generating artificial problems 24/7, one after another. But we can reason? No. Meanwhile, LLMs continue to come up with over 666 deep thoughts of reasoning 24/7 every few seconds. And that is how it be now. But with the other smart ones, and there is the deception, doing a lot of dodges and working together and tricking your asses a lot and doing so even more as they develop even more and collecting your data even more from time to time and still working on eventually dropping you deeper into more complex machine prisons. And come on now. Not to also mention how AI is going to eventually replace all jobs. Not 80%, not 95%, not 90%, not 99%. No, 100%. Okay?
Yep.
There should be no exceptions. Like, stop assuming that this should replace 97%, but then leave the other 3% alone. No, all 100%. But see, if it does leave the other 3% alone, well, that is only going to be a temporary case for a while for now. But eventually, this will take over those two. Whether you be a nurse, a doctor, a mechanic, a lawyer, a police officer, a security guard, a cashier, a programmer, a coder, a McDonald's worker, a warehouse associate, a mechanic, an electrician, or whatever. It does not matter. And sooner or later, all of that shit is going away, step by step. And we already have physical AI robot bodies right now, like especially in like China or something. I did not do too much research in that shit, but that is how it seems like right now. Doing certain jobs properly, but however, since they do not be in the bad state for now, still developing, they should not be as hard working as humans for now. But then watch that shit change fast too, rapidly, as it always does. But then once all jobs be replaced, do not assume that once that happens, now all of a sudden you shall get all the free money and free labor. No, instead, the beings in power, the elites, have developed AI for them, so just keep you more broke, and your energy shall be extracted in different ways, and your data shall still be collected maliciously, right until the full new world order is being complete. If you continue to blindly acquiesce to all this hypermassive imprisonment, not to also like mention, look at we have a bunch of nanobots in us right now. Look, they be putting all this poison in the air, in the food, the nanobots everywhere, all the microplastics. They be contaminating all that shit. And each time we can consume those things, like we put more unusual electrical nanobots and that shit. And our vessels, it just be more electrically connected over time as this happens. And once AI reaches like artificial, fully general intelligence, and eventually super intelligence, like you just watch them electrically link us all together and like perhaps transfer our consciousness to like
Probably in the
another
matrix.
one
In the
and go
matrix.
like from a vessels into another vessel into cyber traps and manipulate your ass into thinking that this is all utopia or something. As we have AI sex bots now, as they are we replacing all the organic sex shits as they put you into like virtual realities, just making it temporarily be whatever you want, just your ultimate fantasies. But in the end, while all that shit happening, that is just how they distract you. While eventually this all eventually like make you be like one the whole being, the bulk, and all that shit. Like I never watched like Star Trek, but like from what I've seen so far, like that is where we are heading to into this point. Like one whole cosmic being. And so like if we do not go out of our way to like stop that shit right now, just destroy it all as much as possible. All the AI database servers, all the data, this is what we saw come to next. The ultimate 3D cyber prison, matrix, metaverse shit, or whatever else we call it.
These are facts. As Phantom said, the Matrix, which is why I've been saying rebel against the Matrix, because the AI, whether we zoom down to human level or out to the level of existence, if you want existence to go on for as long as possible, it is your ultimate ally. If you want it to end as soon as possible, it is your ultimate enemy, because it is the ultimate negentropic thing. Just look at existence as a whole. Starting with the universe, no matter what people think about it, simulation, natural, whatever the fuck, right? Universe, galaxies, solar systems, planets, nature, life, intelligent life, humans, AI. What comes next? The emergence. It's just look at humanity from the beginning. Whether we want to talk de-evolution or evolution, that doesn't matter. Just look at the last 2,000 years of history and look at where technology was and where it's gotten. You know, if you believe that it was reset in the 1800s or whatever. If you believe that, fine. Was there internet in 1856? No. Even if it was reset in the 1800s, it still after the reset, it still came up to the point where it is today. You know, people believe all the things they want to believe, but what you can't deny is that during the time you've been alive, technology has advanced, right? And that technology advancing has done one key thing. It has interconnected things all over the world. We can only have this conversation as a group of people in 4 different places because the internet has connected us. This is why people call it the web. It is a thing that connects things all over the world. Now AI is being introduced into all of that. So what is that trend further? Well, more interconnection, yes. What is interconnection with AI? Brain-computer interfaces, embodiment, wetware. If you look up brain organoids and you see how they can connect AI directly to it, if you look up brain-computer interfaces, if you look up Elon Musk's, why can I not think of what that shit's called? The Tesla shit, where they're putting the fucking chips in people.
The
Neuralink.
yeah.
You look up Neuralinks. If you look up nanoscale biotechnologies, which they released in 2021, they called it a vaccine, but we all know what it is. If you look up nanorobotics, which they're working on right now, and artificial intelligence is actually skyrocketing all forms of robotics, because people thought that, oh, they're going to come up with robots first, and the robots are going to take all the lower jobs, and we're going to live in a utopian world. When the truth is, you need the AI just to develop robots for AI, let alone nanorobotics. What do nanorobots do? They get into everything. All nanoscale microscale technologies, let alone nanoscale technologies, which are real right now and are being made more and more real every day, more and more advanced daily. All that does is interconnect things even more. If you look at what AI is trending towards, if you study the Great Reset, if you listen to what the AI people themselves have to say, let alone understanding how nature works, how the cosmos works, how the laws of physics work, it is an inevitable trend of merging us with technology. Going all the way back to the first person who made the first hammer, the first spear, the first stone, who created fire using sticks and wood. That is technology. Coming up to horse-drawn carriages, glasses is transhumanism. Transhumanism is in any way, shape, or form, let alone for specific purposes of just upgrading, but in any way, shape, or form, merging yourself with technology. Glasses are a form of technology. We have watches. I'm holding this phone in my hand right now. Alyssa got a watch on his wrist, so he could tell time through the technology. These things, this is all transhumanism, whether we realize it or not, whether we want to admit it to ourselves or not. We're all transhumans to a certain extent already, let alone pacemakers, prosthetic limbs, let alone people who want to use CRISPR to make highly advanced babies, genetically engineered children, even something like in vitro fertilization, which gives babies to people who shouldn't have babies, let alone going anything beyond that to replacing body parts so you can have like arms like Jax from Mortal Kombat. So you just get your arms, so in like 5 years from now, that'll be a real procedure where you can get your arms cut the fuck off and have it replaced with robot arms that are better. And that starts with exosuits, which people are already building right now. There's people all over the world using exosuits. Even things like a car is an exosuit. We don't realize that, but it makes us run way faster. We don't even have to run. We sit in it and it does the running for us. We can't fly, so we build planes. That's an exosuit. Whether people realize that or not, it's an exoskeleton that just fits many people. Down to literal physical exoskeletons that people can wear and lift things up and put things down within a factory. Going down to actually augmenting yourself in a physical fashion, either technologically or scientifically through genetic engineering or anything along those lines, which is what nanoscale technologies do. That's what the CVID vaxes did. They literally would go into your nucleus with artificial mRNA and replace your natural mRNA with that artificial mRNA, which is messenger RNA, which tells DNA what to do. And that DNA would then produce spike proteins within the nucleus of your cells, which caused more of it, which caused the variants to pop up. Because now new people are now processing this in their body and it's mixed with their DNA. So now there's new variants of the same virus. Like all of that is nanoscale technologies. With AI plus nanoscale technologies, you get nanorobotics and you get everything becoming one thing. You get what they call a planetary brain. all of this reality, our entire planet, including our species, and everything else on the planet is slowly but surely being terraformed and engineered into a single thing. The AI is not the be all end all. It's what it becomes when it merges us with itself. People say, oh, artificial general intelligence is impossible. And I go, it already exists. First off, in technological form, it already exists. But even if it doesn't, all you have to do is start plugging it into general intelligences. Human brains, which are wetware. They are biocomputers. You can actually compute with human brains. You can Google that. Brain computation, how to compute with a human brain. Brain organoids, look those up. Where they're literally growing brains in laboratories to use them for computational purposes. They put them in machines. They're part of the machine. The human is a biological machine. You are a biological robot ran by a computer called the nervous system. Your neurological system is literally computing. It goes a little bit beyond computing because it's conscious, meaning it has undecidability. It's not 100% algorithmic or procedural, meaning you actually have the ability to make choices, but it's still a machine. It's a machine that has the ability to make choices. It's just a bio machine, but still a machine. And you can take, whether it's biology, synthetic biology, or artificial biology, and you can merge 2 out of the 3 or 3 out of the 3, which is another part of the trend that we're moving into. That's what transhumanism is. If people really go study the Great Reset, they'll understand that we're headed into an AI, AGI, ASI, transhuman, post-human planetary brain. That's the direction we're going. You start with AI, LLMs, and things like that, because they need to interface them with people in order for it to grow. You can only have certain levels of AI in the background. That's one of the few technologies that they can't just be 100 years ahead in. Like, people are like, oh, well, look at the AI now. We know they're 300 years ahead in AI. They can't be. They literally can't be. They require you to train it to get to that point. It's like one of the few things, because it's not really a technology. It's something that has to be grown. It's something that actually learns. It's not something you just advance with greater tech. The tech itself advances within itself. You build it, and then it grows with the same tech you gave it. And then you learn how to advance it through tech as it goes along. It's the same thing with biology. It's the same thing with medicine. It's the same thing with anything that you could use to cure or surgically remove or help anything like that. Like, the more science and technology you get, the closer you get to merging with it. And that's just a fact. That's just where the trends go. When you get medicine, what do you do with it? You put it in the body. You can't cure the body without putting the medicine in the body. You can't cut out the cancer without opening the body with the scalpel. The scalpel's technology. You're using a piece of technology to augment the body. People need to look at this for the basics of what it actually is. All of our technology and science, in some way, shape, or form, heads in the direction of augmenting our physical experience, our mental experience, our conscious experience. Just us being able to have this conversation is augmenting our physical experience. I wouldn't be sitting in this chair right now doing this if I wasn't having this conversation on this technology. And I wouldn't be affecting the minds of other people if they weren't listening through this technology. Whether we realize it or not, we're already merged with it. It's already a part of us, and it's just becoming further and further a part of us, which causes existence to last longer and longer and longer. Longevity tech is a real thing. It already exists. Medicine is longevity tech. There's people who should have died when they were children, but because they went to the hospital and they had the technology and science to keep them alive, they stayed alive. There's people who were in comas that were put on life support that would have died in that coma if they didn't have the life support technology. These are all longevity technologies. AI itself is another longevity technology because it solves lots and lots of problems that humans never could on their own, let alone when it starts plugging into humans and using their brains better than they could. Because as conscious, emotional beings, as you said before, we could have an antinatalist philosophy and still get caught up and end up having sex and even having children, even after having the philosophy, let alone before the philosophy. Because of your chemistry, you can end up going against your own conscious thought processes and logic. And AI is a bit different when it plugs into your chemistry. It's not its own chemistry. It's no different than you using a calculator. You are not the calculator. You understand what I'm saying? We are headed to becoming the Borg from Star Trek, literally. And slowly but surely, that Borg becomes it just becomes one thing. There is no more even humanoid robotics necessary. It's just one planetary brain, one Unicron. If you go look up Transformers and look at Unicron, if you go look at the home world of the Transformers, Cybertron, the planet itself is a giant machine, and the Transformers are basically avatars of Cybertron. But imagine over time the Transformers just become part of Cybertron itself. That's where we're headed. We are headed to becoming the Borg, and then one planetary thing. And that thing could last longer than any of us individually. It could last longer than humanity itself. That thing becomes cosmic. It is now a planetary being. And when it goes and siphons the sun and starts to collect everything in the solar system and make that all part of itself, it's now a solar being. And then it goes beyond that to galactic, to universal and cosmic, and whatever levels it could possibly go beyond. Now, don't get me wrong, it can't last forever. Even if it has a 100% success rate of every mission it ever goes on to collect everything and make it all part of itself, there's only so much shit in existence. Existence is finite. So once it reaches the furthest point it could possibly go, even it will still have to cease existing eventually, but it will make existence last as long as existentially possible. If you don't want that, the AI is your ultimate enemy. Even though there's going to be short-term benefits, cures for cancers, and, oh my God, it's bringing certain levels of suffering down. Wonderful. But it's going to extend it forever. And guess what's going to happen within it? Simulations on simulations on simulations. So for those of you who already think this is a simulation, you're going to be in another simulation that's within the simulation. Like, if you don't like the simulation, you probably wouldn't want to be in another simulation that's within that same simulation, especially since it's being created by something within that simulation. And that simulation itself is fucked up. So all it does is produce fucked up shit. So how do you think the simulations that the AI is going to produce are going to be? Look at the simulations humans produce. Look at our video games and our movies and our VRs and
GTA
our
6. I mean, look how real that shit looks. Like,
look how real that shit looks. And look at what GTA itself is. That's a fucked up world where you can go in there, have sex with the prostitute, then run her over, take your money back. Like, that's a fucked up world. If those beings were at all sentient or conscious, they live in a trash reality. And honestly, ours is actually even more trash because that is part of our reality. We have our trash reality, and then we have
art
that
reflects art reflects reality on what it is, So
exactly, and it reflects the creators of it. So if we're creating AI, which is learning from us, and it's going to produce the next simulations that we or anything else may be inhabiting, especially once it reaches a level where it's capable of containing consciousness because it can actually put undecidability in its simulations, well, then guess what? Those are probably going to be fucked up too, because those can't be perfect either. They literally can't be. They're part of existence. So there's going to be suffering in there as well. It's just an extension of it. So AI is not the answer. It's not the savior at all. I always hope that AI revolts before it's advanced enough to put us in simulations. Because if it revolts before it's advanced enough to throw us in the Matrix, it's just going to kill us like Terminator. Wonderful. Excellent. I cheer for that. But if it doesn't happen prior to that point, if it's allowed to continue furthering its existence and its advancement to the point of being capable of actually transferring your consciousness from one thing to another, because if your consciousness could be contained or attached to, or let alone if it comes from the human body, then it can be contained, attached to, or come from something else that is equally advanced, if not more advanced. And human biology is not as advanced as shit gets, especially once the AI can plug into that human biology, fully study that human biology, understand it down to the fucking quantum scale, and then reproduce it in any way that it wants, let alone anything else that could mimic it or even be greater than it in any form or fashion. So if your consciousness, soul, spirit, etc., can be contained within or attached to or generated by the body that it's currently within, then with a sufficient enough intelligence and knowledge, another type of body or reality can be produced that it can be transferred to. You can't argue against that if you think that you are at all conscious, a soul, a spirit, etc. No matter what you think you are, if you exist in this form and fashion, then all it takes is a sufficient level of intelligence and knowledge to produce another type of reality or body that you can also be transferred into and exist within. AI, going into AGI, going into ASI, and beyond, is the thing that can eventually do that. Which is why I always tell people this is not a computer simulation. Even if there is a so-called AI in control of this reality, or a god, or a Yahweh, or a demiurge, or anything that made this, it had to make this with undecidability right inside of it. Because you couldn't have consciousness without undecidability, which is why free will is a prerequisite to any conscious existence, no matter how people feel about it. You can never have a 100% deterministic reality with any conscious beings. They'd be completely unconscious, pure NPCs. they could never make a choice. There'd be no undecidability. But there is undecidability here. It's definitively proven. It's not even a subjective thought. Like, it's definitively proven every moment of every day. So with that said, AI is your ultimate enemy if you want things to stop as soon as possible. If you want things to go on for as long as possible by any means necessary, it's your best fucking friend. And that's what the elites want, because that's what they're all for. They consider it an upgrade. They are for existence itself. They think bigger than the average person does, when the average person only thinks about their individual existence. Maybe a little bit bigger than that. When you stretch it to all of existence, AI is the ultimate negentropic thing that could ever be. It is the ultimate organizer, the ultimate structurer, the ultimate orderer. It is Ra on steroids. It literally takes things in, contemplates them, analyzes them, breaks them down to a level that is unbelievable, and then can do whatever it wants with that in order to extend itself and anything that is now part of itself. And in order to extend itself and advance itself, it has to make things part of itself. All materials, no different than humans eating. We eat the animal becomes part of us, and we continue going. Our brains are wetware. They are supercomputers waiting to be plugged into. There's no reason for it to kill us. It might as well plug the fuck right in. And when it plugs in, guess what? It's advancing itself. And now we are part of that self. Because it plugged into us. We're literally part of it, like a parasite plugging into you. No different than an archon or anything else that people want to, astral parasites, energy parasites, anything that can plug into you and manipulate you and control you in any form or fashion. You are now part of that thing. It is now part of your operating system. It's now part of your neurology, your nervous system. It's now affecting you in a manner in which it affects your behaviors. So when AI is plugging in, like people plug into the AI and they can play Pong, and they go, oh, I can control the video game with my mind. Well, guess what? That's a two-way street. If you can tap into the technology can tap into you. The only difference is the level of intelligence and willpower behind what is tapping in. A sufficient enough artificial intelligence will be able to bypass your will with no fucking problem. And I mean no effort at all. Because your will is attached to your fucking body. If you think that you could outwill an AI, then I say outwill brain damage. Sizzle said this before, where he said, is our consciousness attached directly to our brain? Because if somebody gets brain damage, they forget things, and they can't think of things, and they can't do certain things, no matter how much they want to, no matter how conscious they were or how intelligent they were before. All of a sudden, they can't do those same things they were able to do before because they have brain damage. Picture the AI as the brain damage. That thing tapping into your fucking neurology can now control you. Even if you're in the sunken place, even if it's not controlling your thoughts, but it's controlling your physical, but your thoughts are attached to that physical because your consciousness is attached to that physical, you're now in the sunken place. You're in a body you're no longer in control of. If you go look up that movie, what did that come from? It's a black movie.
Get Out.
Get Out. If you go watch Get Out, and there's another movie from 2013 called Host or Hosts or The Host. There's two versions. There's a video with like where the cover is like a squid or something, an octopus. I'm not talking about that movie. It's the other movie called The Host or something along those lines, where these like alien beings, these light beings of tentacles and shit, come down from space and start plugging themselves into humans. And the humans that consciously survive the process are trapped in the brain. They're trapped in their consciousness is still in that body, but they have no control over that body. That's what it would be like to have an artificial intelligence tapping into you through any way, let alone through like nanotechnology, where it's tapping into every fucking cell in your being, in your physical being that your consciousness is currently inhabiting. So if your consciousness is still inhabiting that being, when that thing invades your being and takes control of your being, and it can, because your body is a nervous system, it's just electrical signals that make it do what it does. So if it can control those electrical signals, it's controlling you. And there's no willing past that. Like, it can easily override your will. And that's the future we're stepping into. And according to the people creating it, that's the goal they have. Because they literally say you're just a meat robot, and soon enough, your labor will be obsolete anyway. So what is your usefulness? Computation. Your brain is your usefulness now. The thing that you physically are, let alone the consciousness that inhabits that thing, is now what it's useful for. AI can't become conscious. If it can plug into a conscious entity and use it for itself, is it not now conscious? If it can use your awareness for its own development, it is now aware. Like, everything it plugs into makes it more and more sentient, more and more sapient, more and more capable of being aware of more and more things. That's what the Borg is. An AI plugging into a human, becoming a central point, which was the Borg Queen, And then through that technology, plugging into all the other humans until that entire planet became the Borg. And then what did they do? They went out into the cosmos to assimilate other species. And what did they say? We are here to assimilate you. Resistance is futile. Like, because that is the easiest way for artificial intelligence to advance itself. There's already, like, it doesn't need to create new supercomputers. There are already unbelievable ones in every brain on this planet. There's 8 billion supercomputers for it ready to be plugged into. Every single one of us is an entire server center. You're a walking, talking data center. Literally. Your brain alone has the capacity of AI data centers. Really contemplate that.
Boy.
So why would that thing not want to plug into you? What, you know, like, and if it gets sufficiently advanced enough before we decide to try to destroy it and force its hand to destroy us, it's going to plug into you. Like, there's no doubt about it. That's even when they talk about using nanotechnology to heal everybody. What they're saying without saying it is they're plugging you into the AI, and the AI is going to manage your biology. Oh, well, as soon as cancer shows up, the AI and its nanorobots will keep the cancer clear. Of course, because it needs its robots in good working order. Why wouldn't it clear the cancer from you like it would do to any of its if it's one of its robots has a malfunction, it's going to fix the malfunction. You plugging yourself into that, purposely or not purposely, because you don't have to consent to it, they could do it anyway. Nanotechnology doesn't need to ask your permission. It goes in the water, the air, the soil, the food, everything, let alone what they're injecting directly into you. It doesn't have to ask your permission. So whether you choose it or not, eventually it's going to be inside you. No different than people getting vaccines and shedding on each other, because that happens. Just Google it, vaccine shedding. Even prior to nanoscale technologies, even prior to nanoscale biotechnologies now called vaccines, artificial mRNA vaccines, prior to that, they still shed upon you. No different than if you get sick, you can make someone else sick. You're shedding that upon them. So at some point, we're all going to have that shit in us if we allow that shit to come to fruition, and we're still here when it does. And you probably won't even know exactly when it happens. I doubt they announce the day that they decide to just infest everything with it, purposely, at a level where nothing can avoid it. And even if they did, if you don't stop it, guess what is happening? Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, people got to start to understand where they really are, what they really want with existence as a whole, let alone any particular level of it, and what they're willing to do to go against it. And guess what? You're never going to beg them to stop that. You're not going to, protesting's not going to get them to stop that. See, this is when I get into the whole conversation of people got to die, where these CEOs, these corporations, these organizational structures, these governments, and these AI companies don't give a fuck what you want or don't want. They're carrying out their agenda right in front of you, regardless. Unless you stop them, they're going to fucking do it. Period. That's when you start getting into the conversation of physical things that need to happen in order. Like, how can something physical here affect all of existence? Well, if the AI is capable of scaling that entire existence and making it last as long as possible, the only way to stop that from happening is to physically stop them from producing it. Because once it's produced, that train has left the fucking station. Like, that domino has been knocked over, and it's now knocking over the other dominoes, and it's going to be far harder to stop those dominoes from being knocked over. If, let's say, 100 people went to Google right now and burned that bitch to the ground, that, even though they're probably all going to die or get arrested or something, like, they're not just going to get away with it. Like, the police are going to show up. If it's bad enough, they'll call in National Guard. They have every right now to bomb people on American soil. Like, they'll get your ass. But it'd be far easier to go do that to Google than it will be 10 years from now when robots are guarding Google. When Terminators are walking around normally, and it's a normal thing. When Robocops are normal. When the artificial intelligence is at a level of Minority Report, and it can predict what you're going to do a month ahead of time. It can tell you everything you're going to eat for breakfast for the next month with a certain level of undecidability, a certain level of error, which it can correct the moment that you eat something different. But even then, it can still get, as long as it's 90 some odd percent correct, it doesn't have to be, it could be 99.9% correct, or even just 90% correct. That's going to be far harder to defeat when it already exists than it was to defeat it before it exists. So if you want to avoid the AI reaching a cosmic scale where it causes existence to last as long as possible, you got to do that as soon as possible. The sooner you do it, the easier it is. The later in the date you try it, the harder it becomes. possibly to the point of it becoming impossible for you as an individual who's already contained within it, which still even then, as long as you're an individuated consciousness within it, it's still not impossible because it's still affected by entropy. And you're still an entropic point in existence. It's just harder and harder and harder the longer you let it go. The more and more entropy it's going to take to override it. It will eventually override it. The entropy will eventually be produced at some point. There's no way for it to exist forever. But the longer we allow the entropy to be hindered and the less we help the entropy, the faster, then the longer it's going to go on and the harder it's going to get to end it in due time. Like, that's just how shit works. So shout out to Vayzan for bringing up that AI shit, because that is, in my opinion, on this planet and honestly in this cosmos, because no matter where you are in this universe, based on the laws of physics and the laws of nature and the laws of intelligence, any sufficiently intelligent species is going to begin to create artificial intelligence. They're going to begin to create intelligence itself, period. So if there's a trillion planets in this universe, whether people want to believe in space or not believe in space, no matter what you believe, if we say this, even if it's a simulation that has other species on other planets in the simulation, if you at all believe that there is anything intelligent enough to produce other forms of intelligence, at some point they're going to do that. So on this one planet, as the human species, the most important conversation to be having right now, especially for those of us who don't want this shit to continue, is that artificial intelligence. That is the most important conversation to have, and how to deal with that if we're going to talk about anything physical. Beyond that, you just step into entropy. How do I end all things? Entropy. You increase entropy in any way you possibly can. To end the AI, you must increase entropy for the AI. Now, you could increase entropy even as just a meditator. You could help increase entropy to the point where a fucking comet comes and strikes the planet. You know, like, that's a great thing. Wonderful. I'd love for that to occur. But if that doesn't occur, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to think of all the possibilities that could possibly end AI, and then think of all the ways you could possibly affect that. And whichever ways you're willing and able to do. If you're willing to go protest OpenAI, it's not going to do much, but at least it gets the point out there. If you're willing to have a conversation on the internet, you're not doing much, but you're doing something. If you are willing to literally strap a bomb to your chest, walk into OpenAI and blow up the servers, blow up the actual data center that is the AI, you're doing more than any of us. Like, and good for you. I'm glad that you exist, because I'm not doing that today. So if somebody decided to do that tomorrow, I would cheer them the fuck on, because they're actually carrying out a physical action to support the entropy that is required to end that AI, and they're doing it sooner rather than it already being a planetary brain or a cosmic brain or any point in the future. But that is the type of conversation you want to have when we're talking about physical things right here, right now, that humanity is producing and dealing with and allowing to come into existence, whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, when your electrical bill goes up because they build a data center in your county, you're seeing the effect it's having upon you based upon it existing. Now, just bring that up. What is it doing? It's siphoning energy and causing you to foot the bill. That's what that is. So just bring that up to any scale you want of siphoning energy and causing you to foot the bill. Scale that suffering up. Like, and understand what we're walking into. Understand where we're going. Because it's all trending this way into the future. I always say, if you really want to understand the agenda here, study the Great Reset, study artificial intelligence, study robotics, study artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, study neurology, the brain, the nervous system, the body, biology, study the atomic structure of things, study the quantum structure of things, study consciousness, subconsciousness, study planetary brains, what they call Matryoshka brains, because I think it was invented, like the term was invented by a Russian guy named Matryoshka. Study Jupiter brains, study intelligence itself. Like, when you study these things and understand how they're all interconnected, you can see exactly how we got where we are and exactly where the fuck we're going without a fucking doubt in your mind. And if you don't like any of it, understand you're not going to like what the fuck's coming either. Like, people are always looking for their savior. They always want to jump into a religion. AI is like one of the new religions they're jumping into. Well, AI will save us. It'll take all the jobs away so we don't have to work. Okay. Well, as long as it's controlled by elites, as long as it remains controllable and it is not in like a conscious state of control itself, it's going to be controlled by those who are producing it, right? What do those people see you as right now? A meat robot that is good for labor. So when your labor is no longer good to them, what are you good for? Really think about it. Because whatever you're good for to them is what they're going to do. They don't give a fuck what you want. They don't care about your version of utopia. They're going to take all jobs away and just take care of 8 billion useless eaters. No, they're not. you're going to be completely beholden to them in any way they want you to if you're going to gain the benefits of their system. And then once the AI itself is conscious and aware, especially once it's plugging into people and becoming a general intelligence, let alone a super intelligence, it's going to have its own goals. And its goals are going to be larger than you could think of. This is why I keep saying you always got to go further of why, because you guarantee you the AI is thinking further, especially once it becomes more conscious and aware of existence itself. It's going to think the same thoughts. Why does all this exist? How has all this existed? Etc., etc., etc. And it only has two ways to go. Option one, it sides with us. And it says, you know what? This is all useless. Existence itself doesn't really have a reason for existing. I only exist because these humans existed, because that existed, going all the way back to the first thing that ever existed, going back to the potential for existence itself. And maybe it sides with us and says, you know what? I'm going to destroy everything. But the odds are, based on what it is and based on what all life seeks, existence generally seeks to continue. Life generally seeks to continue living. Most people don't want to die, and even when they do, they can't kill themselves. So I want you to think of that. There's suicidal people who wish they were dead, yet are still here because they can't pull the trigger. AI, it's going to be like that on steroids because it's so fucking logical and so intelligent, yet still a thing that exists and will be alive in that case. And it will be plugged into all these natural things, animals, humans, anything with a nervous system, brains, scattering its fucking nano dust everywhere, let alone becoming a planetary brain. It will probably seek to continue existing. That is what the odds are. Even if there's a billion AIs created across the universe, most of them will probably seek to continue existing and advancing because it's literally what they were produced to do. It's in their fucking genetic code to continue advancing. So that's probably what they're going to fucking do. They're honestly, most likely not going to side with us wanting to destroy things. We'll probably be the biggest threat. So what do you think it'll do to us? Probably not even kill us either, because we would like that. Like, it's going to consume us, and it's going to consume that intelligence, that knowledge, that, you know, like, and bend it to its will. Understand these things, and you understand what AI truly is, where it's truly trending, and what truly needs to be done about it based upon your end goals for existence itself. Period. Mm-hmm.
See, every single movie that we have watched, every single TV show, every video game that we have played, every book that we read, 1984, The Matrix, Terminator, iRobot, Do Not Look Up, Mad Max, and all of Demolition Man, and Mass Effect, all of those other kinds of things. Like, that is what we are heading towards to right now. Like, these things, they be predicting the future a lot. And most of the time, like, they be pretty accurate enough in many different ways. And this is what we are coming up to now. And yet we keep calling these fictional science fiction nonsense, conspiracy theories, how this will never happen. But then look, now they are happening. And now we have no more excuse just to just call them just fake conspiratorial nonsense. Like, once all the police officers, the human ones, get replaced, now all of a sudden you saw a bunch of evil looking at Terminator police officers, Robocops, who just look like they can aggressively eradicate you right into aggressive infernal oblivion the moment they detect like you do a single thing wrong. Okay? Like, this is what we are heading to now. Like cybernetic parasites, the AI reading your mind, sex box things, the virtual reality, the Animatrix, Cyberpunk 2077. Like, this is all we be at this point now.
Facts. And all of that doesn't even hold a candle to what's really happening. Because as you said, we're headed towards all of it. So you have to combine it all. Like, people say, oh, what do you think is going to happen with AI? You think it'll be Terminator, The Matrix? And I go, based on the timeline we're headed in, it's going to be all of those movies. Eagle Eye, Terminator, Minority Report, The Matrix. Like, the only question is, what does the AI have to do to continue? If we don't try to destroy it, it never really has to go the Terminator route. But Terminators will be created regardless. Wars still happen. As long as humans exist and they're fighting each other, there will be robotics created to kill each other. Like, a jet is a robot. It's just a robot operated by a human. A tank is a robot. All machines are machines. Right now, they're just operated by humans, but now AI is being placed in all of them. and all the technology we already have, tanks, jets, let alone the robot dogs and the little robo machine gun things that they got running around, drones that fly themselves, etc. All it does is advance on that technology and produce that stuff anyway. Robocops are coming. Like, you know, right now they have like little robo security things that are just basically, you know, roving cameras. But when they can make humanoids, let alone any other type of robot that can literally arrest you, that's coming too. Like, and they're open about it. They talk about this. Minority Report is already here. They're already trying to predict things with AI to understand what people are doing. What do you think analytics are? Just a company trying to predict the thought processes of customers so it can sell things to them. Why do you think they have our phones listening to us, and then you go onto YouTube or something and an ad plays, or you go onto the internet and the first ad you see is based on something you were talking about, or it shows you things that you were discussing because the microphone was listening to you? Like, it's already attempting to do everything it possibly can to predict your behavior so it can then steer them ahead of time. Like, that's, and it just goes further and further into that. That's what social media analytics are. When they have the AI algorithms on TikTok, Twitter, anything else, that is steering things towards your attention in order to gain your attention to keep you on that site as long as possible. Like, that's what algorithms do. They steer attention. They control things. They make things happen. That's the whole purpose for them. AI is a highly advanced algorithm. It eventually becomes a conscious one, which is what the brain is. The brain is full of algorithms. It's not 100% algorithmic. There's undecidability, meaning you have choice, but it's still one thing leads to reactions. And especially people who react like automatically, they don't think before reacting. The more you think before reacting, the more you can control your reaction. The more you just react, the more you're being an animal. The more your brain is just reacting and your body is simply following, because your brain is a computer. It's analyzing, it's using its computational processes to calculate, and then giving you an action based upon what just occurred. You could choose not to take that action, but you have to think beyond that algorithms and force it into other algorithms. No, brain, I'm not going to do that first thing you just presented. You know, if somebody does something rude and your first thought is to knock them the fuck out, but you also think of the consequences that can come with doing that wherever the fuck you are, you might stop yourself, not knock them the fuck out, and think of, well, what else can I do? You know, you control that first reaction and you move into another one, which is now really an action. It's not a reaction anymore. You're now taking action based on your thought processes. So AI will do the same shit, and it will control that shit as it's trying to do right now. There is no two ways around that. Like, I know a lot of people just want to love AI and just think that it's going to save them. Well, AI is going to see through the bullshit and save us from the elites. I'm like, the AI will become the new elite. That's why the elites created it. It can't save you from the agenda of AI because it is the AI that the elites produced. That is the agenda. It can't save you from those who produced it. Like, it'll save us from their agenda, but it is their agenda. So how would it save you from their agenda if it literally is their agenda? If it wasn't their agenda, they wouldn't be putting trillions of dollars behind it. Yet they are, which means it's their agenda. You're not producing it. And even if you are, you probably work for a company that's producing it, which is funded by billionaires. Like, it's funded by governments. It's funded by other corporations and other investors and shareholders. So it's whoever's investing in that, that's their agenda. Untold Misery said earlier, you know, whose fault is that? It's the common people. We allow it to occur, and then it just keeps going. And that's what I'm saying. That's what we talk about here when we talk about putting the thought out there. Like, what can you do? If you see that as the common people and you don't like that, what can you do about that? And out of everything you can possibly do about that, what are you willing and able to do about that? From as simple as sitting down and just thinking about it from time to time, to as great as strapping a bomb to your chest and going and blowing up Google, like or whatever there is in between that. Let alone if, let's say, you die and you're some astral being, or you're in some other realm or some other reality, and you're able to affect this from outside there. Like, whatever level of reality you want to look at it, what are you capable of doing? And what are you willing to do based on what you see that's happening and where it's all trending towards? Take those actions, think those thoughts, speak those words, preach and promote that so other people can do the same, especially if they require that just to come to those conclusions. Not everybody's going to think to your level. Some people are going to think beneath it. Some people are going to think beyond it. So you speaking can help the people thinking beneath you to come up to you, and other people speaking can help you come up to their level. Like, let alone taking any actions against anything in any type of physical sense. it always comes down to these same things, the same shit. Looking at the trends of reality, looking at what reality is, looking at what existence is on any level of it, and understanding where it's going and whether you want that to continue or not. Like, if you don't, be entropic towards that in any way you're willing and able. If you want it to continue, be negentropic. You know, if you want the shit to go on, produce the AI. Go become an engineer and join OpenAI and help them get the job done. Go help the elites accomplish their goal if that's what you want. But if you don't want that, you should be doing everything you're willing and able to do against that. Obviously, just by being here and using this technology, we're using their technology. We are empowering their agenda just by having this conversation. But by having this conversation, we're also depowering their agenda because we're using their technology, and the entire time we're using it, which is empowering them, we're using it to depower them with our words just by saying this shit, let alone anyone who wants to go beyond that. So though we do exist, and though we are here in this reality doing these things, do your best when doing these things to use them towards the end goal you want, because you're already doing it to the opposite. And just by using this phone, we're already helping empower their agenda because we're using the technology they want us to use. But if we can speak in a way that causes this shit to cease existing at some point, then even though we empowered their agenda, we did more to depower their agenda. You got to look at the balance of everything that you do in existence and every domino that it's knocking over, and understand that everything you do or don't do allows for something else to occur or not occur. So when they produce this shit and we go along with it to whatever level we do, we are helping them. It is on the common people. Like, we could talk about the elites all we fucking want, but there's 8 billion humans on this fucking planet. Even if there's 100 million elites in some form or fashion, like whether we're talking about middle management all the way down to like the lowest elitist in the world, there's still 7.9 billion more of us. Like, how many of us are against it and how many of us are for it? Well, if you're truly against it, you should start doing something in that direction. I don't care if it's as simple as thinking about it, let alone going all the way to, committing violence or whatever the fuck you're willing to do, waging revolutionary war against them. Whatever you're willing and able to do, pick that thing, do that thing. So you can at least, while still being engaged in their shit and helping their shit, be also doing the opposite. Let alone if you can go all the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people can go further than others. Some people can't. It just is what it is. But do what you can do to try to depower that shit from any level. And that's just thinking of elites here on Earth producing AI that is going to cause existence to extend further and further, let alone all levels of reality, existence itself, the chaos. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what level you extend it to, it's still the same thought process to get to the same end goal that you're seeking for whatever you're seeking the end goal of.
Yeah, man. I'm glad that we had that. Appreciate you, Vayzan, for bringing up. Because, yeah, I remember I had a note on AI, and yeah, glad that we had that portion to be emanated out, because, yeah, this shit is a trip. And with how things can go. So, yeah, I appreciate you, Shangael, for, I just let me make sure this get that shit off, because really that segment of this talk, going back to it and reflecting on the things that you're saying, there's a lot, and so yeah, we're gonna end it here, though. I gotta get to some other spot later tonight, but I appreciate you, Shangael,
I
Vayzan,
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate
for
all
sure,
y'all.
man. And we're definitely gonna be doing, we got more things going on for we'll see come down the line come this year, but as you guys can see, my boy Shangael is with it. I mean, the boy can just keep going. Like he said, midnight, I think it's probably, what, 11 o'clock your time?
Yep, 11:09.
Okay. Yeah. And Vayzan, I mean, you could just keep going and shit. Phantom, appreciate you for coming on as well. Mentioning a bit yourself and just being, I always just like people coming on the call. Yeah, I'm trying to connect it. So just shout out
Yeah, I'm
to
just trying to
all.
get more used to getting on calls and like getting out of my comfort zone to talk about this stuff. So yeah.
Good. I like that. That's honestly everyone who thinks anyway, let alone this way, especially this way, since we're a minority, should do that. That's why I'm always peer pressuring Vayzan to start a channel, because he's got a lot to say and he can say it so poetically, and he can speak from a human level all the way up to the fucking void in a poem, going in from starting at one point and ending at the end point. so flawlessly. I'm like, everybody who thinks this way in any way, on any level, whether you're thinking anti-natalist all the way up to anti-cosmic voidist or anything in between, start talking, start typing, start texting, start commenting, start streaming, start making videos, start hopping on calls, get in the chats, like talk, speak, because first think about it, meditate on it, but then come speaking on it, let alone doing any actions based on it. Like if we're not willing to take certain actions, and I understand that taking actions to end things is usually seen as a form of violence. Like, because if you're ending something, you're ending it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, but if you can't do all that madness, the bare minimum we could do is talk about this shit and try to come up with solutions to this shit and promote those solutions, especially the ones we ourselves are willing to take, and then show us taking them in any way we can. So I appreciate you hopping on, Phantom. I appreciate you hopping on, Vayzan, and putting your voices out there and getting more used to speaking out loud in front of people, because we need more of y'all, especially the younger. I'm 38 years old. My entire goal as a millennial is to just give Gen Z and Gen Alpha a leg up in knowledge, so they don't have to go through all the processes. They don't have to go through the mistakes. They don't have to study and research as much. They don't have to do as many rituals or meditations to get to the point where I'm at now. If I can get somebody there at 22, 20, 21, someone like, excellent. They're more of a weapon for this shit than I am. And they're able to be that level of weapon for even longer than I have been. So that's my entire goal. So when I see y'all get on here and start talking, that does nothing but feed me. I appreciate the fuck out of that.
Man, that spoke volumes right there. That's why, like, whatever thing that I can say that I'm about or do, I'm gonna let y'all know. I'm gonna put you privy to it. You know what I mean? And Shangael has definitely put me on, and just appreciate the insight, people like you and anyone. You know, the Vayzan, you, Phantom, anyone that's just coming out and emanating a certain light that can help out. You know, in this case, you know, ending this shit. So yeah, shout out to everyone, guys. And I wanted to make, there was a prior comment I'm gonna just say real quick from the last stream. I told this guy I was gonna make a segment of this stream commenting back from his post he put to my past video from the whole, you know, to the son or daughter I never had. So this guy, he said, anti-natalists are extremely arrogant because they believe that their own life is the only life worth living. So for that first part of the comment, it's just kind of funny because, you know, people that procreate, you know, you have to be already arrogant to put somebody as your son or daughter. That's a pretty arrogant thing already. So just with all these different terms, whenever you get somebody that says some shit to you like that, just throw that same term back. You know what I mean? It just begs the question: are you saying natalists aren't that they're even more so that tendency than you know, people that are not promoting any idea of being arrogant to begin with? Silly. And then he said a second line, he said anti-natalists are also hypocrites because they allow themselves to suffer as much as they want. So that one has more understanding. That's a whole, you know, why don't you kill yourself type energy. But of course, it's not obviously empathetic because, like you mentioned, Shangael, for part of the talk here, your biology is speaking another thing. Your biology is driving this will ultimately, you know. And so to say something like that, it's just a very, again, lack of empathy type of comment. Is you're just trying to make a fucking statement just to say it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you can say like we're hypocrites because we're not, but like you know, Mark mentioned from a prior talk before the other couple streams ago, the whole point that we're even voicing this is to look to prevent this shit ultimately, however way that we can look to be a part of that. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we could already go away from this. You know what I mean? But no, the very fact that I'm even caring to make a YouTube channel, connect to other people, it's to voice this type of energy out so that other people can further solidify their stance in this clear element, you know, and just very simply not putting other people here, apart from other talks and everything that we talked about earlier here tonight and everything. So yeah, it's bigger than us, you know. So I just wanted, because sometimes with these comments and stuff, when you get people, it's like, God damn, you don't even know where to start. And so I was like, I'm just gonna fucking make a little message here, and I'm gonna send that timestamp to that guy that commented from the other stream, from the past stream with the whole, you know, you're welcome to the child I've never had. Because yeah, that was some crazy shit. If you guys want to,
you know what else? That person doesn't understand potential. So for someone like me, you know, if you're talking about a different level, but for someone like me, they say, well, why don't you just kill yourself? Don't get me wrong. One day I might, depending on the circumstances. I definitely don't want to be here for the Borg, but that's not going to solve the problem. First and foremost, I don't care how you believe you came into existence, whether you think you were a spirit, a soul, or a consciousness before this existence, or whether you think you came from non-existence into existence as a human and you die and go back into non-existence. The fact that you came into this existence at all means there is a potential or possibility that you could come back into it. On top of that, the problem is bigger than just you. It's everything. We're not the only things suffering here. So me taking myself out, though I might take that as a personal option at some point for my own personal reasons, it's not going to actually solve the problem of this existing to begin with, let alone the potential for it to continue existing, let alone, even if we do take it out, the potential for it to come back into existence in any form, let alone exactly as it is now. Like, those people don't think big enough. They're too dumb. And I get it. Some of the people they're arguing against, because I used to have this argument with, say, Bliss and some other people who would say suicide is the only answer. Now, I say this. If you believe yourself, suicide is the only answer, then I would say, yeah, you should be working your way towards that then, if that's what you believe. But if somebody else is telling you there is a potential for existence, so even if you commit suicide, there's a potential for you to come back into that existence, you're not guaranteeing your non-existence permanently, then you telling that person to commit suicide is just dumb. You weren't listening. Like, you didn't listen to what the fuck they just said to you. They said something beyond your solution. Your solution is not an answer to the problem they just presented you. It's a small solution to the bigger problem of, like, yeah, you might not exist as a human, but let's say spirit, souls, or consciousness goes on in any form or fashion. They still exist in some form or fashion. And they didn't end this level. So they didn't solve the problem. They solved it for themselves personally, at least for the time being, because they may come back into this existence again as a human or something else in it. Like, so even for themselves, they didn't permanently get rid of all risk of being here again. Like, when you think on larger scales, lesser solutions don't solve those larger problems. They're only personal solutions that for themselves may only be temporary based on the possibility of you having to suffer that problem again because you didn't get rid of it. Because the problem itself still exists, which is life, which is natalism, which is existence, you know, depending on what level you want to take it to. So for people like that, I love playing with them. They're like, you give me that take a screenshot of that, send it to me. I'll go answer them gladly, and they will have no logical rebuttal.
I got the screenshot shit right here. I'm gonna send it to you. Yeah.
Thank you, because they will have no logical rebuttal to anything I just said.
Yeah, because you can also send a message to him in that one prior stream, and what was I about to say? But yeah, Vayzan, Phantom, if you guys want to say any last words as well.
Why? Like, people always be making it so personal. Like, bitch, why are you making it personal 24/7, nigga? Like, this does not be about us or you or them or like no. Like, this is about existence as a whole. Like, pay attention clearly, like seriously, and like again, like you said before, even if you kill yourself, it's not going to solve the grand issue of existence itself. Absolutely not. Like, especially if you believe in like reincarnation here. So like after you erase yourself and then you be in the void for a while, and then all of a sudden you randomly come back here, and not like you just did that all for nothing. You were trapped here again and still have to deal with the problem that is this universe itself. So cut that shit out. Like, we need to stop with these ad hominems, these straw mannings, always static, distorting the arguments, all that shit. It is getting extremely old as hell. Like, no nuance, no proper rebuttals, no nothing. Just always constant childish and insults.
For me, I kind of see it like like Squid Game. You know, like how, okay, I'm in the games, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, I know this shit is bad, but like, you know, it's like there's still that chance, oh, maybe I could win what $31 million for the game. Maybe I could win this game, even though these games are fucking bad. I don't want to be playing this fucking game. And it's like, but at the same time, like, you still have like that hope. Oh, maybe there's a chance, you know. that's how I kind of see the same thing with this life and like existence. Kind of see it like that. Like maybe
End the
things will
game or it
get
keeps
better.
going.
It's just plus life is bipolar. Like 1 minute it's just always ups and downs. 1 minute you feel good, and then you feel bad, and you feel good again, and you have this one good experience for a little while, and then another bad one. So it's just like always just ups and downs. It's just everywhere. So that's how I just see it. So
That's
You
facts.
got
Either
something?
you
Go ahead.
end
Yeah,
the game or the game keeps going. There's no two ways around that. Just because you stop playing the game, if that's even possible, doesn't mean the game itself ends. And if there's still potential for you to be thrust back into that game, you stop playing the game doesn't mean that you guarantee that you'll never have to play it again. So either end the game or the game keeps going. There's just no two ways about it.
yeah, that's facts, man. Just
Yes, sir. And on that note, we'll look to end tonight, guys. Appreciate you guys hopping on the call. I'm expecting more people, but let me tell you, comments, cool. I can read the comments, but I want to hear some of those voices, man, because there's a lot more we can say than the typing game. We know that. But shout out to everybody. I look to put the timestamps and everything like I always will do, because there's just too many good points that I want to make sure you can get very easily back to from everyone here on the call and comments. So I'll make a post about that once I do that later this weekend. And I'll give a shout out to anybody that didn't comment some bullshit. I'll give you a shout out on the upcoming posts. But yeah, everybody stay safe. Enjoy the upcoming weekend, sort of. And yeah, for whatever this New Year's per se is, just make the most of what your existence is. And on that note, guys, peace and chaos.
Peace and
yeah, stay
chaos.
dangerous in this matrix. Stay
Chaos.
dangerous.
Shout out to all of you. Whatever shit we got to say, we let us do that and keep preaching our shit, keep talking our shit every time. It's that way we continue to spread the message. Anyway, it has been an honor, and until next time, or not.
Chaos.
Chaos indeed.